What is shaking? Adam Copeland, Tom Tolbert with you. Be with you for a couple hours. Bags, Andrew Bagley is going to join us at 5:30. Should give us plenty of time to talk about the stench of your San Francisco Giants right now. This team stinks. This team's bad.
All right, okay, we get it. Yeah,
I don't know if it'll continue this way, but right now they're just bad. They're just bad.
Hot start to the roadie, huh?
I mean, oh yeah,
1-6.
Been outscored 40-16.
Oh no, we suck again.
There we go. That's it. I was waiting for that.
40-16. And Philly had 14 on Saturday. I mean, they just can't. They can't score. I mean, the pitching's been good enough to win a few games, but I mean. I don't know what
they
to
don't
say.
score runs, man. They don't score. The pitching,
I don't know what to say.
It's been good enough to win games if you have an offense that hits. Like an offense, like an average offense. Like an offense putting up like 4 runs a game, maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know what this team's putting up, but it certainly doesn't feel like it's 4 runs a game, and I can't imagine that it is. They're not stringing together rallies or hits. We'll have to talk deeper about this, too, as the days and weeks go on, because I look at the calendar, man, it's May 6th. Happy birthday, Willie Mays. But also, if there is nothing changing by, the end of this month, and so far we haven't seen anything to show otherwise, that they're going to start getting hot or that a string of guys is going to start getting hot. And Farhan told us last week in talking about Elliot Ramos, we may have to start thinking about that, but there are lifeless at-bats up there, man. Like at-bat after at-bat after at-bat is lifeless. And all the pitching in the world in baseball doesn't help you if your team can't hit. I mean, Bochy had to put together the ground attack type stuff and try. Again, that was sort of facetious, but that team hit home runs, man. Like Aubrey Huff had 20-something homers. Buster came up and hit 18 or something that rookie year, right? Like there was a slew of guys who were hitting for power, and right now, it's not even that they're not hitting for power. They're just not hitting at all. And I come back to this all the time. The 3-run home run offensively is the best thing that can happen to any offense in baseball.
Yep.
It breaks the other team's back. Bryce Harper did it twice in the last 2 days.
Yep.
They were in that ball game today, and he hits a 3-run homer. And did anybody think after that the Giants had a shot? I didn't. I didn't think for a second at that point the Giants were going to come back in this game. And guess what? They didn't. Nothing to show
thought
after
they had
that.
a chance before first pitch.
I didn't really either. Yeah, I thought Black pitched pretty well, and that was. But how excited can we get about new guys starting and having decent outings when they get no production behind them?
Yeah, look, there's really not a lot of places to go either. Wade's about the only guy you feel good about. I feel pretty decent that Jung-Hoo Lee is going to put together a decent at bat and hit the ball somewhere. If somebody's on base, like he would be a guy. Wade is another guy. Other than that,
Flores, like a Flores,
maybe a little bit. Maybe I was going to say him he, to a lesser extent.
He had a double today, and I feel good. Like I'm confident in him and his approach as a hitter, and I know he can be dangerous. But he's not he's one of the best pro hitters on the team. They would say he's a professional hitter, but I'm with you in that. I don't think he's striking fear into the opposition.
Yeah, but maybe that's it. And I'll tell you what, this is not a great sign for the Giants offense.
No.
Because if I had to rank them, I would say if there's a guy that needed to be driven in, okay, who would be your top guys? Wade would be one. Wade would be one.
What do you mean driven in? Like guys who are getting on base?
Like if I need a guy at second or third and I need him to get plated, Wade's a guy I want to bat. Like he's the guy I want to bat like in a situation where there's actually guys on base and I feel like they could be driven in. Second would be Lee. Third would be Flores. Fourth would be Ahmed. He'd be the fourth guy. Like, I don't know. There's like nobody on this team that I feel good about when they step up to the plate if somebody's in scoring position. And look, we're like a quarter of the way through the season now, and there's nothing you can do about it either. It really isn't. Soler is going to be here, Chapman's going to be here, and I hate always having to bring up those two guys, but I'm sorry. Those are the guys they got in free agency. Those are the guys they paid. And those are the guys that have to produce at some point. They just have to. It's not like you're going to move off Chapman or move off Soler. You're not. Those guys are going to play. And I know Soler's injured right now, but those two guys have to be able to produce. Conforto's another guy that I wouldn't feel terrible about in a situation, but, it's just your best two hitters are probably your top two. in the order, and it's not even like Lee's hitting that well. His numbers aren't very good at all, but at least you watch him and you feel like, okay, he's hitting the ball decently. It doesn't matter to me anymore. Like, yeah, he's had a lot of it should be hit. Who cares anymore? It's like, did you get a hit? Did you not get a hit? Okay, you on
yeah, but
base,
what's his expected batting average? That's like,
but his ex-WOBA.
No.
They actually had in Philly, I noticed that out in right field, they had ex-WOBA like as a stat. And I'm like, how many people don't even know what ex-WOBA is? Like, we're just getting around. Like, everybody gets kind of getting OPS and OPS plus, and they get ex-WOBA.
It's expected on-base average or whatever.
Yeah,
what does that mean?
Like 2 people out there like, oh, yeah, I know what the ex-WOBA is. Yeah, that's a big...
You know
and then somebody does, or sitting next to you at the park, you're like, shut up. Yeah, give me a beer.
Beat it, nerd.
I don't need your ex-WOBA explanation.
I need a hit is what I need. I need a real batting average, not an expected batting average. How about that?
Exactly. I don't need hypotheticals. I need a guy on first. Like Will Clark said, when somebody asked him what his exit velocity was at camp one time, when he was teaching the youngsters, he said, well, if I got to first base, took a right turn, it wasn't very good. If I got to first base and stayed there, went further, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
So that's basically where we're at right now. Like, I don't care about any of these ancillary stats that, like, well, they should be scoring. They would be scoring. I mean, I don't care about Pythagoras right now, okay? Nobody cares. Did you get it done? Or did you not get it done? And right now, the guys that they're paying to get it done, and I should actually mention Estrada's been putting together some better at-bats too, but I'm even tired of saying that. Like, oh, it's a good at-bat, good approach, good. I don't care. Are you scoring or are you not scoring? 40-16 on the road trip so far suggests you're not scoring a whole lot. That's like a little over 2 runs a game on the road trip. So, again, I'm not even sure. It's not like, oh, they can do this, they should do this, they should do this, they should do that. Hell, they've been trying to swing at pitches early this week. Like, we talked about that last week. Bags talked about it a little bit, and they were talking about, even we had some texters saying, that's one thing I want to see. I want to see them stop taking pitches down the middle early, start swinging early. They were swinging early. It still didn't help. It still didn't score. Like, hey, they're swinging early. Great, they're still missing. So at some point, the guys that are getting paid to deliver have to deliver. You can't just, it's not like, okay, let's take that. No. Like, you stuck who you're stuck with. And again, no one is going to sit here. I'm not going to sit here and blame Farhan for this. I'm sure plenty of people want to. And they're losing, so it's on his resume. I mean, he's the one that has to answer for it. But to me, the players are the ones. Like, nobody said, man, we don't want Chapman. We don't want Soler. We don't want these guys. Like, everybody wanted these guys. Well, the guys they've signed so far, Soler, again, it's super early. The returns aren't great. Chapman, the returns aren't great offensively. Even defensively, he's made a couple errors recently. The returns on Snell stink. Lee's fine, but it just, the guys you pay have to produce. Sometimes it's just as simple as that. We pay you for what we expect you're going to do. And if you're not doing what you're getting paid to do, well, this is what happens. There you go.
And I think, we've seen this in the past. Remember when Carly Lansford was the hitting coach? And people were upset about how badly and how poorly that offense performed and what happened to Carly Lansford. I mean, we're sitting in a situation, too, where Pat Burrell's in his first year as a hitting coach. This guy hasn't been the hitting instructor at a big league level before. And so we're seeing guys who do have a track record. We also, I think, look at the projections for Matt Chapman and the way his career has trended. And I didn't anticipate he would get off to this slow of a start. What I am getting kind of sick of hearing is like, well, he joined the team late, too. He had a late spring also. Like, this guy's been playing baseball for a long time. And this guy wasn't just like sitting on his couch waiting to get signed. He was working out and getting ready. I know he wasn't facing big league pitching, but to me, that's a pitching issue more than that's a hitter's issue. And right now, they're stringing nothing together. I mean, he had 3 strikeouts today, Chapman, and a lazy pop-up to end it.
Just blew him away, too. Like, Wheeler was like, nah, let's just keep throwing him fastballs and just like, boom, 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 see ya.
Yeah. 415-808-KNBR, 808-5627. The Giants, what was the number for you? 40 to what? 40 to 13?
I think 40 to 16.
40 to 16 is what they've been outscored so far on this road trip. They're 1-6 on the road trip. By the way, you get to go to Colorado. Get to go to Colorado. That'll be an easy one. And then come on home to play the Cincinnati Reds and Ellie De La Cruz's electric bat. They're saying this guy might go like 50-50 this year. You see that? stealing
Somebody
bags
said
and
he
hitting
might
bumps.
go 50-90 or something.
That was it. Sorry, 50-90 this year. That was the number I saw. I was
It's
like, are you
like
kidding me?
insane.
I was like, that's bananas, dude. By the way, he'll be in town on Friday to see your San Francisco
Hey,
Giants.
he's fun to watch.
Yeah, he'll be fun hitting balls into Triples Alley. That'll be a blast. And then the Dodgers come to town, who just dismantled the Atlanta Braves this weekend. Things are not looking good for the Giants. Let's go out to the phone lines. Ben is in San Francisco. Ben, what's going on, man? Giants 1-6 on the roadie. You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, thanks for taking my call. So, number one, I just heard Tom say he doesn't want to blame Farhan. I remember the day that Gabe Kapler was fired, and I was driving around. I had to pull off the road because I think Tom was sticking up for Farhan. I was like, why didn't they just fire Farhan when they fired Gabe Kapler, right? I mean, Gabe Kapler, he's not a great manager, but he's no better or worse than Bob Melvin. This disaster is due to Farhan. I want to pull it back to this guy, Mitch White, right? He's just a footnote. Nobody cares about him. We won't remember him in 5 years. Why yo-yo this guy up and down all the way around? He's a scrap heap guy, and then you release him a week later. It doesn't make any sense. I don't think any of these moves make sense.
Okay, that move's a little bit different. The Mitch White one, they traded for him, acquired him. They didn't expect to lose two catchers on the East Coast on the longest road trip of the year, and needed a roster spot to bring up a catcher. Like, they had to do it. So they didn't know. And then they had to make another 40-man roster spot available today for Mason Black to come up, and so they got rid of Dalton Jeffries. They had to DFA him. I don't think this was a yo-yo intentional, and had Mitch White been thrown a little bit better from the time he got here, I can't imagine they would have made this move, but they got desperate. They needed a catcher. I don't know what else they were going to do. They had to create a spot.
Okay.
That's that one. But and going back to last year, now Farhan was the one who fired Gabe. That was his call. We still got you? Ben, you there?
Yeah, no, okay. So that's what big question in the room. Okay, let's just assume this time's running out.
Okay.
The Mets last year, huge offseason. To their credit, they recognized it was a disaster. They hit the reset button, and they got some young kids back at the trade deadline. Does this Giants ownership group have the cojones to tell the fan base that that's what needs to happen? Get rid of these bums and get an outfielder back, for goodness sakes. A 24-year-old outfielder. Is that too much to ask, who can hit 280 and 20 bombs a year? Can they trade it? Like, Snell's got to have some value. And maybe Chapman does too. They got to reset this thing.
Well, I tell you what. Let me ask you this, Ben.
Okay.
Ben, you still there?
No, Ben's gone. Tim Duncan. Sorry about that.
I was going to ask Ben. You want to trade Logan Webb?
No, not particularly.
Well, I mean, if you want to get back premium prospects, there you go.
That's what it's going to cost.
I mean, there you go. I mean, if you want to get back like a 24-year-old outfielder who could be a stud, you're going to have to give up something of probably pretty extreme value. And right now, Logan Webb would get you something. There is no doubt about it. He would get you a big haul. Guess
he's
what?
controllable, too. You have him under contract at a good contract.
Guess who else would get you something? So, I mean, you're thinking about all the guys that are like low stocks right now. I mean, these stocks, you can't sell stocks low and expect to get a premium return for them. But I'll give you somebody else. If anybody else has an idea, if they want to trade somebody and just get younger, I'm not saying it's the worst idea,
Kyle
but
Harrison?
I wouldn't do it. But you could trade, there's three guys. There is Kyle Harrison. You could trade him.
Yep.
You could trade Logan Webb. You could trade Bailey. I guarantee you there are teams out there that would give you a premium return for those three guys. You would absolutely get what you wanted for that. Now, do you want to make that trade? Now, you mentioned cojones. Do you have the cojones to make those trades where you just say, you know what, we're not very good. These are our best assets. Let's go ahead and fish those guys and see what we get in return. Because that's what you're looking at. I mean, you can't do this. This is something we do in every single sport. We want to get rid of things that we don't want and expect other teams to want them and give us stuff that we do want. It doesn't work that way. I mean, you can't just give up garbage and get gold back. That doesn't work.
Look at the teams that have made these big trades, like the Padres, who've acquired big-time talent in the last couple of years, and they open up their books and say, which of our top prospects do you want? And they develop that talent. But to your point, Brian Sabian had those cojones. Brian Sabian was willing to say, Tim Alderson's one of the top pitching prospects in our system, and we will move him for an injured second baseman a year before we need him in Freddie Sanchez. And it worked out. He did the same with Zach Wheeler. People don't like it, but they didn't have Buster Posey. They don't like it, and I loved the move. I said, get me Carlos Beltran. Let's try to win another title like the Giants did in 2010. That's having stones to go out and say, hey, we got to make a move. We got to get rid of some of these pieces in order to continue to compete. But you have to weigh what the the cost benefit is going to be for you. Are you going to be able to give up Patrick Bailey after not having a catcher for a couple of years and find success, or do you say that's more valuable for us with this young pitching staff?
Well, remember what he gave up for Przinsky?
He gave up Boof Bonser, Francisco Liriano, and he gave up what's his name?
Nathan.
Joe
Did
Nathan
go there too.
Joe Nathan. They needed a closer.
You gave up probably what? Joe Nathan probably made what? 3, 4, 5 All-Star games?
Yeah, probably.
Like he was one of the best closers in the game.
Games, yeah.
Liriano was one of the best starters in the game. Him and Santana were an incredible 1-2 punch. He was incredible. So he knew he had to give up something, and he got some. Didn't work out. I mean, extreme didn't work out at all. But he thought, okay, we need a catcher. Brzezinski can hit, left-handed bat. Got to give up something, so we got to give up. I mean, you have to give up something.
Yeah, he didn't anticipate he was going to show up and win his arbitration case. That was a tough deal. He went from like $2 million to like $9 million in like an offseason. They're like, whoa, that's a different deal than we thought we were getting. Phone lines are full.
But the point still stands.
Yeah.
I mean, the point stands. If you want to blow it up, you want to get an outfielder, you want to get younger, you start. Well, then, and I'm talking about giving up young guys too. I mean, because that's what you have young guys that are controllable. But as far as like veterans, I mean, you're not, especially now. Like, let's see, Snell's terrible. Let's trade him and get something good in return.
Well, you can't. You're not going to be able. Anybody with an opt-out that doesn't play. We're going to continue this conversation.
Exactly.
Anybody with an opt-out like that, that's not going to play. You're not going to trade $30+ million with an opt-out to get some big-time player in return. The phone lines are full right now. See you, Dan, Brad, Phil, Rick, Aaron, Mort, everybody hanging on the line. 808 KNBR.
Back. I love Mort.
And Mert too.
And Mert?
Yeah. Giants fans, how desperate? No, Milt hasn't called in yet. Milt may. How desperate are you, Giants fans? Dude, get out of my ear, Derek. How desperate are you, Giants fans? At 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. He said Mordecai. Shut up, dude. 808 KNBR is the number to call.
Mordecai Brown? 6 fingers?
Yeah, fingers. 3 fingers, by the way.
Was it 3?
And it's Alphonseca who had the 6.
Alphonseca.
You guys are going to blow my head up right now. Tolbert and Coast with you. 808 KNBR. How desperate are we feeling, Giants fans, on these sports leader?
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Redwood City's sports leader.
The Phillies completed their 4-game sweep of the Giants in today's 6-1 victory. Did the series make you question how good this team can really be? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
There's Tolbert and Copes, or Tom Tolbert and Adam Copeland if you want to be formal about it. Got Google Nest? If so, listen to the sports leader at home. This is KNBR 104.5 and 680.
We got to clean it up. We got to play better. So, we left home. What were we, one game under 500? We weren't playing very well. I thought that might be a pretty good place for us, being that we hadn't played well. And now we're playing terribly. So we have to clean it up.
Well said by Giants manager Bob Melvin. We're playing bad. We got to clean it up. I was like, that's pretty cut and dry. I mean, at some point in baseball season, at some point, you don't really have much more you can say, right? I mean, I know it's early in the year, but there's not much to say other than we're not hitting when we need to be hitting. And teams are outperforming us consistently, power-wise. And, again, 3-run homers just break your back, man. Feel like you may get out of an inning. You might get a double play. You might get out of there and a 3-run homer. I'd kill for a Giants 3-run bomb, dude. Once Jorge Soler going to hit us a 3-run tank. That's what we need. 808 KNBR. We're talking about where can they go? People on the text line and the YouTube chat have already checked in, frustrated with Farhan. Somebody,
and now we're playing terribly.
One of our guys, Ernie, who checks it frequently, he said, Farhan, he's never pressed on anything. I said, well, what should we press him on? What should he be pressed on? And they go, well, there's a reason those guys were hanging around late in the offseason, but none of those moves were bad moves. And if you didn't want Chapman, okay. If you thought J.D. Davis was the guy, fine. I know he's performing well, and that's always the worst thing that could happen is you make a move for somebody, you get rid of somebody else, and then that player performs and the guy you got does not. But none of these deals are backbreaking for the Giants. And someone else on here said they're acting like little bees. They need to spend that money. They spent as much, if not more, than anybody but the Dodgers this offseason, committed money-wise. They gave the largest free agent contract they'd ever given out to an offensive player in Jung-Hoo Lee, and they added to the positions that they needed to fill, specifically pitching. It's just not performing. Dan is in Santa Rosa. Dan, you're on the Sports Leader. What's going on, man?
Taking my call. I appreciate it. Listen, Mason Black was really good today, and I think he got Harper out twice, but he was set up to fail, and this is the short-sightedness of the Giants front office in play. And great that he was in front of his home crowd, but all the more added pressure. They fly a kid across country to pitch in front of his home crowd with a depleted bullpen in a hitter's park against the hottest team in the National League hitting. And what are you doing?
That's the big leagues, though, Dan. I mean, he's got to do it. He's got to do it sometime. Well, he's got to do it at some point.
It was also a week ago where you might have seen a better setup. I'm just talking about short-sightedness. I get it. You're right. But for this particular situation, that was desperation. You're asking if Giants fans are desperate? I'm not. I think Farhan is.
Well, I appreciate the call, Dan. Mason, he told us last Thursday or Friday, whenever we had him on, he said Mason Black was potentially in line, and he'd been throwing the ball really well. The general consensus was what took them so long to call him Mason Black? Why were they going with spot starters in these spots when you had a guy who was throwing well down there? So, Tim Lincecum made his Major League debut 17 years ago today. I was there. Was it 17 years ago? Is that right? 2000, I guess, 2007, right? Is that what it was? 07? May 6, 07. Anyway, he throws five innings on Sunday Night Baseball against the Phillies, who were the defending world champions. This is the major leagues. That's what happens. You're going to play on the big stage. You're going to get flown across country. Nobody's crying about Reeds having to fly across country to catch a ball game, right? That's just what happens. It's how the big leagues work.
Here's the only pushback I would have against Farhan and the Giants is that I think instead of babying these guys in the minors, they got to push them a little bit more. Instead of the 50 pitches and the 70 pitches and the just to make sure they're healthy, I think they got to start because the third time he faced Harper today. I think God, who was I listening to? Who was doing the? Dang it! Why can't I remember his name on the Giants postgame show?
Alex Pavlovic and Ron Lotus?
Pavs. Yeah, Pavlovich. It had a stat where he said the last start he threw 70 pitches, and I think that's the most he'd thrown, and that's when he threw four scoreless innings. I think he had one hit maybe, and he said he threw 70 pitches. He said the 74th pitch was the one that Harper hit out, and that was further than he had gone. And the reason he had to do that was because the bullpen was depleted, and you don't want to deplete it any further heading into Denver. I just think going back to Kyle Harrison last year, where it's a pitch count, and instead of pushing these guys maybe a little bit more, so they're ready when they come up to give you 75, 80, 85 pitches, because these are more stressful pitches than he's facing down in the minor leagues. Now, I'm going to have to go back and look at that and just see the progression they have, these guys, but it just seems like they're being pretty careful with the young pitching down in the minors. So when they come up, they're not ready to
situationally to grind through a certain. I mean, Bryce Harper's clearly making the adjustment.
Exactly.
He's got a book on you now, but he doesn't know what it's like to face a guy.
But I'm with you on that, and that's the only thing I would say is that maybe they need to push him a little bit further in the minors. But I'm with you. Hey. You're a pro ball player, man. When they need you, they need you. That's what the minor leagues are there for. They call you, you go, and that's just it. Was it perfect? No, it wasn't perfect. That is not where you want to make your major league debut, going against that lineup. But he went against that lineup and it looked really good doing it until he didn't. And I don't know if he ran out of gas a little bit. I'm not sure how much 4 pitches make. Again, I'm sure those pitches were a lot more stressful than the ones he was throwing down in the minors. But when your number is called, and I'm sure he was happy to get there. And I agree. He pitched really well. The box score isn't going to be indicative of how well he pitched. But again, I'll be honest, I'm just watching it. I don't care anymore. Did you get it done?
Yeah.
Yes or no? I don't care what your WOBA is. I don't care what your ground ball rate is. I don't care where your hard hit contact is. I don't care. Did you get it done? Did you score? Did you not score? Did you win? Did you not win? That's kind of where I'm at right now.
In the win column.
Yeah.
And the Giants,
I just don't care anymore about all
column.
it looks worse than it was. Who cares? Guess what? That goes in the L column. Period.
Yeah.
That's really bottom line it. That's I just, again, and I know it's boring, and I know people want to blame Farhan because people don't like Farhan. That's fine. He certainly has things to answer for. There's no doubt about it. And as far as pressing him, I don't know what he's to do at this point. I mean, you get these guys, and they
maybe a little aggressiveness on like an Elliot Ramos situation or an Austin.
Maybe
you maybe need something to shake
it up. But I mean, he signed these guys.
Sure.
Nobody was upset with that.
Right.
And I was cool with the way this lineup looked, with the way this rotation looked, and when you give up all this money, what are you really getting for it? I mean, you've got some. I mean, I think we all think Lee is going to at the end of the year is going to have some pretty good numbers. But right now, he's not. So he's not. I don't care how hard he's hitting the ball. He just hasn't been great. That's what the numbers tell you. Chapman has been terrible offensively. Soler has been not terrible, but not good when he's needed to be
clutch,
good.
No.
And Snell has been beyond awful. And I don't care that they didn't have the spring. Dude, you getting it done, you're not getting it done. And as far as Chapman's concerned, it hurt him so bad that it hurt him so bad signing him late that he had like 2 home runs in his second game with the Giants. And he's been doing this a long, long time. And I'm sure he can't figure it out right now what the hell's going on. But that excuse, that one's gone. We're like 40 games into the season now. I don't want to hear about spring training or not spring training, okay? So either the guys you signed get it done or they don't get it done. They're not getting it done. Period.
Some people here on the phone lines, I can see full phone lines, and we will get more of your calls here at 808 KNBR. People are blaming the coaching staff. Some people are blaming Farhan. Some people are already throwing out trades. We will get to all of that. Where are you with the Giants' desperation right now? Does something more urgent need to be done here on May the 6th as they head into Colorado for a, a 3-game set in Colorado before they come on home to take on the Reds, the Dodgers, and the Rockies yet again? 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. Andy Baggerly joins us in an hour at 5:30, but more of your calls coming up next after I tell you how you can win tickets. Ready for this, Tom? Tickets to go see Megadeth with Mudvayne. Megadeth and Mudvayne. August 10th, 2024 at the Toyota Pavilion at Concord. Tune in all week long between now and 6 o'clock. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio at 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win Megadeth tickets furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at KNBR.com. What's the cue to call?
There it is.
You take 'em all the man and put 'em in
Symphony of Destruction.
You better listen up for that, because you hear that again. You be caller 10, 415-896-KNBR. You're going to see Megadeth. Nick, Brad, Phil, Rick, Milt, Mordecai. You're all up next on the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Giants fall 6-1 to the Philadelphia Phillies. They are 1-6 on the current road trip, and they are not good, folks. Let's go back out to the phone lines at 808 KNBR. Let's go to Brad. Brad is in Santa Cruz. Brad, what's going on, man? What's your take on the Giants, and how desperate are you? How desperate should they be?
Well, thank you for taking my call. I'm not too freaked out right now because this is the longest road trip and we have our catcher woes. Offensively, they are in serious trouble where I would love to see them actually make significant moves. Austin Slater absolutely sucks right now. And I would love to see them bring up Elliot Ramos as well as maybe let Fitzgerald go back down and bring up another outfielder in his place. We have Matos. We haven't seen him really play much, only except for four at-bats, I believe it was. And then on top of that, make a trade. We saw San Diego make that awesome blockbuster trade for that shortstop, I believe it was. And then I think we could probably score on Bo Bichette right now. I think if we send a few prospects and maybe one of our top guys, we can get Bo Bichette. He's not batting good right now, but he is a career 294 hitter. And he could actually change the aspect of our game and give us a little more depth at shortstop. We don't have very much depth. We have one player. We need a little bit more. So, in my opinion, those are the kind of moves I want to see them make.
Appreciate the call, Brad. The idea of bringing guys up is something that I think is the easy one, right? That's one that you can do. It's in-house already. It doesn't cost you anything except potentially a roster spot. Or like he's saying, you have a guy like Tyler Fitzgerald who gives you versatility and he plays a lot when you can slide him in the infield, but you're losing a lot defensively, it seems like, with that guy. He's the jack of all, master of none. I know he's athletic and his speed is nice out there and you can play him in a bunch of positions, but he's not Ben Zobrist.
No.
I mean, he's not helping in that regard. When it comes to a guy like Elliot Ramos and Marco Luciano, so Elliot Ramos, we talked about him last week. He's batting average back up. He's at 295, a 951 OPS. He's got 21 ribs, 8 homers in 29 games and 129 plate appearances, 36 Ks to 14 walks. He continues the consistency through this weekend. Hit another bomb, I think, last week, Farhan told us as well. On Friday. So that's the guy in-house where if you're looking for a spark and somebody who's been in the system who we've kind of been waiting for, maybe this is somebody you bring up that can ignite this offense. Phil is in Sacramento. Phil, you're on the Sports Leader. Where are you with this Giants team?
I guess, I see no need for a fire sale. And, I like the last caller's idea of Bo Bichette. That sounds great. But where's our identity? Where's the excitement? I don't think these guys are having fun in the clubhouse. And I know they're grown men. They get paid a lot. They should be coming to play ball day in, day out. But like last night, Reese hits a bomb in the top of the ninth to bring us within one. That dugout was dead. There was nothing. The only smile I saw was from Conforto. Like, that was a big deal for this young man. And, in 10, 12, 14, all those years, we had a team. They all had their own handshakes. There was chemistry. There was an identity. Our identity right now is like Belt walking off at that sulking strikeout look on his face. That's our identity. We got to change that. And, I don't know how, but these guys got to get back to having fun. Do something.
I'll tell you how. I'll tell you how. You win. Nobody's going to be laughing and yucking it up when you're losing. 10, 12, and 14, they won. It's easy. Trust me, it's easy to have fun and do your goofy handshakes when you're winning. When you're losing, it's not that easy. And, they probably, under normal circumstances, under better circumstances, they would have been pumped to see that kid hit his first home run last night. Pumped. But, when you're getting your ass kicked, it's just hard. It is. It is no fun. Baseball's got to be the worst sport to play when things are going poorly because there is no time to collect your thoughts and say, okay, let me take a day or two off here. Let me get away. You can't get away from baseball. Baseball just keeps coming at you. You suck. Guess what? Time to strap it on. Uh-oh, we sucked again. Time to straight. Let's go. Got another game tomorrow. So it's hard. It's got to be the hardest. I'll tell you how they win. How do they win? By hitting. I mean, it's that simple. They just have to start hitting. And until they hit, guys are going to be in their own heads and guys are going to be when you're out there, you want to be there. You want to be for everybody. You want to smile, high five, have fun. We're playing a kid's game. But you're going out there and when you stink in front of like 30, 40,000 like nightly, it wears on you. It's no fun driving home. It's no fun getting on that bus, going back to the hotel. You're eating dinner, and that's all you're thinking about is that caller you took that day. And it's rough. I mean, maybe what they need to do is fly to Denver tonight and just go to a bar if they can get there early enough and just all get tanked for the night. and hang out together.
Coors Light, Rocky Mountain Drunk is what they're going to get tonight.
Just do whatever, man. Just like hey, be a team leader. Look, this is not optional. We're all going to the bar tonight. We're going to hang out.
Maybe you got to flip the mindset. Colorado's the elixir, dude. This is where the bats get hot before they come on home.
And let's go. Yeah,
let's do that.
We got to turn this thing around. So I get what you're saying, but when you mention 10, 12, again, it is really easy to have a great. Remember the Warriors bench? How they used to go crazy all the time and jump up, and just like other teams are like, sit down. That's enough of you guys. You don't see the bench doing that as much anymore. It's harder to do. I mean, they still try, but when you're losing, it's not as natural. It's not as much fun because, again, it's hard to do when you're losing. It's hard to do when you go out there and you're 0 for 5 and your minutes are getting cut. It's like baseball. It's like, again, 0 for 4. Get back at it tomorrow. Like, they just don't have time. Chapman's brutal right now. Don't care. You're playing third base tomorrow. Figure it out. Go get after it. And it's just when they need to hit. I mean, that's as simple as I could say it. They got to hit. When they start scoring runs, they'll start winning some games, and you'll see some energy, and they'll start feeling it. It's just really, really hard. That's one of my biggest pet peeves when people say, well, just go out there and have fun. When you suck, it's no fun. Like, I look like an idiot when I'm out there. Like, let's say I'm playing hoops. Team has lost 5 in a row. I'm shooting 25%, turning the ball over. Get out there. First shot I take, I'm missing. Should I run back with a big smile on my face, like high five, and like, hey, let's go, let's get going? It looks dumb, and it's so hard to do because you want to perform so well. This is your job, this is your livelihood, and again, if you were doing it in front of 100 people, it would still hurt, but it hurts way worse when there's 30,000 people out there, and you just continue to just grind through the mud.
Yeah.
So once they start hitting, they will. I have full confidence that they will. I do. I don't expect a lot from Chapman, but he's better than this. Like, he is a 6-hole hitter. They have him in the right spot right now.
For a 700 plus OPS guy. I mean, 780 or something, like 770.
He's probably on a really good team, probably your 5th best hitter.
Yeah. Like,
you just need him for his glove, and he can provide some pop down in the order, driving a few runs here and there. Soler is better than this. He's a middle of the order bat.
They didn't anticipate everybody would be this flat for this long to start the year.
Again, you got to start hitting.
Right.
And then when you start hitting, the next guy in the order doesn't feel like he has to get it done. I guarantee you everyone in this order up and down is like, oh, I got to get it done. Because if I got to get it
pressing.
done,
the
next guy's not getting it done. And then the next guy's not getting it done. And maybe you go out of your zone just a little bit because you realize, oh, I got to get this guy home. I got to get this guy over. I got to do this because this guy's not getting. And then the next guy feels the same way you do. So it's just it's as simple.
It's contagious.
It sounds dumb, but it's simple.
Yeah.
You got to hit. When you hit, you win, you have fun. And then we'll see this whole thing rolling. But it's never as good as it might seem. It's never as bad as it might seem. And right now, it seems bad. They look bad. I said they stink. They do right now. I do not expect it to continue down this road. I just don't. I think the coaching staff, Melvin's too good. They have good enough players to compete on this team. They'll hit their stride at some point. You just hope you don't want to lose too much touch with the rest of like the wild card teams that are going to be jockeying for those positions. So you find yourself in like a hole where you're down 7 games or something like that come July. So they'll get it going at some point. I do have confidence in that. But until that point, you might not see him throwing confetti and being Rip Taylor in the dugout.
808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. One of our texters here checked in a minute ago. It was a Pine Needle said on the team not having fun. He said Cassius Marsh was mic'd up. He should have sounded like he was having fun. I said Cassius, Brandon Marsh, right? I said Cassius Marsh. Dude, the former linebacker. Is that where I was going? Whoa, that was weird. That was a weird pass. Whoa,
wow.
Whoa. I don't know. Blast from the past. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Rick
I wonder
is in
why
Hayward.
he was having fun.
Yeah, right. Rick is in Hayward. Rick, you're on the Sports Center. What's up, man?
I didn't think I'd be on right now, but I'm ready. Hey, Tommy, that last caller made me laugh when he said you got to whoop it up in the dugout and stuff like that, because I remember you played for the Clippers and you have a perfect situation of how it feels to lose.
We weren't whooping it up. Thanks for bringing that back, though. Appreciate the memory.
Yeah, in front of. Sorry about that, man. I didn't mean to do that.
No, you're not, dude. Yeah, you did. Yes, you did. It's exactly what you meant to do.
Well, I went to a few games that year he was playing at the sports arena, me and 600 other people.
Yeah.
He's taking more shots.
Lively
dude.
crowd.
More
Lively
shots.
crowd.
Yeah, us lively crowd. The reason I called was about the hitting and the pitching, but one of your first callers of the day brought up all these great trades the Giants could make and trading away players for, let's say, the Carlos Beltran one that you mentioned, Copes, which was Wheeler for Beltran for 44 games. Yeah, that ain't gonna work. Let me tell you, I'm a season ticket holder for the Sharks right now, and turning this team around, like you guys said, where you trade off guys like, I'll just give you Hurdles, the Myers, guys like that. It just totally put the fan base at what is Mike Greer doing? What is going on here? If the Giants go out and they trade Webb, if they trade Bailey, if they trade Tyro Estrada, those are young players down in the minor leagues for prospects. You think it's bad now for Zaidi and Pachulia? It's going to be string them up. You're going to see ropes at the ballpark. That's how bad it would be.
Thanks for the call, Rick. I appreciate the call. We don't need that.
Strings, but,
also, Zaza Pachulia is not the GM.
Yeah, here just throw him in the mix.
Pete Patella.
Pachulia catches
he's like,
stray.
Zaidi and Pachulia, dude. I was like, whoa, Zaza.
God. But I would say, yeah, Zaza's going, no me. You're not going to trade your young guy. Look, they're not trading young guys for prospects anyway because they are prospects. Right. They're not going to trade prospects for prospects. So when I mentioned Bailey and I mentioned Harris, like those guys aren't going anywhere. I mean, those basically are prospects, so they're not leaving. But what you are talking, like Logan Webb is the one. Logan Webb's the one. Like if you want a haul, that's what you could get a haul for. You could probably get one, if not two, top 20 prospects in someone's organization for him. Now you're talking about the leader of your team going, not just your best pitcher, the leader of your team. So, and look, the Sharks were in a different situation because they were not good with those players. They decided, well, let's go ahead and trade them, see if maybe we could it gets so bad that we can get a good pick. On a side note, the head of athletic performance or whatever they call, like the head trainer, those kind of guys, I'm not sure what they call them anymore, but Rick Celebrini for the Warriors. He's like the head guy there, the medical group. Not medical group. He's not a doctor, I don't think, but he's a performance guy. But he's a head guy. His kid is the projected number 1 overall pick in the NHL draft this year. And the Sharks may indeed have the number 1. They might have the number 1 draft pick, which would be pretty wild. You're working for the Warriors and your kid gets drafted number 1 overall by the Sharks. That'd be pretty sweet. Just to kind of throw that in there.
By the way, shout out Phil who went to games with 600 people at the LA Sports Arena and 600 people down at the Tank. How about that,
dude? People used to sneeze at the Sports Arena. We'd say, "Bless you."
Yeah, like hear them in the stands. 808 KNBR is the number to call. 415-808-5627. I already see some people here saying it's Bob Melvin's fault. And one guy says,
What?
One guy says, blow this up. We will get to more of your calls and your thoughts.
To it.
Giants are 1-6 on the roadie. That's next on the Sports Leader.
Bob Melvin's fault.
You think it's bad now for Zaidi and Pachulia?
I'm good, guys. I missed you.
according to Shams Charania, there is mutual interest between the Orlando Magicians and Klay Thompson. How much of a bidding war will there be for Klay this summer? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house a little bit different, but you might have this in common. One spot in your house doesn't get the quality Wi-Fi that everyone else gets. Be that a attic, basement, if you have one, even a back bedroom. Maybe a bedroom on the second floor in the corner doesn't get the Wi-Fi everyone else does. That's unacceptable. This is America. Everyone deserves great Wi-Fi. And if you're in the same house, you can't have different Wi-Fis for different rooms. That isn't going to work. If you had wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you wouldn't have to worry about it. Because no matter what you're doing, whether you're streaming, you're gaming, you're going to school, maybe you're at work, everyone gets the same Wi-Fi connection and everyone gets the same speed. And that's all you want. It's very democratic. Everyone gets the same speed. No one's complaining. The gamer's not going, oh, I got killed because of, who cares anyway? But you get my drift. And it doesn't matter what device you're on, laptop, phone, tablet, or the TV. Everyone gets speed and reliability. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for reliable connection throughout your home now through June 21st. New customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love speed, you love reliability, and you love the same speed and reliability throughout your home? You will love Xfinity.
KNBR at your pad on your Apple HomePod. Tolbert and Copes now continue on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Get into more of your thoughts after the Giants. What do you say? I don't want to say they completed a 4-game sweep. They completed being swept in 4 games by the Philadelphia Phillies, 1-6 to start this road trip. They've just been getting their asses kicked, man. Cannot hit. All the pitching in the world's not helping. And people have different ideas about where to go with this roster or with this team.
We suck again.
Let's go out to Chris in San Jose. Chris in San Jose, you're on the sports leader. You're not liking what you're seeing, huh?
No, thanks for taking the call, guys. I'm definitely not liking what I'm seeing. I think you got to blow it up. I think you got to bring up the young kids, get them at bats. Matos and Ramos definitely got to come up. I think you make a move to probably send Yastrzemski to the Red Sox, DFA Slater, and start making some room. I know Blake Snell's on a 1-year deal. Let him go. I think Chapman's on a 1-year deal too, right?
By the looks of it, Snell's coming back at this point, my man. I think it's a player option.
Yeah,
I think he'll be opted into that 33 or whatever it is. So Chapman, I think, has an opt-out after the first, but he has like 2 more years on it after this. Blake Snell and Matt Chapman are not guys I think you'd do anything with unless they were sort of out of it and somebody came calling and was willing to give you something for it, because these guys could both opt in and stick around. I like being nice to Yastrzemski and sending him to Boston. That's kind of a funny angle there. I'm looking at Luis Matos' numbers right now in Sacramento. He's hitting 212 with a 648 OPS. He's playing every day. I don't think you bring that guy up. I don't think that's when this guy's ready. I know he was a help defensively, and I appreciate the call, Chris, last year, but I just don't think that's the move. Elliot Ramos is the guy right now. Marco Luciano's hitting a little bit, but you've got Nick Ahmed, who, Tom, you said if you were going to run down the guys you were most confident in the lineup right now, Nick Ahmed might be like 3rd or 4th with Pat Bailey out. Scarecrow, you're on the sports leader, man.
Okay, how you doing, guys?
What's up, dude?
I listened to the game today, and I'm not ready for the lifeboats yet, but I'm getting a little scared of that iceberg up there in front.
Yeah.
Point being, these guys all have track records. They're going to be there somewhere around their numbers, unless they're going to, and we don't have a plan B. So these are the guys we got, and we're going to have to sit there and gnash our teeth and just hope that they come around. And they can't be this bad for that long. They're going to get better.
Know, right?
They're going to get better. And it's just painful watching right now.
It is. I mean, no, you are absolutely right. And they don't have a plan B. Most teams don't. I mean, there's really not a lot of great options when you go out and spend as much as they spent in free agency. The guys you spend on have to perform. They just do. And so far they haven't. And look, you're not going to the previous guy, you're not blowing it up. Let's see, we got the worst of Blake Snell. Let's get rid of him now. Let's just blow it up. You were awful. And we're just going to, no. They're like 3 games out of a wild card. There's 6 teams in each league no. Okay, again, I know it seems terrible because it has been terrible. This road trip has been brutal, and it's excruciating to watch, right? They're boring. They are not winning. They won 1 game. They've scored 16 runs in 7 games. But you always have to remind yourself, and for fans it's hard, you're not as bad as it seems at any given moment. You're just not that bad. Well, look, unless you're the Angels, and they suck, trust me. I know bad baseball when I see it. They're awful, and they're not getting any better. This I know for a fact. How do I know? Because I look at the roster. I look at this roster and say, look, Chapman's going to be better. Soler's going to be better. I know I said with Lee, I don't really care about hard hits, but hard hits do portend
statistically
a higher average,
right.
And he will be better. And look, Wade probably won't be as good as he's been either. He's probably going to drop down a little bit too because he's been really good. And it's kind of a bummer that what he's done has gone to waste. But thank God he is hitting, because if he wasn't, nobody would be. So, and Conforto's been pretty good though. But you just start to look and you're like, they're not going to be like this for 162 games. Like when Snell comes, Snell cannot. This I can confidently say, Snell will be better. He cannot be any worse. He cannot be any worse than he's been. Just can't be. So this is as bad as they can look. They can't look any worse. You can't look any worse than scoring 16 runs over 7 games while winning 1 game. I mean, they're just getting obliterated right now. So you just a little bit of a deep breath, get the bats going, start clicking a little bit, and start making your way back to 500. They need to get it done in Denver because after Denver, I think the Reds and Dodgers coming up. So you got to start.
Reds, Dodgers, rocks, yeah.
Yeah, you got to start figuring this thing out a little bit because once you get back home, if you're still scuffling, you get slapped around again by those 2 teams. So you don't want to lose touch. You don't want to get to a point where you're like 8 games out of a wild card, and then all of a sudden everybody starts playing well, and you can't get enough traction to catch up. So, to me, I wouldn't say it's early in the season. I mean, it is kind of early, but we're getting to that point now where we can start making a judgment on a team. And this team just, again, I think they will hit better. I think they're going to hit better. The problem is they don't generate a whole bunch of runs. Like, they don't steal bases. They are 29th in the league in stolen bases. And not to say that they were constructed to be able to steal bases, but it's frustrating when you're watching Philly every time they have first and third, still second. Just like, we'll take second.
Yeah, they'll do it.
We're going to take it again. We'll take it again. You're not going to do anything about it. We'll take it again. Like, the Giants just don't have that type of team. Like, if Fitzgerald's not stealing bases, basically nobody's stealing bases. I think they had 13 or something like that.
Remember, they were the last team in baseball to get one. They just don't have that.
So when you're not hitting, you can't
manufacture.
You're not manufacturing any runs, and that does hurt them. That does hurt them. But again, for me, it's just this is get. And then look, Webb hasn't had very good starts on the road trip either. He's been really he was awesome going into this road trip. He just hasn't had it. I think he's had like 19 base runners in this road trip, which is very uncharacteristic of him. So we'll see if they get a little bit right, get the bats going a little bit in
Colorado. Let's go back out to the phone lines here. Will is in Portland, the power of the flamethrower. Will in Portland, you're on the Sports Leader. What's your take on this Giants team?
Adam, Tommy, how you guys doing?
What's up, Will?
Mm-hmm. Good. Couple quick stats why I think the Giants offense sucks.
Oh, you watched it too? Yeah.
Oh, we know.
Yeah.
Well, we know that.
Give me some notes. Yeah, give me some deets.
Yeah. We all know. You guys were talking about it earlier. Got to be more aggressive in the zone, right?
Yep.
Giants are third in first pitch strikes. Seeing first pitch strikes, so they're seeing like the third most. Number of strikes in at bats, they're seeing the third most strikes in at bats, and they're 28th out of 30 at swinging at strikes in the zone. That's the problem. We all know it.
You know that deserves Will. That deserves an
this sucks.
That's what that is. Appreciate the call, Will. Thanks, man. Yeah. I mean, those were notes that just told us what we kind of knew, but he's right. It's that bad. They're 28th in the league in swinging strikes on pitches in the zone. That's tough. So they're getting pitches to hit in the zone. They're not hitting them. I don't like that. Let's go back to Nishi. Nishi is in San Jose. What's up? You're on the Sports Leader, Nishi.
How you doing, man?
What's up, dude?
Glad to be on. Tom, big fan of yours.
What up? Thank you.
I haven't called into this show in a while. I've been calling into Lasky on Sunday nights. But
nice.
So, as we know, the Giants, they suck. But here's my question. Why are Hunter Pence and Dave Fleming sugarcoating everything in the postgame with doing players of the game? And, if you would have listened to the broadcast, you would have thought the Giants had just won 5 games in a row. Instead, they went 1-6. So, we know the Giants aren't a good product, but I'm just tired of the, the constant glazing of the Giants, in the postgame. And, when Farhan Zaidi comes on the air, he's talking about how good the team's doing and how great everything is. And it's like, listen, we saw 3 World Series come through the San Francisco. This is not it. I don't know what we're seeing here, but I don't know, guys. I don't really have the answers for you, but I just know I don't like the sugar coating. That's
well, look, I'll tell you this. Appreciate the phone call. They do that because it's sponsored. When you have sponsored elements, you're getting them in.
You got to do a play of the game. Yeah, you got to do it.
It doesn't matter. You're going to get sponsored elements in, and you try to. And look, I think Dave's as realistic as it gets. But I mean, you don't want to just be such a downer after every single game when it happens. And look, Farhan knows they stink too right now, and he understands. He understands it. And for my money, you guys all know where I stand on this. I've never been a guy that blames the front office or the coaching staff before I point the finger at the players. Period. That's just the way it is for me. You have the ball, you have the bat, you have the glove, you have whatever it is you have, you got to perform. Period. I mean, that's what you're getting paid to do. I know it's tough. I've been there. It's not easy, but that's just the bottom line. Now, some teams are constructed poorly. Some managers and coaches aren't as good as others. We get that. But it seems to me recently everyone wants to point the finger first at the front office or the coaching staff without looking at the players and going, bro, you got to play. I mean, you're brutal right now. You got to get out there and perform. So that's where I'm at right now. I'm way, way, way too early, and I don't even know. I'd have to talk to a baseball guy. But I'm not going to sit here and say it's Bob Melvin. Bob Melvin is a hell of a manager, all right, period. And Bob Melvin came in here and screwed this thing up in 40 games, please. And then with Farhan, everybody was pretty happy with what they signed. Would you have liked to have signed him earlier? Yeah, but if you wanted to sign him 2 months before they did, so they could have gone to spring training, probably would have cost you about $100 million for one and about 120 or 30 for the other one, because you would have had to sign them to long-term deals. They got those type of deals because they waited everybody out, and nobody wanted to pay those deals. But if you wanted to, you could have, and that would have been a really bad move. So I have no problem right now with the construction of the team. Would I like to see more athleticism? Yes, absolutely. I'd love to see some more athleticism, and I'd like to see him run a little bit more. They just don't have that type of team right now. But again, I know I'm being redundant, but I just want to make the point clear because there's a lot of people like, why don't you blame them? Why don't you hold Farhan to task? Why don't you rip the coaching? Because for me, it's the players. And the players are not good right now. And the players have to be better. That's who it's on. That's who it resides upon. When they win, I'm going to give them the credit. Because they're the ones that deserve the credit. They're the ones that are playing. When you lose, I'm sorry. I'm not going to give them credit when they win. And when they lose, start blaming everybody else. No. It's the players. Pitch better. Catch the ball better. Hit better. Period. That's just bottom line. If you keep playing like this, then you are going to bury yourself. But I don't think they will, but we'll see.
Tolbert and Copes with you on a Monday afternoon. We're going to catch up with Andy Baggerly of The Athletic, who covers the Giants, at 5:30. We'll do our weekly conversation with him. Make sure you stay tuned, by the way. We are still giving away those Megadeth tickets. That's right. Yeah, they sound just like that. Megadeth tickets when you hear the cue to call 415-896 KNBR, and the tickets will be yours. I don't know if you got into this last night, Tom. I saw some people putting out video clips of it, and I've seen some of it. It's stuff that I get really into. I never miss a roast. They did the roast of Tom Brady, a 3-hour event last night at the LA Forum as part of the Netflix is a Joke Comedy Festival, and we have a Tom Brady roast-themed sound soiree coming your way next on the Sports Leader.
Menlo Park, shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Menlo Park Sports Leader.
Mike Krukow joined Murph and Marcus this morning and believes the Giants are pressing too much and do not trust each other. Check out that podcast. It's available now, KNBR.com and the KNBR app. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Look, whether you're retired or you're planning on being retired, don't you want to know if you're spending too much on fees or if you're setting yourself up correctly to live that lifestyle that you've always dreamed of? Knowing the rules of retirement, it's like overtime rules when you get to any sport. You got to know them because there's no do-overs, especially when you get to retirement. So if you're looking for a local fiduciary who's been doing this for over 30 years, who can help you with loans, investments, insurance, basically all things money related, there's one guy. It's Greg O'Donnell at the O'Donnell Financial Group. He's been doing it for over 30 years, helping people get peace of mind by planning for retirement. So give him a call, 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300. Or you can find him online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. Don't you owe it to yourself? You've been working hard towards retirement, saving each and every day. We're all trying to get to that lifestyle that we want to set ourselves up for that dream life at the end of our careers. That's where Greg O'Donnell and the O'Donnell Financial Group come in. 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300 or online at o'donnellfinancialgroup.com. O'Donnell Financial, because planning is a process, not a product.
You take 'em all the man and put 'em in control.
Tolbert and Copes continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix, Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER. This is Tolbert and Copes Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
What? Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the Sports Leader.
Tolbert and Copes with you Monday, May 6th, 2024, your Sound Soiree. So we actually, I think this flared up or showed up in like the NBA grab bag maybe a year or so ago when it was announced like Tom Brady.
NBA grab bag!
I think it popped up in the NBA grab bag maybe a year or so ago that a bunch of stuff with Tom Brady. That I think he starts his broadcasting career this year, right? For Fox. I think that's who he's joining. One of the broadcast teams on Fox, right? And they said he was going to take a year off after he retired. Then he signed that deal. He was like still playing when he signed that deal or agreed to that. Also that he was going to do this celebrity roast. And they do these periodically. Comedy Central's done a bunch of them. Now Netflix is rolling a bunch out here where they're starting to do these as part of their Netflix is a Joke comedy festival. So there's some pretty good stuff. I don't know how much of this you've seen. It was a 3-hour event. I have not gone through it all. I've not watched it all, but we'll play some of the clips for you as it's relevant today. So Jeff Ross, the Roastmaster General, one of the all-time great roasters in the history of comedy roasting. I saw him do some live roasting once at Chase Center as part of a Chappelle event. It was pretty funny. He just brought people on stage and just ripped them to shreds. People get upset. They try to bite back. It's like, you can't do it. He's too good. He's too funny. Here's Jeff Ross. He told the only joke of the night that pissed off Tom Brady. Here it is.
And on the first day of training camp, that scrawny rookie famously walked into the owner, Robert Kraft's office and said, "I'm the best decision your organization has ever made." Would you like a massage? I love Robert Kraft. I love him. Okay.
Okay. Don't say that bleep again.
How about that? Tom Brady, that's what he got miffed about, huh?
Yep, that's what he got miffed
Yeah,
about.
I assume, there'd be something about Giselle that would have miffed him, or, no, that was Robert Kraft. That's what got him.
No.
There's a pretty good line in there at one point. Somebody said he's like I think somebody came with the line and said Rob Gronkowski's here. He's his favorite tight end. He's not a murderer.
Kraft, I love it.
We got more here. Drew Bledsoe. Guy lost his job to Tom Brady, another former number 1 overall pick, had a huge contract, a $100 million deal, and then Brady takes over and becomes the greatest QB of all time. Drew Bledsoe at the roast.
Buddy, you have more rings than I do, but I've experienced a couple things that you will never experience. The feeling of being the number 1 overall draft pick in the NFL, and a 28th wedding anniversary. It was yesterday.
That's pretty good. It's pretty good. I like that.
Very solid.
I like that
Very
from Bledsoe.
solid.
It's pretty good. By the way, Eli Manning had put out a tweet I saw this morning. He said, I was going to attend the Tom Brady thing last night, but I don't want to roast him a third time. I was like, nice. Nicely done, Eli. Eli's got some funny comedy chops, dude, as he's retired. How about Julian Edelman, one of Tom Brady's best friends and multiple-time Super Bowl champion with the Patriots? Here's Julian Edelman at the roast.
You remember when you used to yell at us? Look, kids down at Foxborough High can make that play.
He's talking about Belichick.
I've been waiting for this for so long.
Look, Foxborough High is the only job offer you had. Do your job? More like need a job, coach. Everyone always asks me how big Gronk's is. Now, don't get me wrong, it gets the job done. But there was this other Patriots tight end. Now, he was hung.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, there was some good ones in there.
That's insane.
There was some good ones in there.
That's insane from Edelman, dude. I believe it's hanged, by the way. Bill Belichick. How about Bill Belichick?
He had a good one, too.
Yeah, here he is, Bill Belichick at the roast.
People have said that Tom and I have butted heads a lot, and in a way that was true, but not really. It was hard to butt heads with Tom because he was so far up Alex Guerrero's ass. Gronk, I've been watching you on Fox NFL Sunday, and I'm begging you, please, stop doing your job.
It's pretty good.
Well, the whole setup with that was he was telling everybody they associate me with the saying, do your job.
Right.
Just do your job.
Right.
And then he went on to say, I watched Gronk, and I said, stop doing your job.
Stop doing your job, dude, please.
They were killing Gronk.
Yeah.
Gronk, man, he got destroyed. Not nearly as much as Brady, but he got a few in there. I don't know who the podcaster was. I don't know if we have it on there, but that guy probably was the best set, if you want to call it that, roaster of the night. He was really good.
Tommy Heathcliff?
Heathcliff, yeah. He had some really good zingers.
There's always a member of the panel or of the what do they call it? Of the roasters who are who get picked on the most. One of the best ones, I think it's Alec Baldwin's Ann Coulter. I was like, what is she doing there? She's got destroyed for like 3 hours. Hysterical. All right, last one here. Tom Brady at the end of the whole event, the guy who's getting roasted gets to get up and roast the roasters who came at him. Here's what Tom Brady had to say.
Kim Kardashian, thank you so much for being here. I know Kim was terrified to be here tonight. Not because of this, but because her kids are home with their dad.
Remember Deflategate? The NFL spent $20 million and found that it was more probable than not that I was generally aware that someone may have deflated my footballs. You could have just given me the $20 million and I would just told you I did it.
That pissed a lot of people off, dude. People are upset about that today.
That was really good.
I thought that was pretty good. True or not, whether he's working a bit or not, it's hysterical.
I still believe he did it.
Probably, yeah.
I didn't care, but
don't forget they were losing that game by like 3 scores at halftime, and then they find out they fix him, and he comes back and wins in the rain, like it was against the Colts. I think it was Andrew Luck, wasn't it? Came back against in that game, so.
Oh, the Heathcliff line was great when he said, "I'm glad Gronk could join," or "I'm glad Gronk could be here." How did he phrase it? He didn't phrase it that way. It was, something like, "I'm glad Gronk could stop with his." I'm not going to say the joke because I'm going to screw.
You're botching it, dude. Yeah, you're botching it bad.
I'm not going to say it.
Bad.
So it was really good. I'll have to figure it out and find it. But he was really good. One of my favorite lines when he walked up there, he goes, "Nice shoes, Tom. Did you win those in the divorce settlement?"
That's pretty good.
That was a pretty good one, just walking up on stage, and it got better from there.
Could you get roasted? Yeah. Could you handle being roasted?
Yeah, I think I could.
Yeah.
I think I could.
It's supposed to be your buddies. Man, that's the thing. Is a lot of times it's like not people who are your friends, like comedians who are getting up there and stuff. So it's a little bit different sometimes when it's that. But traditionally, it was always like buddies and friends of the person getting roasted.
Yeah, I thought it came off much better than I thought. I mean, it was long.
3 hours.
It was long, and I thought everybody. I was kind of skipping back and forth. I watched most of it. Some people, I don't know them. I'm gonna fast forward. Because I was watching the hockey game as well, so I wanted to get back to that. But the only people that I thought really, well, let me first say I thought Belichick came off great. I thought it was awesome that he showed up, and I think it probably gives people a different idea of like who he is. I mean, he's still Belichick, and I don't think he's going to be the guy dancing on the table at the party. He's just not that type of guy. But knowing that he was going to get roasted, and he got roasted a lot, for him to show up being who he is, I thought that was pretty cool, and I thought he came off looking really, really good. The guy who didn't come off looking quite as good, Ben Affleck. Like what? I don't know if anybody.
Was he a roaster?
Well. Yeah, I mean, you'll have to watch it.
I will watch it, yeah.
So he was at the very end, like, surprise, hey, Ben Affleck's here and stuff. He didn't roast Tom Brady. He roasted whether he was make-believe or not, maybe he wasn't, a guy on Twitter who was a Bills fan. And he just roasted this guy, like, in saying, you don't know how hard it is to be a professional athlete. You don't know what these guys go through, and you're sitting there, you keyboard warrior behind the keyboard. And you're
it was like weird and awkward, and like,
was it awkward? it was like halfway through it, I was like almost putting the pillow up over my head, like, I don't want to watch it. This is like, please, somebody told him to get off stage. It's terrible. And it looked like he had like bad Botox too, so that didn't do him any good. But he made the one thing he said was true. I thought was probably the most true is when he said, "This may end my career." I don't know. I'm not sure if it will or not, but woof. That was, when you go back and watch it, you have to tell me what you think, because most everybody was pretty funny. It was loose, and they were there to roast Tom.
Yeah.
Yes, they roasted Gronk. Yes, they roasted Belichick. And, anybody else who was sitting around, catch some strays here and there. For a dead guy, Aaron Hernandez, a lot of strays.
It's an interesting verbiage by you, by the way.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
but Affleck
Thank you.
Definitely decided to go a different route, and it was not a route he should have taken. Like, he came off as super fanboy, mad that somebody was getting on his boy Tommy on Twitter, and mad at all the keyboard warriors.
If you're going to come at one fan in sports, you got to come at Chiefsaholic. That's who you got to roast.
Yeah,
there's a guy Chiefsaholic who's doing a hard time now for all of his bank robberies en route to his Chiefs road games.
Yeah, when you watch it, you'll understand why I say cringy was the right word for the Ben Affleck appearance, because woof.
Yeah, tough. Give me another celebrity you'd want to see, or another athlete you'd want to see roasted.
Got another athlete I want to see roasted. Steph would be a fun one.
Steph would be a fun one.
But
he's like, I don't know, like, you gotta have a little bit of dirt though. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if there's enough dirt out there on Steph. Like, Tom has Deflategate. He's got divorces. He's got
and they kept it the crypto.
Oh, dude, they'll keep coming at that.
That's what I mean. Steph was part of the crypto.
Yeah, but if that's your big, I mean, that's the thing is Tom. There's a way more stuff, and he's been around for so long, and there's so many characters involved that. Steph, I guess because we like Steph here, that'd be a good one.
Yeah. I'm trying to think who has more dirt.
You could roast Draymond. That'd be a good one.
Oh, my God.
Dude, roasting Day-Day would be hilarious, actually. If we got, like, all the guys in the league who wanted to roast Draymond, there'd be a line down the block, dude, like around the building to get to roast Draymond, dude.
Oh, my
And then get to watch him get up at the end and do it. That'd be fun, too. That'd be fun. See?
Yeah, him and Ethan would be incredible.
Just to lay some wood at the end. Tolbert and Cubs with you on a Monday afternoon. We're going to catch up with Andy Baggerly. Giants 1-6 on the road trip, and they are not hitting. Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic. He will join us when we come on back, only here on the Sports Leader.
Hey everybody, Mr. T here for Xfinity. Everyone's house a little bit different, but you might have this in common. One spot in your house doesn't get the quality Wi-Fi that everyone else gets. Be that a attic, basement, if you have one. Even a back bedroom. Maybe a bedroom on the second floor in the corner. Doesn't get the Wi-Fi everyone else does. That's unacceptable. This is America. Everyone deserves great Wi-Fi. And if you're in the same house, you can't have different Wi-Fi for different rooms. That isn't going to work. If you had wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity, you wouldn't have to worry about it. Because no matter what you're doing, whether you're streaming, you're gaming, you're going to school, maybe you're at work, everyone gets the same Wi-Fi connection and everyone gets the same speed. And that's all you want. That's very democratic. Everyone gets the same speed. No one's complaining. The gamer's not going, I got killed because of, who cares anyway, but you get my drift. And it doesn't matter what device you're on, laptop, phone, tablet, or the TV, everyone gets speed and reliability. That's wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Get wall-to-wall Wi-Fi from Xfinity for reliable connection throughout your home now through June 21st. New customers can get started with gig speed internet for $25 a month for 2 years with no annual contract and free Wi-Fi equipment included when you add unlimited mobile. Go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. You love sports, you love high def, you love speed, you love reliability, and you love the same speed and reliability throughout your home, you will love Xfinity.
From the diamond to the dugout to the clubhouse to the front office, The Athletic's Andrew Baggerly brings his Giants coverage to KNBR. It's Tolbert, Copes, and Extra Bags on the Sports Leader.
We do it every week with Andy Baggerly of The Athletic. Covers the San Francisco Giants. The San Francisco Giants, who are currently 1-6 on their road trip heading to Colorado. Bags joined us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's up, Andy? How are you, man?
Doing good. How are you?
Pretty good. Giants on their longest road trip of the year and not off to a good start, Bags.
No. Are we going to expound on that, I guess?
No, I was more like making a statement, just throwing it out there like, right? Am I right about that?
You are right. I will not dispute that. No, you know what? It's look, Bob Melvin had a meeting with them. He kind of intimated that when we went in the clubhouse. Basically saying, look, it's early, and that should be a reassurance. But, there's sense of urgency is needed. There's some things got to get cleaned up, and they got to play better. And, it's tough. They're playing two teams that are playing really well. The Red Sox have the best ERA in the American League. Phillies, are pitching great. They're the best ERA in the National League, and they look like they're every bit as good right now as the Braves and Dodgers, maybe even better. So, tough competition. And we've seen this Giants team really be sort of carried by the rotation early on, and every rotation is going to stumble and have a bad turn. And even when Logan Webb has two bad ones in a row, it's really, he's the pillar who holds everything up in terms of the innings. And when he doesn't go deep, they're chasing innings, and they just sort of got sort of off kilter on this road trip. And obviously the offense is not coming around, and so yeah, there's not a whole lot of positives to point to right now. And they're a frustrated team, but they know that. They've got to pick it up, and certainly they've got an opponent coming in that you respect everyone you play, but of course Field is weird. But this has got to be a time where they turn it around here coming into Colorado.
And they don't. The thing is, I mean, look, I know everybody's heard this. I said it earlier. You're never as bad as you look at your worst, and this is about as bad as they could play. 40-16 on the road trip. They've been outscored, but they don't have a lot of options. Like the guys they paid to come here and perform have to perform. If they don't perform, then this is what's gonna happen. I mean, Chapman well below expectations as far as offensively. Solaire's below expectations offensively. Lee, I don't know what the expectations were. Hitting the ball hard, yeah, great. His numbers aren't great. Snell, I mean, he's subterranean as far as what his expectations were. So, I mean, the guys you pay the money have to come in and perform. And they just haven't to this point. And your options are this. They get better or you struggle all season long. I mean, that's kind of what it is, isn't it?
Yeah, unless they have guys who have injuries like Soler is nursing a shoulder. So
yeah,
if they decide, we're just going to give you a timeout, put you on the IL, and bring up Matos, who, by the way, is not playing that well. There aren't that many guys at AAA, aside from maybe Elliot Ramos, maybe Brett Wisely, who are really tearing the cover off it in AAA. But that's really the only thing you can do. You can't make wholesale changes. And they could tweak the lineup a little bit here and there, and I think they've tried to because that number 3 spot has been just an absolute death spiral for them. And every time they have a chance to drive in a run, that number 3 spot just isn't doing it. So, there are some tweaks they can make, but, yeah, I think you're right. It's there are a lot of fans who wanted continuity, that didn't want roster turn, that wanted to see guys, they would know who's in the lineup every day. They'd know who's pitching. Well, you got a lot of that, and I don't think there are a lot of people who were really putting the sort of the Roman Emperor's thumbs down with every move that they made in the offseason. I think most of them were pretty well received, even though there were some red flags with Chapman, certainly and Snell, the reasons those guys didn't get the contracts that they were looking for. But, they made the investment in the guys they thought could make the biggest impact, and, those guys haven't really played well thus far. But you're talking about 26-something at-bats, I think Solaire's had with runners in scoring position. Austin Slater's had less than 30 at-bats or so. You don't just, flush those kinds of players over that kind of sample size. So, it's a long season. And I realize that there's a lot of people who run out of patience. And what I would tell them is go back and look at other seasons and look at other Giants teams and where they were at the state. And, just any team in baseball history, basically, is you just don't – you can definitely run yourself out of it. By the end of May, if you just totally tank. I mean, the Astros are kind of in that position right now, but you have to really play bad to do that. And I think there's a belief that this is a better team than what they've shown thus far. And sometimes you just got to be patient.
Talking to Andrew Baggerly here on the Yuma guest line. The Padres made a big trade last week that surprised, I think, a lot of people. Luis Arias gets traded over from the Marlins to the Padres. I mean, he's like the closest thing we have in baseball to Tony Gwynn, and now he's coming to the division. I'm with you that there aren't wholesale changes that can be made, but do the Giants even have the equity to get a player like that? We were talking about rolling the dice on young prospects you have to go get other pieces, and Tom and I were saying your most valuable assets now are Logan Webb, Harrison, and maybe Patrick Bailey, but you don't want to move those guys. Do they have enough now in the minor leagues? Have they developed enough to go out and acquire players like that, like Luis Arias?
I don't think so. If teams are looking for sort of upper level pieces, I think they have some interesting people in the low minors. But they had the one draft where they went just super pitching heavy, and a lot of those fruits are starting to emerge. I mean, Carson Wisenhunt looks fantastic at AAA right now. Mason Black looked really good for 4 innings today before he ran out of gas, and that's another point of contention is that he'd only thrown 71 I think pitches he topped out at in the minor leagues, and they needed him to go deeper than that, and he kind of ran out of gas. And it's almost like, well, if that's the way you bring these guys around, it's kind of what you get when you need to plug them into the big leagues. So there's definitely some disconnects there, but in terms of where they are, I don't think they have the kind of depth as a farm system yet to where they can do a 4-for-1 swap where they don't have to send money the other way. But that's just a really rare trade. You hardly ever see trades this time of year, and of course it's AJ Preller who makes it. And I'm not sure if it's just really weird to see the Marlins almost start their tear down. This early in the schedule. I think that's I can't remember the last time a team's done that. So I don't know if you really necessarily look at that route as a way to sort of throw a life preserver to this team is to go out and trade for somebody that probably just if you're expecting that, you're probably going to be disappointed.
The Marlins usually win a World Series before they tear it down. Usually do that first.
Yeah,
and they rip it apart. Yeah,
that's what they do.
How much of a valid criticism is that? Because I was saying with Mason Black, yeah, he did pitch well for 4 innings, ran out of gas. But to me, the criticism isn't leaving him in because the bullpen is in the shape it was in. You kind of had to try to get him through 5. The criticism would be, well, why aren't you pushing these guys a little bit more in the minors? We saw that with Harrison last year with Black. I'm assuming they're doing it with all their guys, that these guys just aren't pitching much in the minors. And I understand wanting to be healthy, and I'm sure they have analytics behind this, but it's got to be a point to be made like, hey, we got to ramp these guys up a little bit more so when we do need them, it's not a stretch to think they could give us 80, 85, maybe even 90 pitches. Who knows? Maybe we could throw them 80, 90 pitches every once in a while in the minors. Obviously, that's their philosophy, but is it a valid criticism to say, look, you got to start pushing these guys a little bit more when they're down there?
No, I think it's a total valid criticism, or at least it's a philosophical discussion to have.
Yeah.
What are we doing here, kind of a thing. And I did write about this a week or 2 ago, looking at they just finished a series against the Pirates in which they got 6 innings each from Jordan Hicks, from Heaton Winn, from Kyle Harrison. All of them were dynamic. They played a great series, and I'm looking at their innings, thinking, they're going to plateau here, and they're going to plateau pretty quick because Hicks has only thrown barely 100 innings as a pro, and that was when he was like a 21-year-old in A-ball in 2017 because he's coming back from being a relief pitcher. And then you've got Harrison and Hicks, and they were in like the 100 to 100, maybe 15 range was the most they've ever thrown. And you really don't like to have that huge year-over-year spike in innings. And I asked Farhan about that, and I said, could you guys have done more to build up the base, and have a bigger baseline for them to be working from this year? And he said, they have a lot of information that they really believe in that shows that if you ramp these guys up slowly in the first half in the minor leagues and really control their pitch counts, and then get them in a position where you can let them go later, then you have less attrition, you have less injuries. And they believe in that. And where they kind of got snake bit last year is they also were looking at last season and thinking, Heaton Winn's going to help us. Kyle Harrison's going to help us down the stretch. We hope to contend, and we want those guys to have some bullets left to be able to help us. And then what ended up happening was, Winn had the little elbow thing. Harrison had the hamstring pull. They end up missing time in the second half, and then they don't get their innings to where maybe they should be. So, but in terms of how they feel about a Wisenhunt, about a Mason Black, you see these guys being held to, 4 innings, 5 innings if they can keep their pitch count efficient, but, not throwing more than like 70 pitches. And they believe that that's going to be the way to keep more of these guys healthy. And it's a good push-pull sort of philosophical discussion to have, but there's no question that Bob Melvin feels that these guys need to be ready to throw more because they needed them to throw more today.
And here's the question I would have, and maybe this is, and I'll ask Farhan this when we have him on in a couple of weeks, but if you could shed any light on it. So if we're having a philosophical discussion about this, I would say I want these guys ready when they get to the big leagues. Like, I want them ready to throw 150 innings when they get to the big leagues. Because if not, what am I getting that first year? I'm not getting the best out of you the first year. Maybe it takes until the third year of big league service time before I can maybe expect 180 innings, and that's tops. If, like, you're dynamic and you're great, maybe we can get that out of you in your third year. So you're sacrificing, for health reasons, maybe the first couple years and some innings in those first couple years when you're not paying them a whole heck of a lot, when you'd really like to be able to maximize what these guys could do. That would be my pushback, is why aren't these guys more ready to throw more innings early on? If they're going to get hurt, then they're going to get hurt, and you can't always prevent that. Look, they're going to have way more science behind it than me just sitting here talking about it. But that would be my pushback, is like, don't you want these guys more ready to throw more innings when they actually play for the big league ball club?
Yeah, and I think the counter argument I would imagine would be, well, they're not going to throw you any innings at all if they have a torn UCL. And to which, I think you were starting to say, if they get hurt, they get hurt. You just make sure you have more in the pipeline, and that probably is the answer. Just have more pitching, because you can never have too much.
Bags, we always appreciate the time. I would assuming you're heading to Denver.
I am not. I'm going straight home. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200. I will be watching the games at Coors from my couch. So,
and that's why you don't assume. So enjoy the trip home, and we'll talk to you again soon.
All right. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, Bags. Appreciate it.
Great stuff there from
that doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I mean, look, again, I don't have the numbers, but, like, there used to be guys that I remember, like, baseball went on for like hundreds of years. Well, maybe not hundreds, but 100 years. And a lot of it, when I was growing up, guys would, like, come up and they were ready to pitch. They're ready to pitch. How many innings can I go? I don't know. How you looking? And I know things have changed, but, man, you can't coddle everybody. And you can't just say, well, we want to make sure this guy gets up here. We want to keep him. Like, to me, and this doesn't sound great, but I want to make sure I get the best bullets out of this guy when he's under contract of my team. After 6 years, whatever. I'd like to keep you healthy, but after that, it's not my problem anymore.
It's like when the Cowboys ran DeMarco Murray like 800 times in a season. They're like, whatever, he's a free agent. We're not using him.
But yes,
that's a little much, but yeah, I know what you mean.
That's extreme, but to that point.
It's the Brewers and CC Sabathia. We're just going to ride his ass.
Exactly. We're getting the best out of him while we're paying him. After that, whatever. Not our problem anymore.
CCCG every single day. That's all we want.
Yeah, I don't know. We're going to get a guy up and bring him up, and he's ready, but he can only pitch 110 innings because he was never ramped up in the minors. All right.
Tolbert comes with you Monday afternoon. Just got a text from JT Snows, excited to come on Friday to talk about this Giants team as well. When we come on back, we'll see what's going on with Dieter Kurtenbach, who's got you from 6 until 9 tonight on KNBR Tonight. We'll do that next on The Sports Leader. By the way, forgot before I say The Sports Leader, I should remind you that Tolbert & Cups is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. Then we'll come back and talk to Dieter Kurtenbach next on The Sports Leader.
Great job, brother.
The Phillies completed their 4-game sweep of the Giants in today's 6-1 victory. Did the series make you question how good this team can really be? Let us know on our socials at KNBR. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland back here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. Steve, we're past tax day, but what happens if you can't pay your taxes? Or what happens if you didn't file your tax returns last month?
You should call us. We want to take care of you. Look, this is a situation that hits a lot of people. You're not a bad person. You're not an axe murderer. You just can't pay your taxes. But instead of suffering with this and making your family suffer and your business suffer, talk to us about solutions. To me, this is like if you had a medical problem and you suffer and suffer and suffer, maybe for years. And finally you go to the doctor and the doctor says, oh, that's a simple fix. Here, take this pill, no more pain. That's what we want to do. We want to give you that tax bill. No more pain on your tax bill with our tax bill. And the bottom line is you have so many good options. You have so many rights. We have a free attorney-client privilege consultation. Talk to me. We'll explain everything that we want to do for you. And then if you give us the go-ahead, we want to go to the government for you, cut you a sweet deal, put your tax problems in the rearview mirror, just take your little tax bill that we give you, and you want to be just fine.
Steve Moskowitz can help you. 1-888-TAX-DEAL or find him online, MoskowitzLLP.com.
All right, before we get on out of here, real quick, I got to mention this story. Do a little soup. If you're going to use the mannequin to get through the carpool lane, Get a good mannequin. Spend. Okay? Don't be cheap on the mannequin. I would suggest not doing it at all. But if you're going to do it, don't try to go like a thrift store on this deal. Because what you end up paying in fines, you could have afforded a family of mannequins instead of getting a plastic mannequin that looks very, very plastic. The only reason I'm reading you this story is because, someone got caught with a plastic mannequin. It looks like just a head, actually. The chest looks like it's been deflated, just caved in on this dude. But he got the hoodie on, the sunglasses, but the plastic. So the goatee was plastic. A little goatee, sharp. Not just sharp, very sharp. I'll tell you what the CHP wrote. The goatee was sharp, just a little too sharp. So they stopped him because he had a mannequin in the side seat that had a goatee that was just a little too sharp. It doesn't say here what he was fined.
Wait, you're saying he was trying to pass in the carpool lane?
Yes.
And with a mannequin, the mannequin's goatee was too good looking that they recognized.
A little too sharp.
No man has that sharp of a beard.
A little too sharp. Yeah. Well, it could have been Gabe Kapler, but it was a sharp goatee.
Yeah, that wasn't me in the passenger
seat. The driver was subsequently issued citation for multiple carpool lot violations. This thing had to be $1,000 or more. Like I said, if you want to do this, I don't suggest you do. Spend, okay? Go ahead and spend, because if you're not spending now, you'll be spending later. All right, we got to get to this real quick. Congratulations to Tim's brother and his lovely bride, Jessica. The birth of their firstborn son.
Hey!
Or firstborn. It was a son.
Great job, brother.
Like firstborn son.
Is the firstborn anything? Is it?
This was the firstborn, yes. Firstborn little human named Jacob William Lee Webb. 20 inches, 7 pounds, 5 ounces. Born on... Oh, we have a Star Wars baby. Oh, no. Saturday, May the 4th be with you.
Nice.
The 4th was with them as Jessica. I got a picture. Good-looking family. Good-looking kid.
Didn't get any of Tim's traits then, huh? Hopefully not.
The kid, no Tim Webb in there at all. That kid looks like he's ready to head to the slopes right now. The sweet beanie, and got the sweet sweater on.
Yeah.
He's good to go. Good-looking family, happy-looking family. So congrats to him on being an uncle for the second time. No, his niece Olivia is 6 years old. So congratulations to Patrick. Congratulations to Jessica on the birth of your very first child, Jacob William Lee Webb. Congrats, everybody. Well done.
Jake Webb sounds like a thrower. Sounds like a hurl it. Yeah.
And you have you got a good uncle. You don't know it yet, but you have a good uncle.
He's your fun uncle.
So, yeah.
He's the guy he'll give you booze when you're young enough. You know what I mean?
He most definitely
He'll tell you where to get any sort of narcotic you're looking for.
Yeah.
At a good price, too. At a reasonable price.
You can always get good beer from your Uncle Tim. There's no doubt about that.
No matter your age.
Sometimes he pushes buttons out of order and a little too much, but other than that,
sometimes not at all.
Very solid.
Sometimes I ask for him to push a button and he doesn't. You know what I mean?
Very solid pickup for you, Jacob.
Rockin' New Era says, "Can Tim Webb be my uncle?"
Goodness gracious. Oh, man. So, I don't think we solved anything today, but not that we're going to. You play better, hit the ball, and get this thing going. Because we know it looks bad. But I would say it's going to be interesting we have Farhan, because I want to ask him that. Because for years and years and years, guys are ready. I should go look just to see what guys, how many innings they threw as rookies, or how many innings. You might even have to look at how many innings per start they made. Because Lincecum came up. Didn't he come up? He came up like, what, a month or so into the season?
The anniversary's today.
It's today. So there you go. Yeah, it was about a month and a half into the
May 6th, 2007.
How many innings did he throw that year, do you think?
Well, that game he threw 4 1/3. I was at that debut. That year, I'm looking at his stats right now. I just pulled it up. His rookie season, he threw 146 1/3 in 24 starts.
Wow.
And then he went.
Dang, he averaged 6 innings a game then.
I mean, he's maybe not even the fair comp, though. I mean, you know what I mean? And then he went.
How many did Kane have? Check Kane real quick.
So Kane
was a high school kid.
And he came
so
up
was Bumgarner, too.
He came up in 05, Matt Kane did, I want to say. So I'll get that for you here.
Yeah, I'm just curious how many starts.
Matt Kane in his rookie, so his first full season, it's his rookie year, he comes up in like 05. He makes 7 starts, right? By the way, 2.33 ERA just dealt. Solid, dude. He comes up so his first full year in 06, he goes 31 starts, 32 games, and he threw 190 and 2/3. Fifth in rookie of the year.
190
and then you ready for this? 200, 217, 217, 223, 221, 219, 184. Matt Kane.
Wow.
He was a horse, man. That was a horse.
Man, that is a different era. That was like 2 decades ago. It doesn't even feel like that wasn't that long ago. But it feels like the 1800s, basically, is what we're talking about.
Well, Matt Kane debuted 19 years ago, right? I mean, 2005. Yeah. That's wild. It is 2 decades ago that he debuted.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, I get it. I mean, I remember how much Matt Kane got hurt. He got hurt a lot, right?
Well, but he threw 200 innings plus for like 7 straight years or whatever. Before he got hurt.
He didn't get hurt a lot.
The point was he didn't get hurt for a long time. Bumgarner comes up in August of 2009, and he made 1 start,
following year.
4 games, and then in 2010, he makes his first full season, or he comes up and he's basically he makes 18 starts in 2010, but he threw 111 innings in 18 starts.
111 innings in, wow.
So then he goes, and then Bumgarner 204, 208, 201, 217, 218, 226.
Yeah. And
then a couple of down.
Again, we're talking great.
These are the guys
too. So guys. But again, it's looked at completely differently, and I just know for me, I want to have these guys ready to throw as many bullets possible when they're putting on the big league uniform. Like not that I want to use them up, but I want them ready. I want them ready to go. So it'll be interesting. I know there's science behind this. I get it. I understand it. I just don't necessarily agree with it. Just because it's science. But by the way, just because it's science doesn't mean you have to agree with it. Okay? Science changes.
We've been down this road before.
Yeah, science is not. Well, and guess what we learned? Science changes.
I've been down this road
changes.
Before, yeah.
So a lot of things changed during that time. What we thought at the beginning isn't necessarily what we thought at the very end. So anyway, that's all I'm saying. Just because it's science doesn't mean you have to say, "Oh, okay, that's good then." 100% ironclad. We're all good to go. Nah, that's not the case. All right, should we get out of here? I know you guys are all going to Bay Shop, right?
We're going to the Bay Area Sports Hall of Fame dinner.
Nice.
Me and Tim and Derek and Murph and Marcus and Tony and Curly and Mort. He'll be there. Yeah.
Mort's going?
No, I don't think Mort will, but I don't think Mort. Yeah, we'll all be down there.
Awesome. Well, have a good time.
Thanks,
It'll be fun seeing Sabian get inducted.
Yeah, I'd be like, can we grab somebody? Can you get us somebody, Sabes? Can we throw something on the table and get us a hitter, maybe? All right, dude. We'll see you tomorrow, man.
All right, man. Have a great time. That'll be a lot of fun for you. I want to thank Bags for coming on with us today. Thank you very much, Derek. Thank you very much, Tim. Hell of a job today. And stay tuned, Dieter Kurtenbach's going to take you right until 9 o'clock right here on The Sports Leader. Until tomorrow, take it away, Derek.
Oh, my God! Oh! Shut it down! Let's go home!
It's time for you to sound off, for you to speak your mind. This show is for the faithful.
Touchdown! Touchdown!
Dub Nation.
Bang! Steph Curry again!
And the seam heads that bleed orange and black.
Good man!
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Sponsored by Industrial Metal Supply on The Sports Leader. Check the live stream on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Yes, sir. Welcome to Sports Phone, KNBR 1045 and 680, the Sports Leader, Cumulus Media Station. Dieter Kurtenbach hanging out with you until 9 p.m. And I put the emphasis on you because this show is for you. We'll have Danny Emmerman on. We'll talk some Giants baseball a little bit later on in the show. But I think we got to get these phone lines cooking ASAP because that was a bad afternoon. That was not very much fun. Even the good times couldn't keep rolling. You finally get this little glimpse, this little something that you go, hey, Giants baseball, I'm feeling okay. This Mason Black kid, he's out here. He's chucking it. He's out here. He's mowing down Phillies. And then that stopped. We'll get into the details of that a little bit later. But this team just can't hit. It can't hit. It can't seem to put anything together simultaneously. When it's hitting, it can't play defense and it can't pitch. When it's pitching, it can't hit. When it's playing good defense, well, it's not pitching very well. It's just, at some point, we will see a San Francisco Giants roster that can put it all together. The question is, for how long, and will it be enough? Because as I look at where the Giants are at right now, I think to myself, oh boy, they're 15-21. It's objectively bad. They're closer to the Rockies than they are to the Dodgers in the National League West. That's not good. It feels as if they've dug themselves a pretty significant hole. You can't win the division in April or early May, but you certainly can lose it. And I wouldn't say that the Giants have lost it, not that they ever really had a chance in the division. But this does feel like there's something significant happening. There's something of note. This is not something we can just brush off and say everything's going to be A-okay, because clearly there are some fundamental issues with this baseball team right now. And while on May 6, 2024, I'm not going to come out here and say, blow it all up, the sky is falling, this is hell on earth, here we go again, I will say that we're getting up on a time where some things are going to have to happen. I don't think being passive is going to help much longer. The wait-and-see approach is running out of time. Now, you can set that date wherever you want. Maybe that date's today for you. I know that the front office will probably be more conservative. That is their MO as it pertains to things like this. Here's my frustration with the Giants. Obviously, I watch them. I'm frustrated. My frustration is that I do legitimately feel as if this was a better team. Right, felt it, and I still feel this way, that this was a better team going into this season. There were a lot of things that I really liked about their offseason. And I wasn't given attaboys for free. I held them to a high standard, and I think that they met that high standard. This looked like a 90-win baseball team to me. And the fact of the matter is, some of the guys who I thought were going to help them win 90 games, the difference makers on this roster year over year, have not performed. They haven't performed. Now, I don't know if I want to give a pass or not to Blake Snell. We'll find out. We probably need a little bit more time. But it hasn't worked out. I think that's fair to say. Everyone else in the pitching staff you feel okay about, actually. They're performing more or less to where you expected. Could you want a little bit more from Logan Webb? Sure. He's gotten beaten up by the Phillies and the Dodgers. Who hasn't? Get in line, baby. Those are like the two good offenses in baseball right now. But you think about, okay, where were they going to get better? Jung-Hoo Lee in center field. I like Jung-Hoo Lee a lot. I think he plays a tremendous center field. He had a jump on a ball yesterday. Oh, my goodness. He made it look so easy. It was so very hard. Jung-Hoo Lee can play himself some center field. Who gives a rat? I mean, it will matter. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's meaningless. Let's set the table a little bit here, Jung-Hoo. And credit to Jung-Hoo Lee. One, a much more difficult transition than I think anyone wanted to give him credit for, and he made it look very easy in the early goings. You're coming from a league where Eric Fetty was the best pitcher in your league for multiple years, and now it's like, hey, here's Zach Wheeler. Come on down. Here's the entire Dodgers operation. I mean, even in the division, you just think of all the great pitchers that you have. Think about all the great pitchers in the National League. So I want to give Jung-Hoo Lee some benefit of the doubt here, and he has been smacking the bejesus out of the ball as of late. He's just been terribly unlucky. I think it's going to come. But let's set the table a little bit here, Jung-Hoo. Let's live up to the hype, because I'm not going to lie, I'm getting a little sick and tired of the fawning over Jung-Hoo Lee. What a wonderful, fun player. Not really. I don't really see him do anything but play center field. Gets on first and he stands there. They're not moving him. I thought he was the grandson of the wind. I'd expect him to run a little bit more. But I feel okay about where Jung-Hoo Lee is going to be. I got to give him the benefit of the doubt. I got to think, hey, it's going to come along. There's enough signs that it's going to click for Jung-Hoo Lee. And worst case scenario, you got a brilliant center fielder. But still, an underperformance so far this season. I mean, if you can't define what Matt Chapman is doing as an underperformance, I don't know what to tell you what it is. Like, it's ugly. It's ugly to watch. I mean, at least he made contact today. At least you had to write something other than K in the box score today. When you're keeping score at home, there were a lot of Ks. It's like Sesame Street. He can play a hell of a third base. That's fantastic. I mean, really, he is spectacular over there. It's really fun to watch. Doesn't make up for the fact that he can't hit a lick right now. And this is a guy who really hasn't been able to hit, I would say, more than the second half of last season with the Blue Jays. He did all of his damage early, and then it fell off the table. And there's a reason that this guy didn't sign until days before the season started. Teams were extremely skeptical of giving him a long-term deal. The Giants didn't. That's going to look pretty good if this holds up. I mean, he might even opt into his player option. But when you bring in a Matt Chapman, an all-star caliber player, yes, the defense, you're signing him for that, but you're signing him for the bat. You're signing him to be somebody to hold up the line in the middle of the order. Someone to bat second, someone to bat fifth, someone to bat third when he's hot. And you know he's a streaky hitter. A lot of guys are streaky hitters. Even the best guys are sometimes streaky hitters. You can live with the downs, but you got to see some ups. So we're gonna pause. You're not getting rid of Matt Chapman. You're not putting him on the bench. He's too good to sit on the bench. He's too good with the glove. But man, it's been underwhelming. I mean, we're still holding on to that game in San Diego where he hit the 2 home runs. That's all we got to stand on here, folks. That ain't good. That was like a year ago. I know it was a month. Who else was supposed to improve this team? Who else was supposed to make this team better? We're supposed to get a Michael Conforto, and I know Michael Conforto's out there, and he's actually hitting the ball pretty well right now. One of the few guys on this team who is. But my God, he can't play left field. Can't play it. What happened? Was it yesterday? It was some point over the weekend. Someone hit a ball right to him, and he let it drop. Ball might have hit him in the chest before it hit the ground. Can't play left field. No arm. Terrible defense. They might as well switch him between left and right field every at-bat based on the handedness of the hitter. Move him around like the weakling in Little League. That's where we're at with Conforto. And this brings us to Jorge Soler, who, when Jorge Soler gets a hold of one, it's majestic. It will travel for days. He's one of the few players that you can look at and say, he can beat San Francisco weather. He can beat whatever's coming, whipping off the right field line at Oracle Park. He can beat it. Doesn't even have to go that way. Just go the other way. And he can get it over that fence. Jorge Soler versus the Marine layer, Jorge Soler wins. Jorge Soler versus any breaking ball wins. You bring in Chapman, you bring in Jung-Hoo Lee, you bring in Soler. That was supposed to be your 1, 2, and 3. Not one of them has performed to expectations. The reason we thought this team would be better is because you said, hey, those guys that were batting 4, 5, 6 last year, well, they're batting 7, 8, 9 now. And you upgraded a little bit at shortstop, and you like Tyro, but Tyro Strada wasn't necessary for your offense to be good. A Lamont Wade wasn't necessary for your, Mike Yastrzemski wasn't necessary for your offense to be good. They could be bottom of the order guys, streaky hitters. When they're up, they're pretty up. When they're down, they're really down. You can mix them and match them. You can play some platoons here and there. It looked like a better lineup. But it all falls apart if 1, 2, and 3 don't hit. And when Jung-Hoo Lee's holding up those 3 guys as the best option with a sub 700 OPS, what are we talking about here? Now, here's the deal. It's not as if you can send them down. It's not as if you can trade them. It's not as if we just got to ride this thing out. And the hope is that as down as this has been, the counterweight is coming. And when the counterweight comes, you better hope that the Giants are pitching pretty good, that the bullpen's looking pretty good, and that they can play a lick of defense. So I didn't actually have a problem with how the team was constructed. If I had one knock that has come to pass, it's that Conforto shouldn't have actually been in left field. I liked bringing in Soler. Here's someone with cut through the Marine layer power. But, teach him to play first or something. Figure it out. Move Wilmer around as much as you need to, but, like, get Soler in the field. Try to hide him. Because Conforto is abysmal. Maybe teach him to play first. I don't know. Abysmal. At least with Lee, at least with Chapman, you're getting plus defenders. I mean, plus defenders. But it's tough to watch. It's tough to watch right now. I mean, Zach Wheeler's on the mound. Did anyone think they were going to get more than a run? I mean, it took everything in their power to manufacture one. And that's where we're at with this team right now. Not only are they not hitting, they're getting smoked by really good teams, and they're not winning close games against bad teams. It's too early to panic, but it's not too early to be angry about it. And I'm all ears on solutions, folks, because right now the only thing I think that the Giants can do is just buckle down, try to keep the vibes high and ride it out and hope that, a couple Coors banquets at Coors Field can get them right on this 3-game set coming up with the Rocks, who are truly a terrible baseball team. Just quite awful. Really depressing to watch. Let's take a break. We'll come back. I want to get to the phone lines here. Some good stuff on the phone lines, and we're going to do a lot of that on this show. 808-KNBR is the number. Am I being too harsh on these guys? Am I not being hard enough on them? 808-KNBR. Let me know what you're thinking about the Giants, and then I got some thoughts on what's going on with Klay Thompson that I got to share, and then we got to get into the phone lines on that because things are starting to get a little weird, as if they weren't already, with Klay Thompson. We'll do that. We'll talk to Mark DeLucci. We'll talk to Danny Emmerman a little bit later on in the show. 808-KNBR is the number. This is Sports Phone KNBR on the Sports Leader.
Daly City, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Daly City's sports leader.
The Phillies completed their 4-game sweep of the Giants in today's 6-1 victory. Did the series make you question how good this team can really be? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Dub Nation, dial the digits and dive in. 415-808-KNBR. Sports Phone KNBR continues right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
Now Harper, infield back. First pitch, he swings, drives a high fly ball deep left center. Conforto back, he's at the wall. It is gone. And for the second day in a row, Bryce Harper has hit a 3-run home run against the Giants. And that was the hit you feared. It's 4-0 Phillies.
2-out walks will get you every time, especially if you're making your major league debut. There's some stuff to like from Mr. Black. He ultimately left with 5 earned runs and a loss. That's going to happen when you play the Philadelphia Phillies. They don't even have Trey Turner. Whew. Those boys can smack the ball. You want to talk about an offense? I got one for you. Philadelphia. By the way, the Giants, so far this season, 0-7 against 2 of the 3 best teams in the National League, if we were to count them out. Best team in the National League, we all know. They wear blue, they go down south. Second best team, I think they haven't really played all that well, but you got to give the benefit of the doubt to the Atlanta Braves. You got to expect that the Atlanta Braves are going to be there at the end of the year. Thank goodness the Giants don't play them until June. By then, maybe they'll have figured something out. But now Philly, who has been fantastic this season, and deservedly so. All their success has been earned. They've been smacking the ball around. Ranger Suarez is pitching really well, so who knows how long that will last. But you saw what Zach Wheeler can do. I mean, that guy's a perennial Cy Young contender. If you get good pitching from Aaron Nola, I like their bullpen a lot with Hoffman and a couple other guys in there. I mean, their lineup is stacked. They can survive without Trey Turner. They're a really good team. 0-7 this year against the class of the National League for the Giants. It's something we talked about with the Warriors all season. Well, they can beat crappy teams, but they had like 4 wins against actual playoff teams in the Western Conference all season. And then you get to whatever the hell that was they played in, and they go up against a good team, and they get smacked around. Well, if we're looking for signs of life here, if we're looking to say, hey, maybe the Giants have turned this thing around, and we're a long way from that, maybe Monday, May 13th, they can get that. They can start putting some confidence back into this fan base. That's when the Dodgers come to town. Because if they don't get a little bit of a roll here in Colorado and a Cincinnati team coming to town next weekend, which Cincinnati's fallen flat on its face. You want to talk about a team that can't hit right now, Cincinnati Reds. And they got nothing but young dudes who have a lot of potential, but they're living the ups and downs of being a young team in Major League Baseball. That's not something the Giants have to worry about. They're old as hell. But these next 2 series are opportunities to get this thing going a little bit for San Francisco. You get 3 games at Colorado. It used to be a house of horrors. It better be your favorite ballpark in America come tomorrow afternoon at 5:40. That's my take on the matter. And then you get Cincinnati here. They're scuffling. You should be coming off at least 2 wins, if not 3 in Colorado. They're abysmal. Getting a little Rocky Mountain High, feeling good, getting some sunshine and thin air, and bring that to the thick air and dark clouds of the night of San Francisco and lay it on the Reds. And now you got something going into the Dodgers. And if you can get something off the Dodgers, we're not having this conversation come May 17th. Come May, 10 days from now, we're not having this conversation. But these next 10 days, I'm not saying the season rides on them or anything. That'd be ridiculous. It's May. But they're pretty critical. We're getting into, you better show me something, point of time. That's where I'm at right now. Because you just got swept in a 4-game series by, yes, an exceptional baseball team in the Philadelphia Phillies. But where was there was barely any scrap. I saw a little bit on Saturday, like a little scrap. Down 9, was it Sunday? 9-0 on Saturday. I mean, couldn't find a good game to save your life over the weekend. There's so many blowouts. It was bad. It was bad baseball. Bad baseball all around. And even when they played well, they still got their butt kicked. So, yeah, there's some reason to be upset with this team. At the same time, 3 games back of a wild card spot. Thanks, Rob Manfred. Let's go to the phone lines. We've had some folks patiently waiting, and you're tired of hearing from me. Let's talk to John in Santa Rosa. John, you've been patiently waiting. Sports Phone, KNBR. The floor is yours.
Dear, we are old and slow. Same as last year. We've got no speed on this team.
Sure.
The guys they signed are all old. They're all fragile. It's just super, super frustrating. Can't even, I don't know where to even go with this. We're 15, 21, and I don't know. I agree with you. The next 10 days, next 2 weeks, I don't know where this team goes. We'd have to win probably another 75 games to get to 90 games this year. I don't know if we got 75 wins in us. Sure.
It feels like that right now. I'll give you that. I'm not sure I'm ready to say. I'm not sure I'm ready to write the whole thing off, but I do feel you in. It's hard to imagine getting to the point that we thought they'd be at just a month ago or so.
Hey, Dieter, one other thing. I don't want to see Austin Slater again.
Hey.
Why is that guy still on the roster?
Because he has a tremendous mustache, I think, is the reason why. I no, you're right. The Austin Slater situation, the second they signed Jung-Hoo Lee, Austin Slater had no reason to be on this team. Now, I'm sure that the Giants are saying, we don't want Luis Matos to be a platoon player. That's chicken scratch. I mean, get the hell out of here with, we don't want him to be a platoon player. Everyone was a platoon player forever on this team. This team loved platoons more than any other squad, and now they're like, well, that would be bad. Like, you can't have a full 180 like that. Get the dude in the lineup. Or find somebody else with a right-handed bat who you could platoon with Mike Yastrzemski. Because you're not batting Yastrzemski against lefties. You're not doing it. So, and you don't need Slater's glove. I mean, if you wanted to have Slater in the lineup every day, you'd find a way to get him into left field, and then you'd have a hell of an outfield defense. But you wouldn't be able to hit a lick. So, I'm not saying that the Giants... Again, thank you for the call, John. Appreciate you. You got me all heated up with Austin Slater. He had a good game over the weekend, Dieter. Cool. This was a guy who was on thin ice going into the season. Okay? And he did just enough at the very end of spring training to give the Giants an ounce of pause as to not just stick Matos out there in right field every day and ride with it. But I do not understand the loyalty or allegiance to Austin Slater in the least bit. That's something that has to be earned. And Austin Slater, I'll say this, dude can play a 6 outfield. Really good with the glove. Don't care. Mike Yastrzemski's really good with the glove too. If you can't hit, you can't be in the major leagues. The Giants have told us straight up, as much as they say we want to get better on defense, by putting Michael Conforto in the outfield every day, they have straight up said we don't give 2 licks about the outfield defense if you're not hitting. Now, Jung-Hoo Lee will give you enough at the plate, even when he stinks, which he does right now. He's hitting the ball hard. I think it's going to come around. I really do. But at least Jung-Hoo Lee gives you quality at bats when he's not hitting. And he plays just a beautiful center field. Mike Yastrzemski is going to give you good glove, and the at-bats sometimes get uncompetitive, but more often than not, they're competitive, especially if you get him in the right situations, right-handed pitcher on the mound. What is Austin Slater providing you? A glove every 3 or 4 days in a corner outfield spot and nothing else. And meanwhile, you're keeping a guy who had a tremendous spring training, forced you to really consider putting him in the outfield every day, and you're holding him in Sacramento for what? For what? So that you can see if Austin Slater figures it out? What's figuring it out look like? What's the best Austin Slater can do for you at this point? Is Austin Slater going to be a 220 hitter from this point on? Can he even give you that? Or is his bat speed, which has always been a big question, so slow and slower now that you can't trust this dude to give you anything at the plate, save for maybe a good sack bunt on occasion? I'm with John. I'm with John. You want to talk about, here we go. Let's shake some things up here. Because you can't get rid of Chapman. You can't get rid of Soler. You can't get rid of Jung-Hoo Lee. You can't get rid of the guys who are supposed to change this lineup. And, by the way, those guys have track records. Lee, to a degree. Obviously, you got to work on some coefficients and stuff here. The Giants certainly did. But these guys have track records. When they figure it out, if it ever clicks, it's going to be a show, baby. At least those guys have done it at the major league level. What has Austin Slater ever done for you at the plate? This is a team that needs offense. This is a team that is old and slow. This is a team that has no homegrown stars on its roster now. I apologize to Patrick Bailey, but he's just a solid player. He's never going to be an all-star. Heaven knows they could use him right now, but he's not going to be an all-star. Tyro Estrada, was he homegrown? They got him from the Yankees. Is he their guy? Yastrzemski, Orioles, was he their guy? They haven't brought someone up through the Farhan system, put him at the major league level and said, let's cook, baby. You want to talk about why this team is old and slow, why it is they had to go out and get free agents? It's because they didn't have anybody they trusted to come up and get the job done. Even at shortstop, where they had all the conviction in the world that Marco Luciano was going to be the guy. And I haven't checked his stats. I'll do that during the next break. But he was cooking last time I checked down in AAA. He's what a river cat. But even they bought an insurance policy for. And I'm not going to get on Nick Ahmed for not hitting because he's doing exactly what you asked him to do. He'll be decent enough situationally. He's going to bat ninth for you. He's going to have a nice glove. He does have a really nice glove. I'm glad the defense is better. I am. This would be abysmal otherwise. This would be the worst team to watch in baseball. Even the Rockies will give you home runs. Even the White Sox are so bad that they're kind of fun to watch. You don't know what's going to happen next. They might forget the rules. The Giants out there the worst thing you can do is present yourself as competent and then not be competent. Because you're limiting your ceiling and you're dropping the floor. It's brutal. So at least they have good defense. And at least every now and again, the pitching looks pretty fun. But they can't hit worth a lick. And by the way, the opportunity for them to be one of the better teams in baseball is still there. Because the National League, no one's hitting. No one can hit. There's 2 teams that hit in the entire National League right now. The Braves can't even say they hit right now. Braves almost got no hit twice this season. They need to lower the mound mid-season. No one can hit in the National League. If the Giants could just hit a lick, just a smidgen, my goodness, they'd be a juggernaut. They don't even have to be good at other stuff. Just hit a little bit. But they're not. And I can understand patience being worn thin because it's not as if everybody's like Jung-Hoo Lee where you go, "Whoo, it's right around the corner. This dude's lacing them. This dude's on top of it." I mean, Jung-Hoo had just ripped a single up the middle of the day, like 105. In Boston, he had like 4 home runs that were denied by the ballpark dimensions. Get used to it, young man. You're gonna find out the hard way at Oracle Park soon enough that ballparks are mean here. Everyone in Korea plays in the same ballpark apparently. They all have the same dimensions. I'm not even kidding. They have a uniform dimension. It's like a basketball court or a football field. I think it's more fun this way. I think Jung-Hoo Lee might have a different opinion of that right now. I think anyone who's ever tried to hit a home run at Oracle Park has a different opinion of that right now. Meanwhile, the Yankees are out here hitting lazy pop flies into the 3rd row. Regardless, it's not as if everybody is, we're right there. Oh, that one just gets over that shortstop's head. That's a double or a triple. We're missing it by inches here. They're missing by miles. I mean, Matt Chapman looks like this is his first week in the major leagues. He's getting worked. How many times has Chapman struck out looking recently? It's one thing if you're going up there and you're just hacking. You're missing it. You can't catch up to it. You're not on the fastball. The breaking ball's got you. He doesn't even know where the ball's going. They're back door, front door, and up door, down dooring him all over the place. When it's 2 strikes on Matt Chapman, it's a wrap, folks. Thank goodness he's Matt Chapman, and I've seen him be an exceptional hitter. I mean, Jorge Soler's up there. At least it's an air of commission. I mean, he's just swinging really hard at everything. A little bit Pedro Serrano because he can only hit the fastball. Let's go to Bill in Vacaville. You want to talk about the lack of offense? That is the subject of the evening, my friend. Bill, the floor is yours.
Yeah, how you doing this evening?
I mean, I've been better, but I'm very happy to be talking to you.
What's funny is I'm trying to figure out why I'm watching all the games. So I've actually watched more of the games than I've actually watched more of their games than their manager's been thrown out twice. But first of all, the most basic thing in baseball is your leadoff hitter.
That's right.
Now, most teams have a leadoff hitter that has some speed. So the only person on the Giants that you could put as a leadoff hitter would be Estrada batting first, and Lee, who hits the ball to all fields, should be batting second. He can handle the bat. If you watched him play, he's hit just as many balls to left, center, and right. He's a perfect hit-and-run man. He's a perfect guy if you're trying to steal. Of course, the Giants don't do any of those things.
Yeah, that would require strategy and plate discipline. Yeah, but you're right. I like that point.
Basic strategy, because when you look at the Giant lineup, when Wilmer gets on, it's going to take 3 hits to score. 2 more hits.
That's right.
So you look at the Giant lineup down the road. The only other Giant that has any speed is Fitzgerald. So basically, you're paying with no speed, and then they refuse to let these young guys from Sacramento. Like, what would hurt if they brought Ramos up and Luciano and all those young guys? Because the Giants are not going to win the World Series. Let's just face.
I think we knew that going into the season too.
Okay,
right?
So why not take these young guys and let them play 50 or 75 games, and let's see what they can do. There's nothing with Nick Ahmad playing shortstop. That's not going to help them do anything. They're not going to win with Yaz and Slater in right field. Right. They're not going to win with what's-his-name in left field.
Conforto,
so why not let these young guys play, and let's really see what they can do. But they just refuse to do that. And then the pitching is like, well, if these guys get back, when they're unhurt, in the middle of the season, they're just going to walk in. Cobb's going to walk in and pitch good. Ray's going to walk back in and pitch good. I mean, all these things are, gee, if everything works out perfectly, this will happen. I mean, they're getting more than they expect from Hicks.
Yep.
They're getting more than they expect from Harrison. So,
and that could blow up at any second if we're being honest with Harrison.
So basically, they're not getting any clutch hitting. They hit more double plays than I've ever seen in my life.
It's incredible.
Even when they're 2-0 on the count. I mean,
First inning
any
today.
ground ball the Giants hit is a double play ball.
Yeah.
And when there's one guy on, it's amazing how many times, even when Slair comes up, Wilmer comes up, everyone that comes up, all they have to do is hit a fly ball, and they can't even hit a fly ball. And that's pathetic.
Yeah.
I'm
with you. Good stuff there.
It's like I say, it's a hard watch. And you're looking at these guys and you watch Sacramento highlights. Oh, this guy's got 8 home runs, or this guy's doing this. What would the difference make letting those guys play in what they're playing right now?
Well, Bill, I mean, there's 2 guys that I think we're all in agreement we wouldn't mind if they got called up, and that's Luciano and that's Ramos. But this is kind of getting back to a fundamental issue and the point of why they signed all these guys in the offseason. There's 2 dudes. It's just 2. They don't really have anybody else who's just on the precipice. They got arms. They got arms coming out of their you-know-what. They got all the arms. I really like the Giants' pitching farm system, but they don't have any hitters. They have not developed. They haven't developed one. Full stop. And I'm with you. I wouldn't mind shaking things up, throwing in Ramos, throwing in Luciano. Not even as a get the hell out of here, Austin Slater. Get the hell out of here, Yaz. Get the hell out of here, Ahmed. Like, not even as a punishment for those guys. They certainly haven't earned their place, but I don't think they've lost it either. But mainly just to shake stuff up. I think that the Giants' concern is that could make this team worse. In that now you're throwing in a guy with maybe too much pressure. But I'm with you. I'm with you, Bill. I don't know why you don't toss something in there, especially if things don't go well in Colorado. Shake it up a little bit. Give me a little bit of shake. And as for Tyro leading off and Jung-Hoo Lee batting second, I don't mind the idea of Jung-Hoo Lee batting second at all because, again, as you laid out perfectly, could throw it to all fields, really gets, good bat-to-ball presence. Not a lot of those left in baseball. He's certainly one of them. Tyro is hitting really well. He's like the only guy who's legitimately hitting well right now. Legitimately. He is a league average hitter right now. That is what Tyro Estrada's hot streaks get you. League average. And this is a guy who walks less than almost anybody in baseball, so he's not setting the table. He needs to earn his way onto first, which he's doing today, which gets you to about average, and then he's a pretty good base runner. But I don't know if he's a good stealer, legitimately. I don't view him as someone who, he's taking second, baby. But he'll go first to third. He'll certainly score on a single from second. He might even be able to score from first on a double. Like, he's a good base runner. So is Matt Chapman, legitimately. We saw that when Giants walked off the Padres, which was like 5.5 years ago, if I'm counting in my head. Regardless, I'm not totally sure about Tyro, but again, all ears on shaking some stuff up. If you can't get rid of the guys, if you can't fundamentally change this roster, because it's probably too early, and ultimately the track records of these guys deserve some benefit of the doubt, even if they are really working the fringes of it. Shaking it up, shaking up this lineup in a big way might be worthwhile. Good call there from Bill in Vacaville. Let's go to Stroke in Oakland. Stroke, Sports Phone, KNBR, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hey, how you doing? All good points by you, and I think the Giants just don't like to get hitters. I mean, Matt Chapman's a career 235 hitter. So I don't know what they were expecting. He's a great third baseman, but like you said, we need hitting. Conforto, actually, of the 10 guys we send to the plate, not one of them has over a career 270 average.
Yeah, but no one does. No one does. It's modern Major League Baseball. Unless it's Ronald. There's like 4 guys in baseball who hit over 300. One of them's Luis Arraez, and he doesn't hit anything more than a double. I mean, the day of the average is gone. Kyle Schwarber is one of the best leadoff hitters in baseball. The dude bats 200 every year with 45 yaks. Like, it is a different game. Now, I am not opposed to the Giants completely zagging when everyone else is zigging. they certainly did that during the dead ball era, and I think it was a big factor in them winning 3 World Series. But that's not the team that they built. So I'm with you to a degree. I don't know when you watch this Giants lineup, what's the emotion that strikes you? What hits you?
I'm not surprised at all that they don't hit. It just reminds me of last year. They just, kind of got similar guys. Matt Chapman's a great third baseman, but it seems like another Longoria trade, a guy that's kind of on the decline. I don't know what's up with Soler. I mean, he looks – did he hurt his arms striking out? I mean, it's
I think it looks like he threw out his shoulder striking out because he was swinging so hard at it. I mean, that is the report. He blew, he threw out his shoulder swinging very hard at strike 3.
I mean, for me, if I had to build, I mean, you can't get rid of anybody. We're kind of stuck with what we got, but I like Estrada. I like Bailey, and I think Lee's an excellent fundamental baseball player. I think he'll come around. I haven't given up on him yet. He's an excellent outfielder, runs the bases good, hits the cutoff man, good arm. He does everything right. And he does hit the ball hard. We'll just see. We'll just see what happens. I think he should bat him second, to tell you the truth,
We now have 2 suggestions for Jung-Hoo Lee batting second. If we get 3, we're running it up to Bob. We're going to text Bob in the middle of the show, and we're going to fix it. Good call there from Joe.
Maybe lead someone off, and then that opens up that, that hole between first and second. Do some stuff like that.
Yeah.
Not ragging on Bob Melvin. I take the guy. I think. Now, what about our hitting coach? Wasn't he a career 230 hitter too?
Yeah.
There you go.
But his nickname's the Bat, so he can't be that bad.
Well, not for that reason.
Yeah, we all know that. We got to get past 9 p.m. to have that story on the air, my friend. That's the old KNBR Tonight from 10 to midnight. That's what that story's for. Appreciate the call, Stoke. Right. Thank you very much. Listen, it is probably time. This team is, deeply struggling. 1 win in their last 7. Just lost 4 in a row to Philadelphia. Weren't really competitive in that series at all. And not all of that's because of the hitting, but the hitting certainly didn't help anytime. Even when they were hitting, they weren't. It's a bad baseball team. It's a bad baseball team right now. And perhaps we just all had it misjudged. Maybe a legitimate possibility. We saw what happened. The Padres spent more money, went bigger and bolder and brasher. They suck too. And I don't know who their manager was at the time, but they suck too. I'm not going to pin this on Bob. That would be too soon. We can get there, though. Not by 9 p.m., but we can get there. I promise you. We got some more calls we want to get to. I want to get into this Klay Thompson thing because there's some stuff bubbling up around the association right now as more and more teams exit the tournament, if they were ever in it at all. And we're starting to get into the real formative part of NBA free agency, and it's, of course, a very important offseason for the Golden State Warriors. We'll also talk to Danny Emmerman a little bit later on in the show about that. But we want to stick on Giants. We want to stick to our schedule. It's time for a break. Kurtenbach with you until 9 p.m. on The Sports Leader.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling. Live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
2 outs, bases empty, a 2-2 count to Bryce Harper. Black throws, and it is strike 3 called. Got him looking with a changeup. First one thrown in that inning by Mason Black. He strikes out Bryce Harper to complete a 1-2-3, bottom of the first.
And that was the highlight of the game, folks. Mason Black striking out Bryce Harper. By the way, he tried to throw that same pitch more or less again when Harper came up the next at-bat, and guess what happened? Bryce Harper hit a 3-run home run. I'm going to get into Mason Black here in a little bit. First, I got to tell you, we're sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Watch your money grow with a high-yield savings certificate at Redwood Credit Union. See how much you can earn at redwoodcu.org. We're also brought to you by Industrial Metal Supply, online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy. Maybe the Giants should be hitting with metal bats, and maybe our friends at Industrial Metal Supply can help with that. Before we get into Mason Black's performance, and a very cool moment for him today, but before we get into that, let's just make sure that we're all on the same page with what Matt Chapman should be doing at the plate, what he should be doing. Because right now, he is not doing that. He is currently hitting, what is it? It says 215. I don't think Baseball Reference is updated for today. Matt Chapman is currently batting .209 with 4 home runs, 14 RBIs, and just a spectacularly ugly .602 OPS. That is his on-base percentage plus his slugging percentage. Woof. On-base percentage of .257, a .345 slugging percentage. Matt Chapman ain't hitting the baseball. To sum it all up, this dude has walked 8 times. He has struck out 41 times. But let's be real about what Matt Chapman is. The glove is there. We've seen the glove. We understand the glove. We respect the glove. The last 3 years of Matt Chapman's career leading into this one. And let's again understand, Matt Chapman did not get some 7-year contract. He did not get some big money, long-term deal. He got a 1-year deal plus 2 player options. So all of baseball was sort of in cahoots on this. And the Giants decided, let's make something happen this season. Because the last 3 seasons, Matt Chapman has hit .226 with a .322 on-base percentage. So not good, not great, not terrible, not horrific either. He's slugged .420. In all, that is a .743 OPS. Those are the big numbers that you got to pay attention to, the OPS. Okay, how often are you getting on base, and how often are you getting extra base hits? Those are the things that matter in modern baseball, at least to me. So you got to look at the OPS, .743. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. In fact, statistically, it's 8% better than average. That was the last 3 years for Matt Chapman. And, of course, there was, 1 year where he was exactly league average. There was another year where he was 16% better. Another year where he was 8% better. This year, he is 19% worse than league average. And, honestly, you could have convinced me it was 50. Now, this has always been a streaky hitter. When he's hot, he is red hot. When he's down, it's ugly. Problem is he has been down for roughly 95% of the season. And when he's up, it's been like 1, maybe 1.5 games, and you go, here it comes, and it doesn't come. Also, in the last 3 seasons, Matt Chapman has won 2 Gold Gloves. You're paying him for the defense. You're paying him to be an average to slightly above average hitter. He has not been that. He's brought the defense, but he has not been that. And ultimately, there's nothing the Giants can really do. You can't throw Wilmer Flores over there at third. Matt Chapman should affect winning. But this better be the nadir. This better be the low point of the season for Matt Chapman. And again, you want to give the guy some benefit of the doubt. First time in the National League. Not that any of that seems to matter anymore, but I don't know what his numbers were against Zach Wheeler in his career. I can't imagine he had a large sample size. Not that anyone could hit that guy. That dude's unbelievable. Point is, it's got to get better. And when it does get better, it's going to even out, and it'll probably be slightly better than league average when it's all said and done. But it sucks right now. It sucks to watch right now. And this entire lineup's failures aren't tied to just Matt Chapman, but it is a reflection of the overall problem. It is a reflection of the overall problem. You have the issue with Soler. Jung-Hoo Lee has been good, but not great. There's some problems here. Let's talk about somebody who was in no way the problem today. Let's talk about Mason Black. Do you want to do that after the break? Let's do that after the break. Mason Black coming to you on the other side. Couldn't get him in on the first hour. Probably didn't deserve to be in the first hour. This is Sports Phone 680 KNBR on the Sports Leader.
The Phillies completed their 4-game sweep of the Giants in today's 6-1 victory. Did the series make you question how good this team can really be? Let us know on our socials at KNBR.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
And that's part of the challenge here today for Mason Black. He will face Harper, swings at the first pitch. It's a fly ball out to left center. A lot of room, though. Conforto moving over. He's under it. He's got it. And on one pitch, Mason Black gets Bryce Harper.
Tough Major League debut for Mason Black today. Welcome back. Sports Phone, KNBR. Dieter Kurtenbach with you until 9 p.m. We'll talk to Mark DeLucci about these Giants at the bottom of this hour. We'll talk to the great Danny Emmerman about Klay Thompson and the Golden State Warriors. Where do they go from here? NBA playoffs as well in the 8 o'clock hour. Just want to remind you, you're listening to KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader and a Cumulus media station. There, that's done. Let's talk Mason Black. We couldn't get him in the first hour because, let's be real, it wasn't the main news of the day. The main news of the day is these dudes can't hit worth a lick. And Mason Black was fine. It might be the nice way of putting it. I think you want to give the kid a little bit of rope, a little bit of slack here. Hey, kid, come on up, make your Major League debut. And by the way, here are the Philadelphia Phillies. It's a very weird getaway day. We're going to do it at 4 p.m. Philadelphia time. You have no bullpen behind you because we wasted them the last 3 days, if not the last week. And, yeah, good luck with that. And for the first 3 innings, it was looking pretty good. Looking pretty good. And then get this. The Philadelphia Phillies had seen him. And they went up there, and then they just started smacking him around. And this is going to be Mason Black's issue. This is a very smart guy, right? He's a bio-something major. He graduated from college. He went to Lehigh, apparently, the Harvard of Pennsylvania. Forget Penn. We're talking Lehigh, baby. It's a guy who thinks the game. And that's great because his stuff is pretty average. His stuff's average. I don't know how to put it nicely. You can look at any metric. It will tell you it's average stuff. This is a guy who has to be hitting his spots every single time. It is not as dire as it is with some other pitchers in Major League Baseball. We're not talking about a Kyle Hendricks or We're not getting into a Jameson Tyone situation. Apparently the Cubs have all of the finesse pitchers. A Ranger Suarez scenario. We're not talking about that. We're talking about a guy who, in his first major league start, didn't have that typical bump in velocity you expect. He topped out today at 94 miles per hour, which 10 years ago, wow, what a flamethrower. Today, kind of slow. If you're wondering why offense is down, I have an answer for you. Every pitcher in baseball throws 97 miles per hour. There you go. End of conversation. I don't care how big you make the bases. If you don't make the baseball bigger or lower the mound, these guys who are throwing 100 miles per hour with ease, remember how novel and unique it was when Aroldis Chapman came into the league? That's almost everyone who gets called up to Major League Baseball today. The Pirates called up Jared Jones. He was like their fourth best pitcher in the system. He goes 99, 100, 101 on his fastball with a nasty breaking ball. Everybody is nasty. Their arms are all exploding, and no one's going to change anything. And now maybe you can zag. Maybe you can go out there and get the next Mark Burley. I don't know. Throwing 88 miles per hour and just getting by on cunning and guile. But no, I think the issue is that velocity from pitchers and stuff is generally up, up, up. They all spend their off seasons with Rapsodo cameras and looking at the spin and hanging out at Drive Line or at the million other drive lines that have popped up in garages across America. I mean, I think the entire Phoenix economy now is pitching labs. So there's a lot of really good stuff coming on the mound. And by the way, Mason Black looks like he can be just fine in the major leagues. If you think Sean Jelly's a major leaguer, here's Mason Black. The Giants might have a little bit of a type here. This is a guy who's got 5 pitches, but really 2 of them are worthwhile. Frankly, they're not the pitches that he throws most often. The pitches that actually I liked from him today, the pitches that I thought were plus, were the 2-seamer and the changeup. Now, he can pretty much only throw those to lefties, but since he's a righty, he's going to be seeing a lot of lefties. And those are pitches that go arm side away. So when you throw them, they dip away from lefties. And that's how he got Harper in the first inning on a strikeout. That's how he got a lot. Anyone he got today, he got him on the 2-seamer or he got him on the changeup. The sweeper looks pretty average to me. I don't know why he has a slider anymore if he's gone to the sweeper. The slider doesn't have that. The slider's supposed to be more of a, how would I describe it? That's like a middle of the clock to 9 o'clock, right? Sometimes you get down to like 8 o'clock. But that's supposed to be coming pretty much horizontally. The sweeper is sort of the mix between a curveball and a slider. So we're talking 7:30. 7:30 on the clock, just about 8. A lot of guys are going to the sweeper now because you want more movement. You want to have something more difficult to look at. You can kind of gauge what they call a gyro slider, that east-west slider, a little bit easier if you hang it. That's just easy cooking. Whereas a sweeper, it's working on 2 different planes at the same time. So even if you hang it, you're still getting big movement, and it's hard to square up. So he's now a sweeper guy. That's fine. It's an average pitch at best. And frankly, he left a couple over the plate today. Didn't get bashed for him. He did get bashed on one of them. It's fine. That was his predominant pitch today. He threw that 42% of the time. His sinker, which is his 2-seam fastball, he threw 23 times, 23% of the time. That's 19 overall. He needs to be throwing that more. Frankly, with that 3/4 arm slot he has, and again, I'm no pitching guy. This guy's much smarter about this than I am. I'm sure he's got this all down. But when you're going up against the Philadelphia Phillies, you're going up against a major league lineup and not the Albuquerque Isotopes or the Reno Aces. Things have to change a little bit. And if you want to find a good formula for Mason Black, right-handed Logan Webb would be the best you could possibly do. Because Logan has that incredible sinker, that 2-seam fastball, and he's got a changeup. The movement on that thing. And the movement on Black's changeup is very reminiscent of Logan Webb's. But he only threw it 5 times today. Only threw it 5 times. That's his best pitch. He only threw it 5 times. These are things that you have to figure out and work out, and you have to do it against the highest level of competition. He's not going to get that shot, frankly, because the stuff isn't dominant enough to just come in. He's probably going to be a long reliever for this team if he sticks around at all. Maybe in due time he can build up to it, but he's got that funky three-quarters arm, kind of got a weird motion. There's something there. There's something that you can compound on that you say, hey, maybe we can take this guy who could be average. Like, he could absolutely be a fifth starter in this league if you kind of want to be mediocre. He could be a fifth starter. If you need him to go for a couple starts here because someone's out, you can live. You'll be just fine because there will be better days than today just based on his ability to command 5 pitches, which I think he did pretty well. I think he commanded them pretty well. Where he got burned today was when he was throwing 4-seam fastballs at 93 miles per hour, middle. Why are you throwing a 4-seam fastball? You don't have 98, 99 mile per hour heat. Whit Merrifield was sitting on it, baby. That's all he wanted. And you threw him one right down the middle, RBI single. You're looking at Bryce Harper. He's sitting there. Throw me a fastball. Throw me a fastball. I can foul off your changeup. I can, go with your sweeper. I can do all this stuff. Throw me a fastball. There he is. Throws him a fastball middle. Missed the pitch by a couple inches off the outside. It was lined up on the outside, threw it right down the middle. And Harper, by the way, went oppo on it. That's just being awesome. That's the nuts and bolts of it. A lot of guys would have fouled it off, maybe even swung through it. He just took it to the opposite field, put it over the fence. That's not an easy thing to do. Castellanos gets an RBI single today. That was just sinker, middle, 0-2 count. There is a formula for pretty good success here. Funky delivery. Kind of stinks that he's right-handed, but, that is what it is. I think he needs to go the Logan Webb route. If he does want to throw the 4-seam, that's got to get up. It's got to get up. If he wants to keep the sweeper and the slider, maybe turn that slider into more of a cutter. Because it was interesting watching him against lefties. He was able to work away from him. He was able to front door him on a couple of pitches. He looked pretty good against lefties. And it was against righties that he didn't look so great against. He would abandon some of his pitches because he just didn't trust that he could control them against right-handed hitters. If you have stuff that can go away from both, let's see it. It was his first start. He had so many people in the crowd. It was such a cool moment watching it on TV today. He grew up in Scranton. That's Phillies country. I guess it could be Yankees country too, but we're going to pretend it wasn't. He grew up a Phillies fan. It seemed like the entire neighborhood came down to cheer him on. He strikes out Bryce Harper in the first inning. It's good stuff. Then reality kicks in. And ultimately, this is somebody that we should, and we said this in spring training, we'll say it again. This is somebody who is worthwhile and can help the Giants win baseball games. I don't think he lost them the baseball game today. The fact that they couldn't hit a lick, again, off Zach Wheeler, who's incredible, is the reason they lost today. He went out there and did a fairly admirable job. I don't think you could have asked for more, and it could have gone a whole lot worse. So let's just take what you got and move forward with it. There's something here with Mason Black that's worthwhile, that's worth exploring. I can see why the Giants were high on him. He was even better than this in spring training. I'm not sure it's something that we can count on in any way, shape, or form this year. I think he'll be up maybe one or two more times. Maybe he stays up for a little bit of a stretch, kind of comes in as the long reliever, takes on that Sean Jelly role. I like Jelly as the long reliever. I think he'll be fine in that job. Another guy with sort of meh stuff, but comes at you from a different angle, which is the rooftop, and can just buy you 3 or 4 innings on a bad day. Mason Black can do that too at this point. I think if he gets some reps against major leaguers, we get some data we can work with. This time next year, there might be really something worthwhile. And I think that probably involves either getting way more comfortable with his full arsenal as it stands or paring it down significantly to 3 pitches that he can command at all times, throw to either-handed kind of bat, and just lean into, I would say, the sweeper as the last resort, but lean into sinker, change up, and here comes the sweeper as a different sort of look for you. Change up the eyes a bit. That's where I would go. But again, this guy's much smarter at this than I am. He's just trying to make the major leagues. He's throwing the kitchen sink at everybody. It's working at the minor league level. It will probably continue to work at the minor league level. It's not going to work against the Philadelphia Phillies your first time out. And I'm interested to see where this thing goes. So neither good nor bad. You'll take it at this point for the San Francisco Giants. Let's take a quick call, and then we got to hit a break. Mike in Fairfield, you want to talk Mason Black? Mike, the floor is yours.
Yeah, hey, thanks for taking my call. You know, I was listening to the game today. I believe John was saying Mason Black hit his top pitch count at 70 pitches.
71 was the top
game.
pitch count in the minor leagues this year, yeah.
Yeah, there we go. And I'm thinking, okay, well, he pitched well enough to start. If the Giants had someone to go to you know, a mid-inning reliever, you know, then maybe he gets the win decision, even if he doesn't go 5.
Yeah.
And so I'm thinking, okay, well, you know, well, the bullpen's exhausted. They're losing starters, all this sort of thing. And I'm kind of wondering what sort of domino effect it has on the hitters. If they don't have confidence in the pitchers backing them up, then, you know, they're pressing even more. And they're not, you know, not as an excuse. They're just simply not hitting. But
that goes both ways, right? I mean, the pitchers are out there probably throwing too tight because they know that the hitters can't hit. Now we got ourselves an inception problem of bad baseball. I mean, I'm not saying that there's not something to it. I'm just saying it goes every which direction. By the way, I mean, as much as I've been lauding the defense being better, there have been games where, hey, the pitching is there and the hitting's there and the defense doesn't show. This is just a team that hasn't put it together yet. And ultimately, because it hasn't put it together yet, it's kind of getting hard to see when they're going to put it together. A lot of baseball left to play, but concerning nevertheless.
Yep. Yeah, compounding of that pressing. And, yeah, thank you for taking the call.
Thank you for calling in, Mike. Appreciate you. There's something there. There's something there, and this is what managers are for. This is what Bob Melvin was brought in to do. All right? You think about the difference between Bob Melvin and Gabe Kapler before him. Now, listen, Gabe Kapler, I've gone in. Interesting cat. I think it's the nice way of putting it. The not nice way of putting it is phony. But Gabe had a methodology, and he had beliefs, and he had principles, and for as phony as he was as a dude, he was a true believer in what he was preaching. And by the way, not a lot of guys in the clubhouse liked that. That's the reason he's out. That's the reason that the Giants this offseason decided we got to switch everything up. Because when things go bad and you're preaching a very rigid, data-oriented, no-vibes situation, if that's your ethos, that we're going to win by extracting every ounce of margin that we can get on our side, we're going to win by 1% on everything, and we're not going to care how it feels or who's affected. We're going to win by 1% on everything. That can really work when everything's going well. And it did. We saw a 107-win season that made no damn sense whatsoever. Doesn't make any sense now. Didn't make any sense then. Anyone has a reason as to how it happened, please let me know. 808 KNBR, because the further away I get from it, the less sense it makes, and I was deeply confused in the moment. But when things go bad, as they did late last season, they go really bad. This is what happens when you're trying to juice something that doesn't really want to be juiced. Apologies for the terminology given the history of baseball. This is what happens when you are constantly pushing everything to a limit, when you are just so results-oriented, so driven to find margins, you forget about the big picture, you forget about people and wholesomeness and togetherness and family and all these things that are intangible and unquantifiable, but do ultimately matter. They do matter. You have to feel like this guy's got my back, I got his. If he comes down, I can go up. We are still human beings playing a ball game. It doesn't have to be so numbers-oriented all the time. And if you are strictly numbers-oriented, it becomes very dehumanizing very fast. Again, when the times are good, no one needs any convincing. No one needs to be told everything's A-okay. You don't need a shrink when you're winning all these games. But when you feel like you are being used and everything's going wrong and it's all numbers and no no personality, no fun, nothing. And it's soul crushing. You feel like you're just punching the clock. And that's when things start to go really bad. The reason Bob Melvin was brought in was because that's not how Bob Melvin does business. Bob Melvin's, Gabe was in Major League Baseball for a long time. Gabe and Bob Melvin had a very different approach when they were Major League Baseball players. Gabe was just doing whatever he could to stay in the league. And Bob Melvin knew that he would be around forever because everyone liked Bob Melvin. That was his deal. If I'm him, I want to be a good ball player. I'm going to work my hardest and try hard, but he's just a good guy. Different personalities, different strokes for different folks. And this team needed a Bob Melvin type. And they got Bob Melvin. But this is where Bob needs to start showing his true value. Because now, as we just had pointed out to us, I think astutely, no one knows who they can trust on this team. It needs some leadership. The new guys are in. They're big money guys. The leadership is Logan Webb and Wilmer, who doesn't play every day. Where's the leadership? The highest paid guy on the team is Jung-Hoo Lee. Everyone really likes Jung-Hoo Lee. Jung-Hoo Lee doesn't speak English. I mean, it's kind of hard to be the leader if you can't talk to your teammates without a third party. It's not a knock on the guy. Everyone knew that coming in, and I'm sure he'll pick it up. I mean, ultimately, Ichiro did. Actually, Ichiro learned Spanish first and only learned curse words first. So that might be the best way to go about it. Apparently, Spanish is easier to learn than English. Given that I talk on the radio and don't do a very good job at it most nights, I can understand where people are coming from with saying Spanish is easier to learn than English. Regardless, the leadership on this team, we know who the leader has to be. It has to be Bob Melvin, the manager. When they had the leadership vacuum when Buster left, it went back to the manager. And when it goes to the manager, and the manager's kind of a weirdo who doesn't really care all that much about people and is just kind of uncomfortable to be around, that can manifest in very strange ways on the diamond. Let's put it that way. I'm very interested to see how Bob shows his worth in the upcoming weeks. I'm not saying come Colorado tomorrow that Bob Melvin needs to take a stand or do that. I'm not saying go full Lou Piniella and make a show out of it. I'm just saying it might be time to shake things up. It might not be. This is Bob's call. I'm fascinated to see what Bob does. I'm starting to pay a lot of attention to the manager right now because you have three phases to win in baseball. You got pitching, hitting, and defense. And to this point, the Giants have not had all three of them working at the same time for any one singular game. Not a one. Can you remember a game where the Giants played flawlessly in the field, had 6 runs, and gave up 3 or fewer? There might be one. I don't remember it. And I've been suffering through this like the rest of you. This is where Bob Melvin's got to earn his stripes. He's got to find a way to get the good energy back into this team. He is a guy who can do that. He is. I will note this before we head to break. That was the same mandate that was given to Bob Melvin in San Diego, and it didn't work out. So I'm interested to see how it goes from here. I really am. 808 KNBR is the number. We'll leave you with that. We're going to talk to Mark DeLucci in just a little bit about the San Francisco Giants. We do want to get to some more phone calls here, certainly before the end of the show, ideally in this hour. And then I have been promising Klay Thompson talk. Probably need to clear out these phone lines before we get into Klay Thompson talk because, oh boy, I'm going to get some people riled up about this next one. And we're going to call Danny Emmerman of the Bay Area News Group to talk about it. All right, this is Sports Phone, KNBR on the Sports Leader.
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Dial the digits or send us a text at 415-808-KNBR. We're streaming on YouTube all damn day at KNBR 1045.
Phillies outfield. Shaded Conforto towards left. The infield. A couple of steps around to pull. Next pitch is strike 3 called. Right there over the inside corner. Freezes Conforto. Strikeout number 10 in the ball game for Zach Wheeler.
Ace is going to ace. Zach Wheeler about as good as it gets in the National League, and that's nothing new. Against these San Francisco Giants, whew, pigs to the slaughter. All right. On that note, let me tell you that Sports Phone KNBR is presented by Industrial Metal Supply. Online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy, unlike hitting, which is very hard for the San Francisco Giants right now. I want to clear off the phone lines before we talk to Mark DeLucci. Don't want to leave anyone hanging here too long. So let's go to Joe in Modesto. Joe, you're on Sports Phone KNBR. The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Hey, you made a comment about the mystery of the 107 winning game season, and there was no mystery there whatsoever. And what everyone's forgetting is who the batting coach was that year, Eckert. And the comment was made when he left that was the biggest loss next to losing Buster Posey retiring to the team. And no Eckert, we go to a 500 season after season. And Eckert went to the Rangers, and what happened? They won the World Series. Hello. So
no one's saying that Donnie Eckert wasn't a hell of a coach. I
think everyone's forgetting that he's probably the main reason that they won 107 games.
If Donnie Eckert could go out there and win a team 107 games or win him the World Series, he should be paid $55 million a year. He might be then the most. I have a feeling here that this is very similar to the Will Smith situation, and I'm not talking about the Sharks prospect or the movie actor. I'm talking about the former reliever for the Giants who has been on 3 straight World Series teams, Will Smith. By the way, he's on the Royals this year if you want to hit up a sports book somewhere outside of California. I think Donnie Eckert's a hell of a coach, and I do agree that it was a loss for the Giants. If he was the reason that they went from a roster that we thought was going to win 75 to 80 games to winning 107, again, there is no value above what you could. Donnie Eckert should be the highest paid man in baseball then. That's the first I've heard it as he being the sole purpose. I appreciate the call, Joe. Again, I think there's some truth in the comment that losing Donnie Eckert was a deal, but no, it still doesn't make any sense because if it's as simple as Donnie Eckert's your hitting coach, you win 107 games, that makes no bleeping sense to me either. What the hell is this guy doing that no one else is doing? I mean, I was around that team. I was around that team every day for 3 months. There was nothing else going on. Warriors sucked. We weren't sure what was going on with the I was around that team every day, and players on that team were saying, don't say anything. Ride the wave, baby, because this is different. This is fun. This is interesting. I'm not saying it wasn't real. I'm not in any way implying, but we've seen what happened before, and we're seeing what's happening afterwards. There was not just one singular season of brilliant. It still doesn't make sense. It still doesn't make sense to me. And again, maybe Donnie Eckert's part of the formula, but if he's the reason, my God, get him back. Why are you trying to pay Aaron Judge? Get Donnie Eckert. Who the hell cares about Matt Chapman, Jung Hoo Lee? Give all their money to Eckert. By the way, the Rangers didn't win 90 games last year. And you know what they did? They paid Marcus Semien and Corey Seager, and they have a role. Then they went out and got Scherzer. They loaded up. They went all in because, they had a new Costco built for them in Arlington, and they had to make do. They had to pay the bills. So they needed to make sure that they sold some of those luxury boxes that are subterranean. I've been in that ballpark. I haven't actually seen a game there yet, but I went to that ballpark because I went to the Cotton Bowl when my Missouri Tigers were playing, and we did the big Mizzou pep rally in the ballpark. And it gave us full access to everywhere in there. I got to be clear about something here. That ballpark sucks. You want to talk about soulless. Oh, my goodness. That place makes honestly, I prefer the Coliseum. It legitimately looks like they retrofitted a Costco. The dugouts are 3 stories tall. The seats behind home plate are it's like dune. It's like mole people situation. The Fremen are in the area behind the home plate. They have a third deck for some reason in the outfield. It's like no one's asking for this. The sound system's awful. This is, I'll complain a lot. We're very, very lucky. Say what you will about Chase Center. It's never going to be Oracle, but it's a very nice arena. It's a very nice arena for very rich people. I think Levi's Stadium is ill-conceived. Let's put it that way. You get what you pay for. They had this County of Santa Clara pay for it, and what they built was a stadium that was dated immediately. And now you can see the rust showing up in some places, and it's like, oh boy, this is not gone well. But there are parts of Levi's Stadium where you go, this is nice. This is nice. This will do. Oracle Park is obviously a gem. Now, I don't love having to get through the lower concourse after a game, but you know what? It's beautiful to look at. It's more or less functional so long as you don't try to go from the third baseline out into left field. So long as you avoid the super duper and the Giardelli wiffle ball thing, you're pretty good. You're pretty good in getting around it. You got great sightlines, obviously. I mean, that's a great ballpark. It's one of the gems of baseball. It's starting to show its age a little bit, but I think it's looking better with age. Sometimes a little gray hair helps you out. SAP Center probably needs to be demolished, but I don't know who's going to pay for a new one. So we'll approach that later. And I do want to talk a little bit of Sharks in the 8 o'clock hour. I really do. Because tomorrow's the biggest day of the Sharks season. And I want to react to it tomorrow, so I got to set the table for it tonight. First, we got to clear these phone lines. Rick and Hayward, you want to talk Giants leadership? The floor is yours.
You just brought up my team I actually have full season tickets for and went to all the games.
Listen, did you watch every Sharks game this season?
Yes,
did they give you a medal?
Well, they should have.
Because I will say this. I would watch about 2 periods of about 50 games this year. And I could get to about the third period, and then I would say there's literally anything else in the world I could be doing right now instead of this. It was a tough watch. But you want to call back in the 8 o'clock hour? We could talk some Macklin Celebrini, Rick. Let's talk Giants leadership now.
Maybe I'll talk. Yeah, you just brought up 2 things that made me laugh when you were talking about going to AmeriQuest Field or whatever the heck they call it.
The Costco in Arlington is what I call it. Oh my.
Yeah, well, and the real ballpark is across the street.
Yeah, it's a football stadium now.
Yeah, well, it was hotter than heck in there too. Believe me, I've been there.
I don't disagree that they needed a roof, but did it have to be that one? I mean, I guess a roof over the head is better than anything, but oh my, lack of taste.
Yeah, I love how people complain out here. If they were anywhere else in America and actually went to those ballparks,
oh yeah.
Although I can see it there in Arlington in the summertime, they need it.
Oh yeah.
And in Tampa, they need the dome there. So anyway,
no doubt.
Getting back to the reason why I called was you had brought up leadership. Okay, so Bob Melvin, we know, coached the A's for how many ever years. In 2019, his team on May 5th was 15-21, and they ended up with 97 wins.
Hey.
So, and they had Simeon, they had Chapman, they had Kindray Morales playing first base. They had Nick Hundley.
Well, they had Matt Olson playing a lot of first base too. Let's be fair about that.
Yeah, they did. But I mean, on that date, they had Kindray Morales.
No, that's fair.
Yeah, and they didn't have any real superstars on that team at that point.
At that point, they had not developed into superstars yet. That's fair.
Yeah,
Chapman
they hadn't developed into Superman. So if you look at the Giants of today, and you go, okay, Webb is your leader on the pitching side. Well, you have to look at who on the team. Really, it has to be guys that have been there the longest. I think Yastrzemski needs to be getting into it right now, being a leader on the team. I think Chappie, even though he's down, he has to speak up and say things. I think they even did have a meeting yesterday or before today's game or whatever.
I mean, they could have had a lot of meetings. I don't think it helped.
I think that on Tom and Ralph's show, or Tom and Ralph.
Well, that, by the way, the finest compliment you could pay to Adam Copeland.
Yeah. Yeah, Tom and Adam. Well, I've been around forever, Dieter. So
you've seen. Listen, if you can suffer through 82 Sharks games this season, you can suffer through anything here. So I'll give you a little bit of rope on that one.
I think that there needs to be some kind of switch by Bob in the infield. I think they need to get rid of Ahmad and Nick Ahmed.
Yeah,
he literally isn't doing nothing. I mean, Casey Schmidt right now would be leading the Giants in RBIs right now. He has 30 in Sacramento. Even Casey batting 202 in the majors would be a better option right now. It might not do anything, but it would shake the heck out of the team. I think they need to put Torrey Soler on a timeout, even though his shoulder is hurt right now. I think they need to put him on the 10 or 15-day disabled list and bring up Julio Ramos or whatever his name is. I think these things need to be done by Farhan. And I don't blame Farhan. This is ridiculous. You don't blame the man for doing everything.
Yeah, everyone loved this guy, said he did exactly what he needed to do 2 months ago, and now suddenly he's an idiot for literally all the things that you just praised him for 2 months ago. Like, it's not reasonable.
It's exactly. You know, the players play. They're the ones that are out there. They're the ones that aren't looking at pitches. I laughed at that guy that just called you a few calls, or the last caller.
Can Donnie Eckler hit
Donnie Eckler?
That would be great.
The miracle worker. I mean, you're right. If he were so great, why didn't he was available as a manager? Why didn't Farhan go out and hire him?
I guess they didn't have the money. I mean, he drives a hard bargain. He's worth $50 million a year.
I mean, yeah, you think about it, you need to give him, but honestly, on that team, you saw it, I saw it, we all saw how they hit home runs. That was a team that hit how many home runs? 250?
Yeah.
240?
Can you imagine?
I mean, and then the next year, what did they do? They dropped back down to 150, 160, and voila.
Yeah.
No more 3-run home runs, no more 27-game improvement. You go back to 500.
I want to know what Donnie Eckert was giving him. That's what I want to ask right
now. Well, yeah. Was he willing to bat the right trajectory or what? I mean, come on. I like the idea that he did help, but if he did help, how in the heck did all those players, and some of them are still on the team?
Yeah.
Or a few.
Oh yeah, no, some of them are. Yeah.
Yeah. How did they not remember what Donnie Eckert taught them? What are they going to forget? I mean,
they must have been like the Astros, and they had some sort of an earpiece or something where it was just Donnie Eckert giving them positive affirmations in their ear, just something like that. I don't know.
Well,
I don't know.
Logan Webb consistently brings up Kevin Gausman as a man who taught him how to throw the slider on the outside.
Yep.
He, to this day, I mean, that was how many years ago?
Many.
4 or 5 years ago, right? Well, what pisses me off is like Yastrzemski. He, I like him.
Well, everyone
he's
likes Mike.
Be a 250.
Mike's a great guy.
He's going to be a 230 hitter no matter what you do, no matter what you get. Same thing with Chapman.
Yep.
Chapman's going to be a 220, 230 hitter.
That's right.
And by the way, there is a 4th year on that contract.
Oh.
It's a mutual agreement. Both player and coach have.
I think
I
think that contract right now is very much a year at a time thing. If we get to a fourth-year mutual option, something's either gone horribly wrong or absolutely wonderfully correct. I don't know which it is. Right now, it's very hard to think down the timeline of that. But thank you for bringing it up. That is a good correction.
It's 3 years, and Chapman has the right to say he's in or out for the next 2.
That's right.
And then on the 4th, it would be a mutual option. That's right. So whatever. I mean, you're right. If it gets to that point, either things have gone terribly wrong or terribly right.
That's right.
And I think he wants to be here with Bob, and he's going to hit his 20 home runs. But if he were that good, why did Toronto just let him walk and get
Justin Turner
as the replacement for $13 million?
And by the way, Justin Turner's been ripping the cover off the ball.
Well, yeah, he's doing exactly what everybody wants.
Can't play a lick of defense, but my goodness, can he hit? And meanwhile, the other way around.
4 home runs, 16 RBIs, and 804 OPS. He's doing what everybody wants Chapman to do. Bottom line.
Listen, if Matt Chapman gets it figured out at the plate, and again, there is a body of work there to suggest that what he's doing now isn't the norm. That's a really good baseball player. And is it worth 7 years at $25 million a year? No. But this contract could still end up looking pretty damn good for the San Francisco Giants. And by the way, there's a real chance then that Matt Chapman says sayonara, in which case you go, okay, we'll move on from there. That's a long ways from now. At this point, for everybody's sake, he needs to start hitting. And Rick, great call. Do appreciate you taking the time. And again, thank you for the correction. There is that 4th-year mutual option on Matt Chapman's contract. I would say decline it and then give the money to Donnie Eckert. That's what I would do, because apparently he's the $50 million man. Shohei Ohtani got how much money? Shouldn't be more than Donnie Eckert. Now I'm being mean. Okay. 808 KNBR is the number. We got to wrap this up. We got to talk to Mark DeLucci on the other side of this break. We do have to talk Klay Thompson. I've promised Klay Thompson. I'm going to deliver Klay Thompson after I deliver Mark DeLucci to you. Kurtenbach with you until 9 on the Sports Leader.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pickering set. He throws, and Chapman with a swing and a high pop-up. Shallow right field. Going out to second baseman Merrifield. He's got it. And this series is over. It was all Phillies today.
It was all Phillies every day. Joe Rizzo on the call. Is it the curse of Joe Rizzo? They send him out on the road, and suddenly the Giants... No, it's not Joe Rizzo's fault. And by the way, let's give a shout-out to Joe Rizzo. The Giants broadcasting situation is, in a word, fluid, right? We got a little bit of old guard, a little bit of new guard. You got some Fleming in there, all that. I think Rizzo's done a marvelous job. And I'm a big Rizzo guy. I'm a big spring training head, right? I feel all that excitement. And that means that I spend a lot of time with Joe Rizzo on my walks with my dog and in the car and, hell, just even at home. Just get my Rizzo on. But I think Rizzo has done a really marvelous job this year, and it's not his fault that they're losing, and I won't hear any suggestion to the contrary. Mark DeLucci covers the San Francisco Giants for Bayside Baseball. He is kind enough to join us now. Mark, how you doing this evening?
You know, I'd be doing better if the Giants were hitting a bit better, but all things considered, doing pretty well.
Okay, how do you fix it? You're Bob Melvin. You got a big series against Colorado, which is not a phrase you should be using at any point, but here we are. And you got a team that can't hit worth a lick. You got a team that's just kind of stretched to high heavens in terms of leverage in the bullpen. You got a team that I gotta believe they got low confidence right now. What do you do? How do you mix it up? How do you make this thing start to look like a professional Major League Baseball operation again?
Well, I mean, that's the billion-dollar question at this point.
It's the Donnie Eckert salary of questions. Oh, sorry.
No, it's all good. I was listening earlier. No, I mean, it is, since, right, like June of last season, right, when the Giants had that hot start, they'd really surged early in the season after Bailey and Schmidt got called up. And then ever since, right, the offense just tanked, and you saw Gabe Kapler and his coaching staff scramble and just seeming unable to find an answer. You saw people in the locker room, players just really just kind of, just endlessly frustrated.
They turned.
Yeah, and this season so far, it's been more of the same. I really don't think there is a simple thing. I mean, it's easy sort of from the outside to say, is there a leadership thing, an accountability thing? I mean, I think, look, Justin Veely, who is the hitting coach, I think there's no doubt, like, pressure is on him, right? Like, if the Giants haven't been a team really to make midseason changes, really ever, but especially in recent years. But, you have to wonder if this goes on at some point. Like, the fact is Donnie Eckert was in charge in the 2021 season, and so Veely's really only been on board. He was the assistant hitting coach that year, but since he's been in charge, there really hasn't been a year with an above-average offense, and so there is probably pressure from him, and obviously that wasn't someone Bob Melvin hired. Now, again, I'm not saying there's any tension there or anything like that, but obviously when there's continued hitting struggles, the hitting coach is someone that there's going to be pressure and there's going to be added looks to. I mean, no, it's we're so far into the season, and normally you have like a few bright spots, right? Even last year when the Giants weren't winning the way they wanted, you had Tyro, J.D. Davis, Lamont Wade, right? All like having all-star first couple months of the season. And this year, the bright spots you get that are exceeding expectations, right? I guess it's Lamont again, it's Jordan Hicks, and then that's kind of about it. And then everyone else is really struggling, and in a way, perhaps the worst part. And if we talk sort of more holistically about state of the organization, AAA hasn't had many standouts either, and that's where I understand people wanting to call for Marco Luciano, and maybe that's the move. Maybe you call up Luciano and you plug him in for Nick Ahmed, but Ahmed's been elite defensively at short, and Luciano hasn't been that great at AAA. And Casey Schmidt. Obviously we saw flashes from last season. He's been a below average hitter at AAA so far this season. So, those guys have tools. And again, sometimes the guy can struggle in the minors, but there's the right adjustment, the right coaching staff, and they're ready to hit the ground running when you give them the call up. But, I think this is a very different conversation if Casey Schmidt and Marco Luciano did the first month first 2 months of the AAA season what Elliot Ramos has done, right? Because they're probably already in the big league club, right? Luis Matos, I guess is similarly, who's struggled really to a significant degree at AAA as well. And so that's kind of, I think, how we get here, where it feels like they made the moves that, they made more moves than I expected them to make after losing out on Ohtani and Yamamoto, getting both Chapman and Soler and Snell on top of that after grabbing Lee early in the offseason. The lineup was expected to at least be more formidable, at least be a little deeper, and that obviously hasn't been the case. I don't know if there's an easy way to fix it. I think if you're looking for the sort of hope for the Giants, the long view, if you're looking for optimism, away from just, again, I do think a lot of the players on this team are better than their performances so far this season.
No doubt.
This team was built to win off pitching, right? And there was always going to be the spin. The point, there was sort of going to be this inflection point, right? The question was, could the Giants get far enough into the season for Cobb to come back, for maybe even Robbie Ray to be a factor down the line when we get to post-All-Star break? And while they brought in Blake Snell, coming off a Cy Young year, maybe hit the ground running, but the fact is Blake Snell has always been bad to start the seasons throughout his career, every stop.
Yep.
And so the one thing I think you can point at is, despite some inconsistencies from the bullpen occasionally, for the most part, Kyle Harrison and Keaton Winn have been solid. They haven't been exceptional, but they've been solid. Jordan Hicks, again, we talked about. Logan Webb is still Logan Webb. If you just can tread water a bit, right, hold on, that whether it's Snell comes off the IL and hits that rhythm and locks into that top form that Snell is capable of, whether it's Cobb coming off the IL, and it just kicking things into gear, and it just makes life easier on the offense. Now, again, frankly, the pitching staff isn't the problem, right? I think a lot of people were kind of criticizing the bullpen earlier in the year when it was kind of more of just the bullpen was only having 1-run leads because the offense was still struggling to score so much, and that's going to continue to be the problem.
Right.
But the easiest thing to find at the trade deadline tends to be roughly league average offense, right? Because those guys on rental deals, bad teams are usually looking to dump those, and those tend not to cost a lot of prospects. If you look at the 2020, look at Atlanta in 2021, right? They won the World Series. They weren't above 500 in that season until August 8th.
That's right.
Right. Everyone was baffled. Why, hey, Acuna's out for the year. Why are you trading, at the deadline, what they trade for? A bunch of sort of quote unquote mediocre
here's some
bats,
Jock
right?
Peterson in your list.
Exactly. Jock Peterson, Jorge Soler, Eddie Rosario, and one other bat. None of those players, at the time were viewed as exceptional. All of them were solid, but that just filled enough holes in the lineup that they were able to carry it. Now, again, they still had Freddie Freeman and Ozzie Albies. I'm not saying it's apples to apples fully, but there is something to be said for there should be ways to make marginal upgrades. The issues, again, with the Giants lineup is where is that exceptional bat at, right? Patrick Bailey's had those flashes, but that's a lot to ask of a catcher. And obviously the concussion
an exceptional bat for a catcher who's batting 7th. Let's be clear about what if Patrick Bailey ever turns into a true middle-of-the-lineup bat, your lineup sucks. Full stop. I mean, I think that he can be a really positive player because the pop time is incredible and all this. Everyone likes Patrick Bailey. If anyone needs Patrick Bailey to turn into what would be an MVP candidate, given his defensive acumen by having plus hitting compared like a Will Smith type, congratulations. That's an incredible accomplishment. If you're batting Patrick Bailey 3rd, 4th, or even 5th, any other circumstance, your lineup sucks. That means that you have nobody else. So that's where I Bailey might be one of the few bright spots, honestly, because he from the left side of the plate, he looks really, really good as of late. Are there any other, last week I went out to the Coliseum, and I'd been kind of A's curious all season. I'm like, are these guys kind of fun? I don't really want to believe that given everything that's going on, but are they kind of fun? Are they kind of interesting? And I spent some time around them. And, they're kind of fun and they're kind of interesting. That's not the point. The point is that their offense, which I think everyone in baseball went, oh, here come the A's, one of the worst offenses in baseball. It looked to me, being around them for a little bit, and then certainly diving into the stats the way I did, that there were a couple of guys on the verge of really coming through, that there was a lot of batted ball luck, that there were a lot of guys who were underperforming. So, like Shea Langoliers was the great example. He was just smacking the bejesus out of the ball, but he had like a 140 batting average. And then what happened? Shea Langoliers was one of the best players in baseball last week. It wasn't anything different. It just got better batted ball luck. Is there anybody like that on the Giants right now where you say, just be patient, he's doing the right things, the better stats will come?
I mean, I think there are players you can say that about to a certain extent, but again, the problem is this Giants lineup doesn't need some of these mediocre bats. I mean, it'd help if some of these bats that are well below average or league average. The problem is they need an anchor, right? Like look, I still think Jung-Hoo Lee, despite the numbers, I think when you look at expected stats and you look at his approach at the plate, I'm not worried about him offensively.
Agreed.
I think like that's the one I would point to, right? If you're talking about, but again, what my expectations are for Jung-Hoo Lee are not the anchor the lineup needs, right? Are not the superstar this lineup needs. And so that's where, again, you come back to the recipe for success for this team is going to be lineup depth, right? Is going to be not having holes in the lineup, or at the very least having limited holes in the lineup. You're playing great defense. Your pitching's really good. Again, I still think there's the makings of one of, if not the best pitching staff in baseball if things come together in the next month or two. I don't think that's far from out of the realm of possibility, particularly as Melvin's seemingly just started to adjust to give some of the younger arms a bit more opportunities in high leverage spots. Someone like Ryan Walker and whatnot, who's gotten off to an excellent start to the season, right? Mm-hmm. And so that's where, you look for the optimism here, and then you say there's enough names, there's enough proven commodities. They weren't the only team who wanted a Jorge Soler and Matt Chapman, even if they may have paid more than other teams, presumably, right? Those are good players. They should perform up to a better caliber. And with the pitching, with the defense, that, again, has been inconsistent and frustrating, but you're banking on reputations here, right? You're banking on the small sample sizes. You're banking on, look, when you talk to players who move in free agency, who get traded, that is not as insignificant of an adjustment as it may seem from the outside. You're talking about new coaching staff coming in, getting acclimated. You're talking about a bunch of players coming in and getting acclimated. And then you're talking about the players who, frankly, had seen a bit more static, the last couple of years, having to adjust to that as well. And so, maybe that's if we're talking about the movie version of what's the narrative when the Giants have an incredible second half and we're writing about what was the reason for this start, that could be part of it. But again, there's not an easy answer here, right? There's nothing that obvious. And that's why the Giants are close to a year out from having not just the worst offense in baseball, but one of the worst calendar year offensive stretches we've seen from an MLB team in a long time. And it doesn't seem like to have a solution really waiting for them.
Oh man, that's really fun. That's really it's everything you're saying is right, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. Mark DeLucci, Bayside Baseball, bringing truth bombs here on the Leader 104.5 and 680, a Cumulus media station. Let's switch over to pitching then, because again, there's no obvious solution for hitting. So why are we pulling our hair out about it? We only have so much to give. Let me throw something at you, and I want your off the cuff opinion on this. I am very nervous about Kyle Harrison. I mean, I really appreciate his temperament and the way that he attacks hitters, but I don't see the stuff. I mean, he is really reliant on a four-seam fastball that's all extension and not a lot of pop. Doesn't have a lot of, it's not some crazy spinner. It's kind of flat. The breaking pitches, he doesn't command them all that great, and they're not all that great even when he does command them. It just feels to me like there's a bit of a ticking time bomb here with Kyle Harrison. Am I missing something?
I think so. I think he has breaking balls that are are good enough to be effective if he can wrangle in the command, right? He has some potentially really good breaking pitches. And the other thing I'll say when we talk about Harrison, and this is where part of the reason, for what it's worth, I was someone who was pretty adamant that the Giants should go after Snell, or did need kind of another proven starter to potentially play into the mix at the top of the rotation, because for a while it looked like the Giants were heading into the season expecting Harrison to be a legit number two and ready to be that, right?
Yeah.
And
where would we be now?
Again, yeah, exactly.
Actually, probably the same spot.
Yeah, I was going to say, to be fair, again, I don't get anything right. I didn't get anything right this offseason. But anyway, despite the fact that teams, we talk about player development, it feels like guys are getting to the big leagues younger and younger and younger. That's actually only true on the position player side. I'm taking this a bit from my friend Roger Munter. There Are Giants. Substack does great farm system work for folks who like following the Giants prospects.
Shout out, Roger.
But one thing he pointed out is that when you look at pitching around the big leagues, organizations, they're getting to the big leagues tending to be older. There's a lot more guys who look like Keaton Winn than look like Kyle Harrison.
Mm-hmm.
Of the 24 youngest players on opening day rosters this season, 2 of them were pitchers. It was Kyle Harrison and Jared Jones, who Giants just saw with the Pirates.
Yeah.
So I think that is the necessary context. So, again, Harrison, to me, I think there is enough stuff. I guess you're right to have that concern in the sense of I don't look at Kyle Harrison right now and say this guy is – right, Tim Lincecum when he first came up, when you could tell he was like an adjustment away from being an ace, right? This isn't someone who, with the expectations that have been lodged at Harrison, I think a lot of people were expecting to see someone who is ready to be elite impact carrier rotation type guy really quickly. I don't necessarily think that's the case right now. But he is, I think, going to be formidable, going to be effective. If you're looking for a short-term model, maybe you're talking like something close to what, Pete Jonathan Sanchez was here in this first year or two. And again, that may seem disappointing, but he's 22, 23 years old, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're getting a good 4-starter from him, that's really huge and tells you about what his potential can be. So I would push back a bit. I wouldn't be worried about Kyle Harrison, but I wouldn't put too much weight on his shoulders right now.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I look at it and I go, this is a kid who I don't know if it's fair to say he needed more time getting seasoned in AAA because clearly he can do it at the major league level, but there's still a lot for him to learn. This cannot be his final form. Again, he's 22. You're right. He's very young and he's figuring it out on the fly, but that then leads to some concerns of like, well, how hard are these lessons going to be that he's getting taught? I mean, we saw that today with Mason Black. He gets through the lineup once, and then guess what? You don't have wipeout stuff. You don't have a 2-strike pitch. We're going to pound you. It's game over for you, buddy, if you don't locate your fastball perfectly, your sinker perfectly every single time. I mean, these are very tough lessons. These are lessons that result in losses. And to this point, we haven't felt that with Kyle Harrison, I think, on any sort of a macro level. And I'm just concerned that as the book gets more and more out on him, what we've already seen might end up being fleeting. But I agree with everything you said there. When we look at the bullpen, I feel like they've kind of figured out what this bullpen is. I feel like Eric Miller has established himself as sort of the bridge guy. You got Sean Jelly as your long reliever, and you know what you're trying to do in 7, 8, and 9. I feel pretty good about this bullpen, all things considered. And of course, Ryan Walker, you mentioned earlier, who's been lights out this season. Where do you feel they stand right now?
I feel really good about where this bullpen's at. Now, bullpens tend to be one injury away from falling apart. But, no, right now I feel really good about where this bullpen is at. And, again, when you know what the starting pitching is at, the fact is, you believe at some point there's going to have to be someone who's currently in the rotation probably who gets kicked to the bullpen or, an out Cobb or someone else ends up in the bullpen, right?
Those things take care of themselves typically. But
exactly. They tend to take care of themselves, but it means there's some built-in reinforcement, right? Whether it is injuries that come on the starting pitching side, maybe it is Kyle Harrison or Keaton Winn regresses and they have to be sent to AAA, right? But there's depth there, and that's the spot when you look at AAA. Juan Sanchez, a lefty who was a standout in spring training, he's done really well at AAA Sacramento, and so you also have another arm there in waiting that seems to be able to potentially be someone who could factor in if, again, you do get hit with an injury, you do have someone who maybe hits a rough patch.
He's Mark DeLucci. He covers the Giants for Bayside Baseball, dropping truth bombs here on Sports Phone KNBR. Great stuff, Mark. Really do appreciate your time. And let's talk under better circumstances next time. What do you say?
Will do. Appreciate it.
Great stuff there. Check out Mark at Bayside Baseball. Appreciative of his time. All right, I promised Klay Thompson. I'm going to bring you Klay Thompson. That's on the other side of the break. Danny Emmerman later on in this hour. I got a read I got to do, right? We got to talk about Sports Phone KNBR presented by Industrial Metal Supply. It's online at industrialmetalsupply.com. It's metal made easy, unlike my transition to commercial breaks. Kurtenbach with you until 9 p.m. on The Sports Leader.
Sound off on the sports leader. Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling right here and on the all-new KNBR app.
The Magic can open up in excess of $60 million in cap space this offseason. So there are going to be players, when you think about free agency and other moves that can be made. You look at scoring. In Game 7, obviously struggled a little bit to score the ball, especially in the second half of the game when the Cavs and Donovan Mitchell kept coming for them. So you look at the point guard position, but also shooting and scoring on the wing. And one name to keep an eye on, Klay Thompson. I'm told there is mutual interest between the Magic and Klay Thompson. Thompson, along with several other vets around the league, are looking at the Magic as a situation where if you plug in a guy like Klay Thompson, you plug in another veteran player, whether it be at the point guard position, the shooting guard position, this team can make a real jump around Paolo Banchero and Franz Wagner. Both guys, Paolo Banchero already a star, already a guy that's been a part of Team USA. Franz Wagner has the ability to potentially be an all-star as well. But if you plug in some more shooting and scoring, I think that's what can take this Orlando team to another level.
It'd be Franz Wagner, but, we're not going to get tied up on details here, Shams. That was Shams Charania on FanDuel TV. That's a cursed sentence. And he's talking about Klay Thompson. What are the Warriors going to do with Klay Thompson? I'll tell you what's happening here. I think a lot of people are going to be freaking out over the next couple of days about that report right there. They're also going to look at what's happening with the Philadelphia 76ers, where Daryl Morey came out today. Yes, that Daryl Morey. And said that, hey, we're changing everything up. It's going to be Joel Embiid. It's going to be Tyrese Maxey. And everyone else can get the hell up out of town. We're changing things up. And you look at the free agent market, and there's a Pascal Siakam, and there's a DeMar DeRozan, and maybe even a LeBron James. But there's definitely going to be a Klay Thompson. If there's one thing we know, Klay Thompson's going to let himself hit the market. He's never done it before. He wants to try it out. Just see how it feels, Just dip his toes into the pool of free agency. The Warriors are in an inverse Giants situation right now. Now, there is a lot of similarities between how the Warriors are handling their business today and how the Giants handled their business post-World Series. We'll get into that later. As of right now, the Warriors are being used in this free agent negotiation, which, by the way, started long before Shams said there's interest. Mark Stein was on this in February. The Warriors have an offer. It is their same offer. It's roughly $24 million for the next 2 years. It might change a little bit. It might not change at all. I do not believe that the Warriors and Klay Thompson have been to a negotiating table in any way, shape, or form for several months. Going back, even in this calendar year, I don't think they've discussed anything as it pertains to his contract. Klay wants to test out the market because the market will pay more for Klay Thompson than the Warriors will. The Warriors showed their hand at the beginning of the season, 2 years, $48 million, let's do this thing, and Klay Thompson said no. That's fine. That's his prerogative, just as it's the Warriors' prerogative to offer that much money over that many years. It didn't work out then. I still think it works out. I still do. But unlike with the Jonathan Kuminga, where the Warriors value him more than the league values him, the market values him, I think that the market values Klay Thompson maybe more than the Warriors do this upcoming offseason. And this is not to bring in the history and the lineage and all the incredible great things that Klay Thompson has done. It's just to say, moving forward, the Warriors already told Klay Thompson what they think he's worth, and he didn't do anything this past season to increase that value. If anything, he hurt it. Now, you look at a team like Orlando. How much is Klay Thompson worth to the Orlando Magic? $30 million a year? Maybe. How much is he worth to the Philadelphia 76ers? $30 million a year? Maybe. Klay Thompson's going to go find out. And with all of this happening, Klay's a pretty private person, but there's a lot of people working on his behalf. And with all of this out there, all it's doing is telling the Golden State Warriors, you want to up that offer? Klay could leave. He could go. You want to up that offer? These other teams, the Orlando Magic, I'm sure the Sixers will get in on this action in the not-too-distant future. They're doing what Shohei Ohtani did. They're doing what Aaron Judge did. They're doing what Bryce Harper did. They're doing what, to a degree, Giancarlo Stanton did. They're bringing in a third party and saying, hey, these guys are going to pay a lot of money. They're going to put a big offer on the table. Give me a little more sugar. And it got that extra year from the Yankees for Judge. It got the Dodgers to pay Donnie Eckert money to Shohei Ohtani. These guys know where they want to be, but they want to be paid what they deserve to be paid. I think we're all in that boat. I think that's fair. I don't think that's rude or unloyal or anything like that. I want to be here. I want to be a Warrior for life. I want to go out and end my career as a Golden State Warrior. I want to ride into the sunset with these dudes who built this arena, who put championships in the rafters, who made the Golden State Warriors the one-time laughingstock of the NBA. And don't forget those days. The laughingstock of the NBA, these guys, Steph, first and foremost, Draymond Green and Klay Thompson in a close second. Those guys turned the Warriors into whatever the hell this thing is, because it's barely even sports anymore. It's an entertainment conglomerate. That is the ideal circumstance. Ride out into the sunset with your boys who built it up. You get to leave it on your terms. But his terms also include being paid what he's worth. And he's going to go out and test the market, and they're going to say, here's what you're worth. And then he's going to go back to the Warriors and say, maybe not match it, but get close. And if you think the Warriors won't try, you got another thing coming. Now, here's the deal. Ultimately, Klay's the one who has to sign the document that says, I'm going to play for X amount of years for this amount of money in this city. And there is no guarantee, even though he wants to come back to the Warriors. I still believe that, even though he stopped saying it publicly, because, again, bad for negotiations. Even though I think he wants to come back, that doesn't mean he will. And deep down, I think that the Warriors would be okay with that. Klay Thompson wants to leave. It's going to hurt. It's going to hurt for all of the incredible reasons that we can list out for the next 10 hours of radio. Because of the history, because of the lineage, because of the 11 that's going in the rafters. I was there. I was there for the quarter. I mean, you cannot convince me that Klay Thompson isn't one of the 75 greatest basketball players of all time. I know the NBA had their whole thing. They were wrong. They were wrong. Congrats on Damian Lillard making it, though. Really good look. Never won a damn thing. But, yeah, that guy. I think Damian Lillard made it. Let's just go with that. I know Klay didn't make it, so wrong. Regardless, Klay Thompson says, you know what? The only market in America where I'm constantly being compared to my old self is the one I'm coming from. I'm tired of having to be the old Klay Thompson while wearing the same jersey, that I can't perform like that anymore. He might need a fresh start. Legitimately, he might need a fresh start. A good luck to Orlando, a good luck to Philadelphia with all of that. There might be some other teams involved. San Antonio. Good luck to them with all of that. He might want a new start. He might want to go somewhere new, try some stuff out, hit up Tinder, see what's going on. That's his prerogative. And legitimately, while it would suck in the moment, you just say, Klay, you're a legend. You're always welcome back here. Best of luck to you. We're cheering from afar. It's all you can do. And in that, the Warriors would also go, oh. Because ideally, everyone gets to ride out into the sunset. That's ideally. But it's also going to be pretty hard. It's going to be a tough scene as you watch these Warriors, let's be honest, struggle through the next couple of years to look anything like they once did, where we all have to deal with the mortality that Klay was talking about last year. We just have to just face that every night. Hey, it's tonight on Dying Slowly, only on NBC Sports Bay Area. We just get to live with that and just fester in our mortality and just, bad vibes, bad analogies all around. You'll get some incredible nights and everything will be viewed through the lens of what great performances from aging stars. Man, for them to pull it off on one night out of 10, what a performance. We'll have that. We'll have that. And Bob Fitzgerald will still do his spin. And we'll get all that. But the Warriors, if Klay leaves, get his money off the books. They get to waive Chris Paul. And now suddenly this team that was so deep in luxury tax hell this past season and looking down the barrel at some deeply punitive stuff coming from the league, if they didn't figure out a way to not just get under the luxury tax, but get out of the luxury tax aprons, but get out of the luxury tax altogether. Because they got to do it for 2 out of the next 4 years, and they lose draft picks, and they can't make trades in certain ways. It gets really hard to run a basketball team, especially a basketball team whose arrow is pointing down. It gets really hard to do that if you got all these penalties coming because you're paying your guys too much. Would they like to keep selling tickets and keep doing nights like that ridiculous Klay, Draymond, Steph night they did on November 23rd or November 30th, 2023? Where it's like, are they all dying? Are they terminal? Like, what the hell's going on? It's a November basketball game, and we're treating it like it's a testimonial match over in the Premier League where you bring out all the old guys to fart around the field for a night. We'll get plenty of that down the line. We're going to have a lot of Forever Giants nights at Chase Center. But if Klay leaves, that's his prerogative. That's on him. The Warriors put out a good effort. Klay decided he wanted to go. Let's be real about this. People are going to blame him for breaking up the big three. So now the Warriors don't have to carry that burden anymore. Because the burden is we can't break up the big three. How could we possibly do that? We have a lot of season ticket holders. They'll never let it happen. We'll never hear the end of it. Well, if Klay decides to leave, even if the Warriors did lowball him, it's going to be viewed as him breaking up the big three. And honestly, that might be best for him. Might not be, might be. I don't know. That's his decision to make. I'll understand it either way. If they do that, now they're in a much different salary space. And now they have a little bit of flexibility to maybe do something. Maybe not this offseason, but next trade deadline, next offseason. Now they got some wiggle room. It solves a lot of problems. Does it help sell tickets in the short term? Hell no. Does it create some bad PR in the short term? Hell yeah. Does it solve some problems that Mike Dunleavy Jr. has on his desk? You betcha. You bet. Does it put the Warriors in a better position to win sooner? I think so. I don't think the Warriors offer is going to come up that much. I think there's a little bit of wiggle room here. And I'm very interested to see what the Orlando Magic or the Spurs or the 76ers offer Klay Thompson. Because let's be real, he's more valuable to them than he is to the Warriors right now. And he's still valuable to the Warriors, not just as a player, but certainly as someone to sell tickets. Go and see the aging superstars' final hurrah. That's where the Warriors are at right now. And if Klay Thompson, and again, it's not necessarily fair, but if he wants to break that up, go somewhere else, get a clean start, totally understandable. Again, you tip your hat, you thank him for all the memories, and you say, we'll be rooting from you from afar. Can always be one of your favorite players. But I do think it solves a lot of the Warriors' problems that they have kind of in the big picture in a very tidy way. So this is going to be the story of the summer, folks, because the Giants can't hit worth a lick. If they start hitting, we'll switch it up. But right now, we're on Klay Watch. And Klay Watch is heating up, and it's starting to get really interesting. I think it's been interesting. I think this stuff has been right under the surface. It's surfacing now. Whew. Welcome to free agency. Guess what? There are no rules. We're about to have some fun. We're going to have some fun talking to Danny Emmerman as well. He's coming up next. Kurtenbach with you until 9 p.m. on The Sports Leader.
Speak your mind on the sports leader. Sports Phone KNBR keeps coming at you. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
We're back with you, the sports leader, Deer Kurtenbach, hanging out until 9 p.m. Sports Phone KNBR, and on a different kind of phone, the guest line phone. We have Danny Emmerman, Bay Area News Group Warriors writer. You know him from his time covering the San Francisco Giants here at KNBR. We want to bounce around a little bit with him, but let's stick to the association first and foremost. Danny, what have been your takeaways so far on the NBA playoffs, knowing the Warriors aren't in it? We're kind of keeping an eye on everything Dubs Nation. But what have been your takeaways so far watching these playoffs unfold?
Thanks a lot for having me on, Dieter. I appreciate it, as always. In terms of the NBA playoffs, man, I have a lot of takeaways, and you could read some of them at the Mercury News. I think one of the biggest takeaways from a Warriors perspective, I think that anyone could have watching these playoffs, is just confirming what we kind of thought in terms of the regular season and confirming just how far away these Warriors are from some of these teams, especially in the West. When you look at the level of play just in that Denver-Minnesota series, the level of play Oklahoma City has risen to, these teams really took care of the Warriors during the regular season, and they look like they're playing such a higher level of basketball than the Warriors ever did this year. And there's a lot of ground to make up.
It's interesting because at the same time you see some teams that are out, and I think of the Lakers, I think of the Bucks to a degree. Let's just stick in the Western Conference. Suns, Lakers, it doesn't feel as if they achieved anything more than the Warriors achieved, even though they got into the tournament. And those two teams almost feel like they're in a worse position moving forward than the Warriors. Is that an unfair take? Is that just recency bias in that their season ended more recently, or do you feel like the Warriors are maybe in a better position moving forward than two of their perceived rivals? And maybe they're all just washed, but what do you make of the Warriors versus the Lakers and the Suns?
Well, that's another takeaway, is that all these older teams are out. Their seasons are over. When you think of all the best players who have defined the past decade or so of the NBA, LeBron and Durant, Steph Curry, they're all at home watching, and they'll all be together in Paris competing this summer. Right. But in terms of which of those teams might have it better than the Warriors, I'm not so sure. I think it's fair to say that those teams have more question marks than the Warriors, but I think they're still better suited to compete next year. It could be a wacky offseason, but I'd still rather have Durant and Booker under contract. They're younger. They're still performing at a super high level. To have those guys under contract and build around them, and then on the Lakers side, I think LeBron's going to come back. You'd still probably rather build around.
There's some question in your mind that LeBron might not come back?
I think there's some questions in everyone's mind, right?
Huh.
Not
mine, Danny. I'm not going to lie. I don't think the guy can turn down the attention.
He's I'm not sure. I'm not so sure he'll be back with the Lakers next year. I think he will be, but he's got the player option, and I think he probably wants to get paid for longer than next year.
Yeah.
If I were the Lakers, I would just do it.
Of course.
Because he's LeBron James, and even though he's in year 21, I think he's still a really, really great player. He can still elevate. Yeah, I mean,
you got to use him in a little bit of a different role. Yeah, you got to use him in a little bit of a different role than maybe 3 or 4 years ago. But he was still the best player on that team, and the only reason they had anything worthwhile to offer to the league, it's still the marquee franchise in the league, as much as the Knicks like to think they are. Let me know when they start playing truly entertaining basketball. Right now, they're doing it with grit and bubble gum. Great team, don't get me wrong, but it's not as if they're box office in any way, shape, or form with Tom Thibodeau at the helm. I just think that LeBron would he'd be a fool to walk away like this. There's got to be a more graceful way to exit, and maybe I'm giving him too much credit, and maybe I'm holding him in too low of regard all at the same time, but it just seems ridiculous to me that when he still has the ability to give so much, he would step aside over what? He's just got the head coach out in Darvin Ham, which doesn't shock me in the least bit. One, it's LeBron James, and two, Darvin Ham wasn't a very good coach. And yeah, he's going to get to handpick whoever follows. I mean, I think it will probably be J.J. Redick. So that podcast they were doing was basically a very long public interview by LeBron picking his next head coach. I don't know. I feel like LeBron's got it pretty good, save for the fact that D'Angelo Russell's on his team, and it's kind of hard for me to believe that he'd walk away from all of that. But maybe I'm cynical. I don't know.
He has it pretty good there, but he'll have it pretty good anywhere. If you study his career, regardless of where he's at, he gets whatever coach he wants. He pretty much controls their personnel decisions. I think he could have a lot of those perks regardless. I think it'll come down to whether or not he'll want to still live in Los Angeles and retire as a Laker.
Right.
And it's entirely possible he does, but there are better options for him out there if he wants to win another ring.
Well, what's one of those teams? Like, legitimately, what's a team that has the ability to sign a max player that you think is closer to a championship than the Los Angeles Lakers? There's one that comes to mind immediately, but I don't know if they're that much closer. What's your list here?
Philly definitely comes to mind. I imagine that's what you were thinking too.
Yeah, but okay, it's Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid. It's two really outstanding players. Maxey really came on this year, and then what? They got $65 million in cap space. 50 of that's going to go to LeBron. So you really get, another literally the amount for the mid-level exception is the difference between LeBron coming in and LeBron or getting 3 or 4 players. Like, that's all you can get. You can get LeBron and a guy on the mid-level exception that's not actually a mid-level exception. Like, does that make Philadelphia a force in the Eastern Conference? I don't think that much of the East, but I also don't think that much of Embiid and Maxey, I guess.
I mean, if you just put LeBron James in the Tobias Harris spot, the season for the Sixers ends a lot differently.
Do you think he scores a point in the final closeout game? I mean, it's really going on a limb there, Danny.
Yeah. Philadelphia comes to mind in terms of a team that could add LeBron and become instant contenders. Cleveland, maybe. I think they're better suited to make a run. Again, in the East, I think it's important to move out of the West if you're him.
Right.
And if your goal is to win a ring.
Right.
Cleveland, Orlando, maybe. I think they're probably closer to winning a title than the Lakers are right now, which is kind of crazy to say, but I like their young core. They have an identity. They have a bunch of cap space as well, and I think they're going to be a player for Klay Thompson, as we've seen reportedly. But, yeah, I mean, those are some destinations I think could make sense for LeBron, but this will probably all be mute. He'll probably just come back to the Lakers and ride out into the sunset.
Yeah, he went to the Lakers for a reason in the first place. I don't think that mandate is complete. We're talking to the great Danny Emmerman of the Bay Area News Group. That's the San Jose Mercury News and the East Bay Times. He covers the Golden State Warriors and has a beat on all things NBA these days. Let's talk about Orlando, and let's talk about Klay Thompson. A lot of people out there, and I know this is silly season, and we might be getting that wacky offseason that you said could come down the pipeline here in due time, but it feels to me as if there are a lot of Giants parallels with this, but in reverse. Klay Thompson and the Orlando Magic, reportedly, according to Shams, have mutual interest. I can understand why the Orlando Magic have interest in Klay Thompson. And I suppose I could get myself to a place where I believe truly that Klay Thompson wants to be a member of the Orlando Magic. But where I'm at right now is this just feels like leverage to me. This feels like what's happened to Farhan Zaidi and the Giants time and time again. You need to have another team in the ring if you want to get what you want from the team you want to go to. Aaron Judge and Giancarlo Stanton and Bryce Harper, they all played the same game. Hey, get San Francisco in. They'll throw in a lot of money, and you'll up the cost with the team that you really want to go to. And that feels like what Klay Thompson's doing here because the Warriors lowballed him. They lowballed him at the beginning of the season. And while that might be his true worth, that's certainly not what his market worth is, and it's not what Klay Thompson thinks he's worth. So I just feel like Orlando's being used as leverage. I kind of feel bad for the Magic here. Am I off base with that?
I'm not so sure. I think money talks, and the Warriors aren't going to offer Klay Thompson the most money. I think a team like Orlando will offer him a bigger contract, probably for more years. And it'll come down to, do you want to retire as a Warrior? Do you want to keep the band together? How much does it mean to you to wear one jersey for your entire career? Because I don't think the Warriors are prepared to offer him more than 2 years, more than 40, 45 million.
Yeah, pretty much the same offer they already threw his way.
Yeah, and there will be teams that will offer more. I think those teams that we're just talking about, Magic, 76ers, they need shooting, and they need a player like Klay who can play off the ball around their stars. I think he'd fit really well in Orlando.
Agreed.
Like as a complement to Paolo Banchero, and he has the ball all the time, and he's a really good decision maker, but they just don't have any shooting around him, so he's forced to make so many tough decisions and take a bunch of bad shots. I think Klay would take a lot of pressure off him. I think with Klay, there's nowhere Klay can go where he'd be afforded the same fanfare, same privileges, same lifestyle that he has in Golden State. And he's earned all that.
Of course.
He's earned all that in 13 years. I just think it would be different for him. And I'm not sure if he does decide to leave, I'm not sure that reality of not being beloved in a market, not having the same, let's call it rapport with the local media. I'm not sure how much he would like that. He might end up regretting it, but it might end up being awesome. So who knows?
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like it cuts both ways there, Danny, though. Like, yes, it's a clean start for him in Orlando or Philadelphia. And in that, it could go poorly if he plays like he played a lot of times this season. It could also be spectacular, where he doesn't have the burden of being the old Klay Thompson constantly being carried around with him. And so as much as Warriors fans are going to love him more than anybody else could possibly love him, they're also harder on him in a way. I know I've been harder on him because I've seen what he could be, and I hate using the phrase all the time, well, he'll never be the old Klay. The only fan base that can say, hey, we know what the old Klay was and is and what that felt like, what that looked like, because we saw it on a night-in, night-out basis, that's the Warriors. And maybe just breaking off from that would be good for Klay Thompson. At the same time, I'm with you. Like, grass is not always greener. And if you show up and you go 0 for 10 in your first game, following off an 0 for 10 in your last game, I don't know how much goodwill you're going to have to go back on, whereas at least with Warriors fans, he could not possibly overwrite all the goodwill that he had earned himself in his time in Golden State. He could not possibly overwrite that, even if he stunk it up beyond the level he wasn't great last year for 2 more seasons. But yeah, that familiarity, let's be real, it can sometimes breed a little bit of contempt. And I feel like Klay might be feeling that a little bit. He was a bit salty this year. Certainly after the contract negotiation stuff leaked out, he got a little bit salty with the media, and I think with the fan bases a little bit. I'm not sure he's not open to it, but again, it still feels like leverage to me.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're onto something there, where if he did decide to play for another team, I think it might be easier for him to not chase his own shadow a little bit, just mentally.
That's good phrasing, yeah.
But, yeah, I mean, listen, Klay Thompson went scoreless against Sacramento in the season-ending game, the playing game, and went 0 for 10, whatever he did. He didn't talk to the media after.
Yeah.
And that's okay. Like, whatever, he dipped out.
Yeah,
can you do that in Philadelphia? Like, with no legacy to the Philadelphia
they'll
market?
kill you.
I don't know.
They'll cut your throat. I mean, I know. I'll say this: whenever we do the New York media or the Philly media or the Boston media, a lot of that stuff is more overblown than I think it is. But it ain't here. We got to be on it. It ain't here. We put up with a lot of crap from the Giants year in and year out because, well, Buster Posey's still on the team, and they won World Series. So I'm not terribly convinced that it wouldn't be true in his case. Maybe the Orlando media is. I don't know who the media is in Orlando these days, so maybe that would be the best place for him. I don't know. Is there any? Yeah, go ahead.
You mentioned the Giants. I want to ask you. I was talking to someone at the ballpark last week, and they mentioned that they felt like the current Warriors situation reminded them of 2017.
Totally.
Giants.
Totally. Were you talking to me? Were you talking to me?
Yeah. I was not talking to you.
This is a long held take that they're entering their forever Warriors phase, and it's not ideal. It's not ideal, but I don't really know of a way out. I think maybe the only way out is through at this juncture, in the sense of you can't do anything. Living in reality, there's nothing that can be done to turn this team into a title contender. As you said, they're so far away. They could be better than the Lakers. They could be better than Phoenix next year. Minnesota, Denver, Oklahoma City. I'm in and out on Dallas, but those three teams, Denver looks old compared to the other two. So, like, what are we talking about here? They're playing on a completely different level, as you noted. And it just feels like, hey, the dynasty is over, and the best thing you can do is slide out with some grace and sell some tickets on the way. And ultimately, maybe we keep coming back to this. Like, the business of the sport is kind of brutal in this sense of, owners will not turn down a profit for the sake of trying to win a championship, and maybe that's what needs to be done. But right now, you can still sell tickets with Klay and Steph and Draymond, and you can still win enough games to where it's not totally depressing on a night-in, night-out basis. You can't reshape everyone's expectations, but yeah, it just feels like they're going to ride this thing out into the sunset. And honestly, I don't know if there's a better route, which kind of brings me back to Klay. Like, if Klay does go and sign somewhere else for big money, is that I know that it's not going to be received well, but I think in the pretty short term it could look like a big win for the Warriors if Klay wants to walk away from this. They save the Warriors. Would save the Warriors a lot of trouble on that front of having to sort of ride this thing into the sunset. That's a very tricky thing to do. Klay would give them a very clean break. They could kind of do whatever they wanted after that.
Yeah, if you gave Mike Dunleavy truth serum and asked him something like that, would it be nice in a way if Klay broke up with you guys, said it's not you guys, it's me? I wonder what he would say.
Yeah. I think with Chris Paul getting waived, almost certainly, and then you still needing. I mean, I guess they could, but then they got to bring in money back. So there's a whole thing there. I mean, they really do need to figure out a way to get under the luxury tax just to reset the clock. They need to do it 2 out of the next 4 years as to avoid just some really punitive things that come down their way from the CBA, the new CBA, which might as well have been written to break up the Warriors. I just feel like, hey, if Klay leaves, you waive Chris Paul because his money's not guaranteed. Now you don't have to do anything. Now you don't have to do anything bold. You can just hold suit. Try to bring in somebody. You can even get under the salary cap if you have that much going. I know the math gets a little wonky. Like, you could get the full mid-level exception, get that $13, $14 million a year player. Like, I'm not saying they'd be a better team, but it would create a clearer path and a lot more fiscal stability moving forward for the operation. And, again, it helps them avoid the very tricky thing of, how do we end this? How do you say goodbye? Make Klay do the hard work. And, maybe Mike Dunleavy would say that's the same thing, but I don't know where the truth serum lies. Danny, is there any player out there? I mean, I've already said, I don't think there's a move, but do you see a move? Do you see anything that the Warriors can do, even stretching the bounds of possibility and realism? Something that Golden State can do this summer to get them back into that competition with Minnesota, Denver, and Oklahoma City?
Yeah, I mean, how far do you want to stretch the bounds of realism?
Let's do it a little bit, and then let's go the whole way. What do you got if we're operating on, hey, this was a wacky offseason and no one saw this coming, but not preposterous, not impossible. We're not turning off the restrictions in NBA 2K here.
I think a pretty harmful development for the Warriors of this playoffs is how great Minnesota has looked.
Yeah.
I think if they flamed out early, they would have a lot of those similar questions in terms of second apron and keeping all their stars together that the Warriors have. And I think Karl Anthony Towns would be in talks.
Right.
And he's a player who is flawed, but I think he would fit really, really well with the Warriors. He could give them spacing.
With Draymond.
Draymond could help them out on defense just like Gobert has. He'd fit in a lot of lineups. That's the kind of secondary scorer that the Warriors need next to Steph.
Agreed.
I don't think that's realistic anymore, just given that Minnesota looks like the best team in the world.
All right, so let's stretch it out a little bit here. Let's get wild. Let's get crazy. Let's get aggregated here.
Sure. I mean, does Durant make them a championship contender? Of course. Can they get him? No.
What about LeBron and Durant? I saw that floating around today because apparently we have nothing better to do.
No. I don't. Would LeBron make them a contender if he signed to? If he didn't want to take a discount in Los Angeles and suddenly decided he'd take a discount in Golden State, would he make them a contender?
For the minimum, he'd come and play for the minimum. Yeah, that's about all the Warriors could do there. I do love you can get LeBron. It's like you can't get LeBron until 6 months after he signs. Like the rules are pretty clear about this, and he has to sign a contract. So fun times. Jonathan Kuminga. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Danny.
No, if the Warriors make a move on the edges and trade Kuminga, trade some of their young guys, trade their 3 future picks that they have, like a guy like Brandon Ingram could help a lot. I don't think he'd make them a championship contender.
Agreed.
But I think he'd bring them back into the mix. And isn't that all that you want, to be competitive and go out with grace, right? He'd be a strong secondary scorer and provide a lot in the mid-range, which is something that this team has lacked throughout the years. And that would be an interesting dynamic to add. He'd be the best scorer next to Steph since Durant, probably.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
So that would be interesting. Like, there are moves to be made to make this team much, much better.
But at the sacrifice of what? Like at the sacrifice of, one, Jonathan Kuminga, which I know some people feel very strongly about him. I know in the organization they feel strongly about him. And 2, at the expense of future draft picks, right at a time when you need to kind of be accruing future draft picks, not getting rid of them. There's a level of grace that needs to be existent for the organization in the post-Steph, Draymond, Steve Kerr era, whenever that might come, whether it's in 2 years or 4 or 5. With Kuminga, I mean, do you feel like the Warriors are as open to hearing deals on Kuminga as the fan base is?
No, and that's a good way to phrase it. Personally, I don't think Jonathan Kuminga is ever going to blossom into a star player.
Agreed.
I know there are some people in the Warriors organization who disagree.
Yep.
And he's only 21. And he could get a lot better. But you see guys who are 21 in this league.
Paolo Banchero, Anthony Edwards. Yeah, a little bit of a gap.
There's a bit of a gap there. And some of that has to do with the way the Warriors have developed him and not given him the sort of opportunities that these other players have had. But I don't really see that fluidity, that decision-making in his game, that 3-level scorer mentality and ability. Again, it could develop, but I don't really believe in him long-term as like an all-star caliber player. And I'm not so sure that the league does either, which, again, makes trading him difficult.
True.
I think he has value, but I think the Warriors probably value him more than other teams.
As of right now, it's May 6th. Is Klay Thompson a Warrior next season?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
But I think it's close. I don't think it's a certainty.
I agree with that.
Like coin flip.
Hey, that's what keeps us engaged in reading the San Jose Mercury News and the East Bay Times, Danny. We gotta stay up to date. They gotta keep this thing riding all the way down to the deadline. Otherwise, we'll have nothing to talk about because heaven knows we don't want to be talking any more Giants baseball than we have to right now. Danny, great stuff, my man. Thanks so much for the insight and the analysis as always. You can check out Danny's stuff. San Jose Mercury News, East Bay Times does a wonderful column on the weekends called Dimes. Danny Dimes over here talking the league and the playoffs and what it means for the Golden State Warriors here and there. It's great stuff. Danny, thanks again for the time, man. Let's do it again soon.
Thank you, Dieter. Anytime.
Great stuff there from Danny Emmerman. Kurtenbach with you until 9 p.m. on the Sports Leader.
Sports Phone KNBR keeps rolling live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, back with you on the Sports Leader, Dieter Kurtenbach, closing up shop. Let's thank Mark DeLucci and Danny Emmerman for joining us on the show today. I want to thank all of you for some wonderful calls. Great stuff as always. This is your show after all. I just hijack it for 3 hours every now and again. I want to thank Jacob Violante. I want to thank my man Cole. Running the phones. Oh, my God. What a job tonight. We'll do it again tomorrow night after Giants baseball. Giants and Rockies tomorrow. Let's get this thing going, huh? And by the way, we'll talk a little bit of San Jose Sharks tomorrow. Big day for the San Jose Sharks. Is Macklin Celebrini coming to the South Bay? We're going to find out tomorrow, and we'll probably clear the entire show to talk about just that. All right. All jokes aside, thanks for joining us this evening. We'll do it again tomorrow. Until then, have a good one.
And then at that point, he's not on his hands and knees begging for forgiveness. He thinks the right move at that point is to then double down, ask for the ball back, and chuck it 2 times harder.
Chuck it again.
There's 4 days, Chris. There's been 4 days between that and now. Where is the punishment?
And there's been nothing done about him. With that is almost criminal in itself.
Chris, we're on the same wavelength here. I appreciate the passion. I appreciate the call, man.
I got one more thing, Mr. Shep.
Let's hear it.
We talked about the other night with Kobe and Jordan, but I won't go there. I just wanted to mention about how my baseball Orioles, and look at the starting 5, because I don't want to leave the NBA. And the NBA, it's in the playoffs right now, and how top it is what's going on because of such drama, which it shouldn't be such drama. But the Orioles, that starting 5 pitching unit, I think is the best in the American League, maybe in Major League Baseball. And the rest of the world of Major League Baseball had better watch out. And our 1-9 hitting, even McCann, the catcher who's a backup, contributes. So everyone had better watch out about that. And Jordan is definitely one of the top 5. LeBron has got no chance. He would never drive that ball in the paint against Bill Laimbeer.
Yeah, LeBron's a top 5. We'll argue that a different day. I appreciate you, Chris. Good to hear from you, man.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. You too, Chris. Number to get aboard, 855-212-4227, 855-212-4227. All right, Jack, this will be the 30 seconds we talk baseball, then we'll get back to the calls. So the Orioles are the second best team in baseball right now. I don't think people are paying enough attention to them. Obviously, they're atop the AL East. That is a very competitive division. Do you know offhand who has the best record in Major League Baseball right now?
I would have to guess that it's the Philadelphia Phillies.
You are 100% correct.
I know. It's amazing, but people are gonna look at their record, and then they're gonna look a little bit deeper at the schedule, and they'll see that they fattened up by sweeping the Rockies and then the White Sox in consecutive series.
Yeah. And by the way, spoiler alert, Colorado sucks this year.
They're the worst team in professional
sports. I think
sports.
Denver is trying to prove to the Rockies who the worst team is in Colorado right now.
Yeah, that's
the way they're playing.
That's the same organization that had Nebraska Alumni Day. The same week that the school that plays 40 miles up the road played the Huskers, which is just embarrassing, inexcusable, and they're an organization that said, we think we can win. I mean, and anyway, you can't let me go on that rant. But yeah, the point about the Phillies is that they've fattened up against bad teams. The Giants, who they recently swept, took 4 games in a row from them, are not that much better than anyone else that they've beat this year. And I would like to see them play better competition before I start forming conclusions, because I still think that the Braves are the best team in the NL East. And the Phillies are going to have the chance to win a whole lot of games against the Nationals, against the Marlins, and the people down the hallway at WFN are probably going to hate us for saying this too. But
they're going to hate you. They're not going to hate me.
Well, I think they already hate me. But
they're
gonna beat up on the Mets too. So they have a really easy schedule. They play in a really easy division. Oh, and by the way, they have a $900 million payroll on top of all that.
Jack, nobody. First of all, and I hope you're kidding when you say that. Nobody hates you here. Nobody hates you here.
I hope not.
What I will say to that, and then I'm going to get back to a phone call here, because I'm going to be honest with you. You are blessed with a very unique personality. There's no one else like you in our business.
That's very nice.
No, I mean that. The confidence you came in here with 3 years ago, when you were talking to everybody about sports, there was no opinion you'd back down on. There was no conversation you left alone. And I think for some people, they didn't know what to make of that. Now, I have seen you. Now, we have had our run-ins, you and I. You've had your run-ins with some people here outside of just David Shepard.
Yes, unfortunately.
Right,
and I'll say that I regret how I handled some situations.
But that's me letting you know this is how we do things here, Jack. We don't do that. We don't do this. We don't do that. And to your credit, you have learned the hard way. You have taken your lumps, and you have become a really good producer here.
Thank you.
And you have done very well in your updates. And I will say there's something to be said about learning from your mistakes. And
That's very nice.
And this is my transition here, Jack. It's all true. You have learned from your mistakes. I think you've done a flawless job tonight producing, and it has been a pleasure to be with you.
You as well.
Patrick Beverly, I thank you. Patrick Beverly is damn near 36 years old. And Patrick Beverly has an incredible story. People don't know this about Pat. We understand Pat Bev, the Minnesota Timberwolves celebration when they won the play-in game and everyone clowned on him because he was acting like they won an NBA championship. What people miss out on with that is that that's the kind of passion that he plays with every single night. Pat Bev is one of the biggest overachievers in the history of the NBA.
Incredible.
The guy was the 42nd round draft pick back in 2008. He was on 3 different teams in Europe. I remember Fran Fraschilla saying this like it was yesterday. This was like over a decade ago. And he said if you told Pat he could be on an NBA roster, but he'd have to swim from Europe to the States, Pat would be the one guy he wouldn't be surprised that would do it. That's how hungry Beverly has been to get to the NBA. And to his credit, he did. And he lasted at least 12 years, and I hope it's more. Pat Bev was the Lakers starting point guard in his mid-30s playing alongside LeBron James. And yes, he's played in Milwaukee. He's played in Philly. He's played in Minnesota. He's played in Chicago. There's been a lot of teams he's played in lately. But the first 9 years of his career, he was an instant bucket getter for a guy that size. Yeah. And he was also one of the best defenders we had in the NBA. The guy made All-NBA first team. Not bad for a guy who's 6'1", taken 42nd overall, where it took him 4 years just to get into the NBA. And also, outside of college, by the way. That's a great story, Jack. Jack, just let me finish, and then I want to get your point.
Yeah.
That's a great story. That's what needs to be talked about more to Patrick Beverly. But what's going to be talked about is how immature he is, how petulant he is, how overly aggressive he is, how much of a lack of maturity there is when it comes to Patrick Beverly, and how much of a clown he is. That's going to be the popular position for the next 4 days because he's an easy target, because he did something that's inexcusable. He disrespected a reporter on multiple occasions, and the reporter deserved none of that disrespect. She was doing her job, and it was amplified because there was a lack of reporter connectivity where nobody wanted to stand up for this young, innocent woman, and that was a shame. And that was the travesty in it all. But the worst part about this is Pat Bev's career might be over because there was no one to stand up to Pat when he was wrong, and they should have. But Pat is hard-headed. But he's not the guy that's punching out teammates in practice and knocking them out cold-blooded, figuratively, not literally. He's not the individual that's chokeholding individuals from the free throw line to the three-point line on the opposite end and making it seem like you're a WWE superstar. He's not that guy. He's not the guy stomping on people's chests in the middle of a postseason series. He's not the individual who's going after the best player's jewels on the opposing team and costing your team and ultimately a back-to-back championship. Hi, Draymond Green in 2016. So I find it ironic that the likes of Draymond Green are going at him as hard as they are, and it doesn't seem like Draymond has learned his lesson. And I find it fascinating that a guy like Colin Cowherd is telling Barstool Sports to disassociate themselves with him. Meanwhile, Draymond Green continues to get suspension after suspension after suspension after suspension. There seems to be no lesson learned there, and yet he continues to be gainfully employed. I love Draymond Green, by the way. I think he's great for the sport. I think he has his immaturity moments. I think he has his learning and his growing pains to overcome. And I think he has a long way to go in terms of becoming the teammate that he ultimately could be. But I think he's been wonderful for the sport all in all. The same can be said about Patrick Beverly. A horrible Thursday for Pat Bev. There's no denying that. He was despicable in how he handled himself. But it's doubled down by the fact that Adam Silver has not acted on this. And worse, if you're going to take advantage of the platform and the podcast that you have, Pat Bev, now would be the time. Just doing a peace sign and an emoji on Twitter doesn't mean that you're doing better. Doesn't mean that you want to do better. It's just trying to save face and not really meet the beast in the face. What you got to say, Jack? And then I want to get back to the phone.
Yeah, I'd also like to add that he was probably one of the more under-recruited players in the history of Chicago high school basketball, right? I mean, he's only 1 year younger than Derrick Rose. I think we forget about that a lot of the time.
He's older, by the way.
Or 1 year older, excuse me. Derrick Rose was 2008, and I guess Pat Beverly was either 2007 or 2009. I'll have to look it up. But either way, I mean, he didn't have a lot of offers coming out of high school, played at Arkansas. You mentioned how he started his pro career overseas and then somehow sniffed his way back to the NBA.
Three different organizations over in Europe, by the way.
Adam Silver's not putting his foot down because he knows that suspending these players and really punishing them is going to be bad for the on-court product. He doesn't want to do that. That's understandable.
What on-court product are we talking about with Pat Bev right now? There's no on-court product. They were dismissed in 6 games.
Right. I know, but
he may not have a career after this just because no team wants to take another chance on him for his play alone. Forget the antics. Forget the basket case that he is outside of the lines. I'm talking about just in the court.
He wants to maintain the point I'm trying to make is that he wants to maintain a peaceful relationship with the players, and he wants to show them, listen, if you get out of hand one time, we're not going to hold it against you to a pretty extreme degree. We're going to let it go. We're going to give you kind of a slap on the wrist, show you that we care enough to do something. But ultimately, you're going to be back out on the court, and the fans are going to get to watch you play. And that's why he's not really throwing the hammer down on the table.
Okay, I can appreciate that. We're going to elaborate a little bit more on Patrick Beverley in a moment. I do want to get to Steve, who has been waiting patiently in Tennessee. Steve, how you doing this morning? What you got for us on the Infinity Sports Network?
Well, thank you, Shep. I have what I think is kind of a feel-good story about an assistant coach for the Timberwolves. Do you know Elston Turner?
Played at the University of Mississippi.
Ole Miss, yeah. He played high school ball here in Knoxville. I'm a sports writer here in Knoxville. I'm 71, Elston's 64. I covered him when he played at Austin East High School and led them to their first ever state championship in Knoxville, the first high school in Knoxville to win a state championship. He has, I just want to share this with your listeners and you. I don't know, you may already know this information, but Elston has been coaching in the NBA since 1996. This is his 28th year coaching in the NBA, all as an assistant. He has been at 6 different NBA teams. And he comes home every summer in July and works a youth camp at Austin East High School with the kids. He's one of the good men in professional basketball.
Steve, he doesn't get a lot of national notoriety. He played back in the day, obviously in the NBA. I think he might have played for the Bulls, the Nuggets, the Mavs. I think his career almost lasted a decade. But to your point, I can't remember the last time I had an Elston Turner conversation. This is my promise to you. I'm going to reach out to the Minnesota Timberwolves when they eventually win this series against the Denver Nuggets in 4 or 5 games, because God knows they're going to have a lot of time on their hands as Anthony Edwards continues to celebrate and pump his chest as they go up 24 points in the fourth quarter. Shocker there, right?
Right.
We talk all the time about doing your job and how that's such an underrated skill. Just doing your job, not worrying about what comes next, not worrying about what kind of headlines you're making, not worrying about, what's going to transpire and ultimately pan out in your career. But to be an NBA veteran of nearly 10 years and to have been an assistant coach for 28 straight years, 28
Correct.
straight years, Steve,
right.
And to not be a head coach is unfathomable to me. It's confounding because the example that most people give is Sam Cassell. Because Sam Cassell has been an assistant coach since 2008. This guy has Sam Cassell beat by 12 years.
Well, Shep, let me say this. He's been a contender and in contention for a head coaching job 2 or 3 times, and just kind of ended up being the second guy and not getting it. Right. And like I said, I'm a sports writer here in Knoxville, and I did a story on him a couple of years ago when the Timberwolves were having a good season, and I basically was just hoping that they could go on and win the NBA championship, and maybe it might open the door. It's not too late. And Elston says, when I still ask him, he's not pursuing a head coaching job anymore. He's not chasing that dream anymore.
Yeah.
But he still has it. I guarantee you, he would take the head coaching job if one was offered.
I would love to interview this guy because the kind of motivation, the internal motivation you have to be an assistant coach for this long, 3 decades, and not ever be a head coach, knowing he has the NBA resume to back it all up. That's incredible. Steve, what's your last name? How can people get a hold of your work? Because I think this is an article that a lot of sports fans that listen to the show would be fascinated by.
Well, I'm with. I started my coaching. I started my sports writing career in 1973 with the Knoxville Journal, but that paper is no longer in existence. But I've now been continuing my sports writing career. I'm 71 years old. I'm with a community paper in Knoxville called the Knoxville Focus, and like I said, I went out to the camp, and I'll go out.
Steve, you probably had a lot of Dalton Connect articles this year.
Excuse me?
You probably had a lot of Dalton Connect articles this year.
Oh yeah, Oh yeah. Oh yes. But Elston is another thing. You know, a couple of years ago, during the winter, the city of Knoxville named a street after Elston, and he came to that. Was there for the dedication of that street sign.
Yeah.
And just a lot of his former high school classmates were there, and players that he played with in 1977 when Austin East High School won the state championship.
Sure. Well, Steve, I'm gonna research this further because I think this is a story that needs to be put out there on the national landscape a lot more. So I appreciate you bringing it even more to my attention. You continue to do the great work that you do, man. I know that they say newspapers is obsolete and it's a thing of the past. I disagree with that. There may be a little bit of a less demand, but it doesn't mean there is not still a significant demand for people that love having something in front of them and they can actually feel it, and it doesn't have to be on a tablet or a Kindle. So, Steve, great call, man. Good to hear from you, and thank you for the insight.
Thank you for your time, Shep.
Absolutely,
Appreciate
Steve.
it.
Thank you, man. Number to get aboard, 855-212-4227. That is 855-212-4227. I got a simple question for you. As we know at this point, Minnesota annihilates Denver in Game 2. There's 2 minutes left. We all know this game is over. But here's my question for you. You talk about Pat Bev and what he did, not once, not twice, 3 times, where he completely disgraced the NBA Players Association by how he handled himself and gave the NBA a terrible look, that he completely insulted and disrespected a female reporter and also put fans in harm's way on multiple occasions because of his lack of maturity. Do you believe Pat Bev should be suspended for a considerable amount of time? I don't know, in upwards of 1 season. I ask you that. Number to get aboard is 855-212-4227. And speaking of getting suspended, the Nuggets season is going to get suspended soon. It has nothing to do with anything imposed. It has to do with the fact that the T-Wolves continue to completely outplay them. We get to that next. This is, of course, Shep in for Bart Winkler on the Infinity Sports Network. Again, number to get aboard, 855-212-4227. I got a special announcement coming up in about 35 minutes. Before we do any of that, let's take our break. We're coming back in 5.
You're listening to The Bart Winkler Show.
Welcome back, everybody. This is David Shepard in for Bart Winkler on the Infinity Sports Network. Number to get aboard, 855-212-4227, 855-212-4227. There is not much you can analyze when it comes to this Timberwolves-Nuggets game that just went final. This was an absolute annihilation. One team did not look like they belonged on the same floor as the other. And I never thought I would be saying that about a reigning world champion Denver Nuggets team that looked dominant in the postseason last year, that swept the Lakers in the Western Conference Finals, that beat Miami in 5 games in the NBA Finals, a Miami team that beat that talented Celtics team in the Eastern Conference Finals. This makes no sense. This makes no sense because Minnesota has not gotten out of the first round in 20 years. You know, Minnesota was the team that just could not ever get out of the first round in the Anthony Edwards, Karl Anthony Towns era. They just couldn't. They didn't have what it take. Whether they were playing Memphis, didn't matter. They played the Nuggets last year. Nuggets beat them in 5. I don't understand how this Denver Nuggets team looks so anemic. To put up 80 points for this offense with the weapons they have, not just their starters, but you talk about some of their guys off the bench, in Carl Brown, in Reggie Jackson, an individual who's really emerged as one of the key cogs off the bench is Justin Holiday. How does that team score just 80 points? It comes down to your 2 star players, your 2 superstars. One is an all-time great already, Nikola Jokic. One is a playoff all-time great in Jamal Murray. But when you combine for just 24 points from your 2 superstars for the entirety of the game on less than 30% shooting, you can't think that's going to win you a playoff game. Now, you're going to see the box score. You're going to read the recap. And you're going to hear that Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns only, had 27 point each. Trust me, it could have been 47 the way those guys were rolling. This game was over in the second half. The Minnesota Timberwolves found themselves up 32 points in the second half, and then they basically called the dogs off. There is no answer for Anthony Edwards in this series. None. And to add insult to injury, the real scary thing for the Nuggets, they weren't going up against one of the great defensive players in the last 25 years in Rudy Gobert. They had a mismatch in Nikola Jokic versus any Timberwolves big, whether it was Cat, whether it was Naz Reid, and they couldn't take advantage of it. Jamal Murray couldn't take advantage of penetrating the lane and getting easy buckets. This is, again, without the defensive player of the year in Rudy Gobert absent because he was there at the birth of his son. This is just really bad for the Nuggets at this point. I didn't see this coming because you talk about a Nuggets team that returned all 5 starters from last year. They do not have holes on offense. They don't. Aaron Gordon has improved his outside game. Michael Porter Jr., he is as healthy as he has ever been. Jamal Murray, you saw what he did against the Lakers. You saw the individual that won them 2 games with 5 seconds left to go both times because that's how clutch he is. That's how much ice in his veins that he has. For them to lose game 1 in the fashion that they did, and then for them to get blown out in game 2, I am telling you, Kevin Garnett, the late great Flip Saunders in heaven, they didn't see this coming. This is embarrassing for the Denver Nuggets. And it's really bad when you take into account that Michael Malone made it very clear to all of us that they needed to get out more aggressive out of the gate. They needed to be the ones forcing the tempo. They needed to be the team that was really taking it to the Timberwolves. And that they were sluggish at first, and they had to make an adjustment. Well, where's the adjustment? Where is the adjustment? Because Jokic and Murray combined for a grand whopping total of just 10 points in the first half. And you know what? Jamal Murray was 1 of 10 in the first half, and that tells me he was settling. He's not getting to the free throw line. Now, I will say this. If you are the Nuggets, you better hope that Jamal Murray's shot comes back. Because if he plays as poorly as he has played in the last 2 games, they have no shot. You were witness to that. Now, the one thing they did well was in the second half, Jamal Murray was not exactly the primary ball handler, and he was playing off the ball. So we got going a little bit more. But still, played pretty poorly in the second half. Not even finishing with over 10 points. That's lousy. And if you're Michael Porter Jr., you got to do better than just 9 points on 4 or 12 shooting. They cannot stay in front of Anthony Edwards. It's that simple. They have no answer for him. And then to add insult to injury, here's something you're going to be hearing about for the next 24, 48 hours. Now, the good thing, the Nuggets don't play again until Friday, so they're going to have some rest. They're going to have a lot of time to regroup. But you talk about a team that needs all the help they can get. They might be missing the services of Jamal Murray, because for him to throw that heat pad the way he did at the referee is inexcusable. And I hope the NBA actually, puts justice out there when it comes to the referees the way they weren't able to with the fans and when it came to Patrick Beverley. Number to get aboard, 855-212-4227, 855-212-4227. Let's get in Jeff, who's been very patient. Jeff, I want to make sure we get to you. I know you've been waiting a long time. Go ahead, sir. What you got for us?
All right, hey, so what I really wanted to get out is I work in event security.
Sure.
And these players, they have a bevy of resources if there are fans that are getting out of hand that they can go to get these fans removed. And it's really easy for them to do that. And for a player to react the way that Pat Bev did towards those fans, I've seen it many, many times. I mean, you go all the way back to Malice in the Palace. If these guys don't go out there and use the resources that are available to them, they're going to go out there and make a fool of themselves on national television. And it's a bad look for the NBA.
Terrible.
It's a bad look for sports in general. And we're there to support them. That's the key thing. I work directly with a G League team, and it's directly supervised by the NBA. And if anyone comes to us, be it a player, a coach, even an official, any one of them comes to us, we treat their word, like you said earlier, like gospel.
Right.
That if they say that, hey, this person got out of line and they have to go, they have to go. We take them at their word, and we get them out of the arena,
Jeff,
get them out of the area.
let me ask you a question. Why wasn't, is there some kind of policy even against a player, an opposing player? You think it would have behooved the Pacers at the time to just throw Pat Bev out of the arena for doing that?
So that's an entirely different scenario in regards to the actual players themselves. Our staff, we would never get involved with the actual players on the court. That's an NBA policy. That's an NFL, MLB, whatever sport you are watching. That's between the teams, the league, and their team security.
Even though the teams in league clearly missed what Patrick Beverley did, which was almost, assault, the way he chucked that ball the second time around after hitting a woman innocently in the first time around.
So one of the things you really have to realize is that all of the event security, event staff, everybody working in that building is there to protect the players, protect the teams, and also protect the fans at the same time.
Right.
But one of the big things that we also have to do is we have to draw that line between what we can intervene on and what we can't. And when it comes to the players themselves, that's something that the league has to police themselves. They really absolutely do. And it's not something that we can jump in on and remove a player in that sort of situation.
Well, Jeff, you guys are some of the most underrated, underappreciated people in the sports industry. I know you got to deal with such knuckleheads and jackasses, and we're not even talking about Patrick Beverley in this instance. We're talking about unruly, rowdy, licorice up fans. So thank you for what you do, man, and I appreciate the call. And congratulations, by the way, on you guys getting past the first round for the first time since 1993 when a Cavs team did not have LeBron James, man. So congrats to you, Jeff.
Hey, thank you very much, and we're looking forward to take it to Boston this next round, and it's going to be a fun series.
Hey, listen, man, I'm rooting for you. Thank you, Jeff, for the call. Number to get aboard, 855-212-4227, 855-212-4227. I know people still want to weigh in on the NBA and NHL playoffs. We're certainly going to do that. I want to give some love to the Cleveland Cavaliers because no one's talking about that series between them and the Magic, and it was a special one. In fact, it's been the best season so far in terms of series in this postseason. I'll explain why next. This, of course, is Shep in for Bart Winkler. You can always follow me at Shep on Air. Speaking of which, someone who's going to follow me and is going to completely take it and run with it is Pete McCarthy with our latest Sports Flash.
Infinity Sports Network, Sports Flash.
Well, Shep, this report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $750 on average. Call or click today and find out if we can save you hundreds on your car insurance. The Timberwolves will carry a 2-0 series lead back to Minneapolis. 106-80 the final in Denver, and really it wasn't even that close. Anthony Edwards and Karl Anthony Towns going for 27 points each. The T-Wolves defense holding the Nuggets to under 35% shooting from the field and forcing 16 turnovers. They did it without Rudy Gobert, who was then able to get to Denver in time for Game 2 after the birth of a baby boy on Monday morning. The Knicks keep cooking. So does Jalen Brunson. Brunson with 21 of his 43 points in the fourth quarter. The Knicks get some fortunate calls from the officials in the final minute as well. They beat the Pacers 121-117 in the opening game of the Eastern Conference semifinals. Pacers head coach Rick Carlisle on the officiating, especially a moving screen called on Miles Turner in the final minute.
We're not expecting to get calls in here. It'd be nice if they laid off that one, but they didn't. So, that's just the way it goes. We challenged it. They reviewed it. They got a bunch of people in New Jersey that agreed with them. So that's just the way it goes.
Brunson has scored at least 40 points in 4 straight playoff games. The only other players to do so in NBA history, Jerry West, Michael Jordan, and Bernard King. Other NBA news, the Spurs' Victor Wembanyama becomes the 6th unanimous Rookie of the Year in NBA history. NHL, the Bruins roll to a 5-1 Game 1 win over the Panthers in Florida. Another terrific performance from goalie Jeremy Swayman, who swatted away 38 shots. Baseball, Shohei Ohtani's on some kind of heater. Ohtani with his Major League leading 11th home run. That leads the Dodgers to a 6-3 win over the Marlins. Ohtani's batting .370 after another multi-hit game. I'm Pete McCarthy.
You make the call. 855-212-4227. When you want to talk to us, call 855-212-4227. 9-5. You're listening to The Bart Winkler Show.